Tell me why I do like Mondays. Tell me why I do like Mondays. 'Cause I have my salad. It's the best around. Hey guys, welcome to Tell Me Why I Do Like Mondays. A new program for Moving on TV on Holistic Monday. Tell me why I do like Mondays. Okay. I just came up with that one. So why not? So let me tell you about salads. I'm going to make a program and put that on in a minute. But in the meantime,
guys,
tell me why
every Monday,
like Monday
I get my holistic vegetables, a box, and there is everything in this salad. There's kohlrabi, there's red pepper, there's onions, there's spinach, there's rocket, there's I did say kohlrabi, there's fennel for detoxifying, there's tomatoes, there's vitamins, there's minerals, there's onions, and there's radishes. So Monday is Holistic Monday. There's cabbage. It just lasts forever with me because it's just me in the house. So that everything lasts for like 2 weeks. And there's avocado, and everything is organic. I'm going to try and interview Abel and Cole about their salads. But in the meantime, I'm going to take a...
The sun is shining out there, guys. I'm going to put a program on and go into the sunshine. So tell me why you do like Mondays. And the reason I do is because of my salads. So every Monday, I get a delivery from Abel and Cole. And it's you, Sarah. Okay, welcome to Holistic Monday. And if you missed all that, tell me why I do love Mondays. Tell me why I do like Mondays. Tell me why I do like Mondays. Go because I get my salad every week. So every Monday, a big box arrives, and this is Abel and Cole, my delivery. And it's pure vegetables, organic. So every week I'll get tomatoes, I'll get spinach, rocket, courgettes, avocados, and then extra on top will usually be either I'll get sweet potatoes. Today I got kohlrabi. Oh, absolutely delicious kohlrabi. Look at the sweet pepper. It's delicious. Sweet pepper. That's organic from the ground, and it tastes like heaven. Better than chocolate. Guys, packed full of vitamins and minerals and zinc, and then I've got ginger. Tell me why I do like Monday. Tell me why I do like Monday. Tell me why I do like Monday. Cause I got my salads. Welcome to Tell Me Why I Do Like Mondays. And today Hope you're all doing well, guys. Beautiful, beautiful sunny day. Stunning, beautiful weather today. Of course, Lauren can't go out in the sun, so I've had to. Actually, I just woke up. Well, I didn't get much sleep, but I've been lying in the shade. How boring. Anyway, um, luckily, half the hammock is in the shade, so I was able to get on the hammock, half in the shade. Before we start, I have a little bit of sad news, and I'm going to put on a video because I really want to commemorate her memory. She had a very, very short life on this earth, unfortunately, and I'm not going to go into details about what happened to her, but I want to send my love to her mum, Paula. I want to send all my love to Paula and their family from Moving on TV. And I feel really, really sad today because little Pippa passed, unfortunately. And so if you're going to come on here with talking, you know what? It's inappropriate, okay? If you're going to come in here with stupid comments, it's inappropriate because I'm going to be saying goodbye to Pippa. So here's our song.
A flower in blue, with she's all around, she lights up the room with colors, her colors are strong. The love inside goes on and on. A flower so bright, with just one smile, dark turns to light. Her heart opens like a rose, and deep inside, her love it shows. This is your day now, your day to shine. Take back the gifts you have and make the world your shrine. Make it the best you can. Make it about you. This is your day now, baby. Go out there, make your dreams come true. Who got through the storm, she weathers every cloud that comes along. She's strong now, with beauty and grace. Look at her face. It's time now to go out and inspire the human race. This is your day now, your day to be free. Go out and claim your life. This is your time to live. Go out and make your dreams. Set the world on fire. Hold your treasures to your heart. A small more baby, small more baby, smile. Ooh, baby, go out and make it all about you. Ooh, baby, this is a song I've written treasures to your heart. Smile, my baby, smile. This is your day. Be the star you are. Be the star you are. Be the star you are. Thank you.
So that was little Pippa. If you don't know her story, then you can watch an interview I did with Daddy Dragon, Graham Moore, about the horrendous way that her and her mum got treated. Sorry, I can't. I'm sorry. Shall we have just a few minutes just to remember her and to send some love to her mom and to the family, and to hope that situations like that end in the UK. And as I say, if you don't know what happened, then you can watch an interview with Daddy Dragon, Graham Moore. If you go on my Patreon, Moving On TV, I think it's on there, because I couldn't put it on YouTube because it was too controversial. But it was one of the worst cases of greed, of lack. Today's the mind, body, spiritual, and that child would have recovered if she was given an opportunity to go that way. But she was denied that for whatever reason, and it's a bit of a shock, the whole thing, because it just should never have happened. And when you check out the story, you'll see what I mean. So if you want to find out more, go on her GoFundMe page. I presume it'll be on there. I can't tell you too much on here because I'll get wiped off. But, or contact her mom. Well, obviously not today. But we did do a story, and that's why I made that video for her, because I thought we could have raised that money. Can you believe? As I said, when I put that video on, £30,000 for a lawyer would have saved her life. £30,000. If I was a lawyer, I would have done it for free. What is wrong with the human race? You tell me. GoFundMe. People seem to be able to raise, in this country, if this is an animal, people seem to be able to raise money just like that. And when it comes to a little child, to get the law to represent her, to give her a chance, so that by giving her natural methods, which everybody knew would have saved her, not one lawyer stepped forward, and no one came up with that £30,000. And I'm a bit upset because I just found out. But And I'm a human as well as a starseed, so you'll just have to put up with me being upset today. All right? I just woke up today and I just don't know why, but I knew I was going to find out something, and I did. So, as I say, maybe go on and check out her story so that think about it. If this could be your child, and I did put that at the end of the video. I presume Graham Moore will have more to say about it. And so maybe what, Daddy Dragon? Because he'll probably have more to say about what happened and why it happened. Because the last interview with him was, surely you can raise that money for a child's life, but no. And as I said, how can a child's life be measured at amount of money? How? Now, as you know, there's very little I can say on Moving On TV about the work I do for children and what I've been doing from the beginning of the lockdown and why we are locked down and why we're going through this. It's for your children, it's for the future. And things are getting hotter and hotter, if you know what I mean. There's nuns going out there telling you things, and I've saved it's all on Telegram because I can't put anything on here. We're not free. I wasn't allowed to put Pippa's story on here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, yes, that's one child. That could have been your child. And considering the millions and millions of children that we know are going missing, and which I can't tell you on here anymore because we have no freedom to say that. Go on BitChute and watch Laura Ward. But that little girl, little Pippa, she touched people's hearts because she was such a little fighter. And she was getting well. And she could have got well if we lived in a world full of love. God, if I'd had 30,000, I would have just given it to her. So it's just a symbol of what kind of world you're living in. It's a symbol of what Moving On TV is trying to do, which is the opposite, to spread love and kindness and compassion and help us to create a beautiful world. And it's really interesting because whenever I go on, the numbers go up because these people that want to come on here and talk rubbish and abuse because they got nothing else to do, when these situations are going on, they all go down now because I'm talking about the fact that they need to take responsibility for the world. So they're all gone. They've all gone because they're not prepared to do that. They're not prepared to take responsibility for the world. I am, in whichever way I can. And so when I found out about what's going on, I made that video because I thought that we could use that video to raise that money, but I was wrong. I was wrong. People are selfish. People are inhumane a lot of the time. They're selfish. They only care about themselves and they don't care about others. Well, God knows, I found out the hard way, didn't I? And you need to change. And one of the things I'm trying to do is teach you how to eat in a healthy way. And I will carry on with that because life goes on and Pippa is now an angel watching us, free from that poor little body. But those who left behind, her mother, can you imagine? No, of course not. But you see, you could be that mother, and I don't think you understand that. You could be that mother or you could be that father. You will not be able to win a battle to save your own child the same way as she couldn't. Can you believe that? Yeah. Put yourself in the shoes of Paula Parfit today. That could be your child. It's coming. You need to stand up and you need to do your research and you need to find out more about that case. And never, ever let that happen again. Never, ever let, even those of you that are coming on here and you put rubbish on here, you have hearts. You must have nieces, children, grandkids, I don't care. But you must have hearts. Or maybe you don't. I don't believe you don't. You cannot put a price on a child's head. Do you understand? Everyone has a right to live. Everyone has a right to be free and to choose what they put in their body, what they put on their body, how they look, without thinking about what that person thinks and that person. No one has a right to push anything on you one way or another. No one. And when we start to put a price on a child's life because they needed the bed in the hospital, it's just... I'm going to find the link to my Patreon. And I don't give a shit about your money. I don't want your money. I just want you to read her story. I want you to watch this interview with Daddy Dragon, because I can't put it on YouTube. I can't put it on, it's probably on BitChute. No, it's on Patreon. I want you to read this, and I want her life to have happened, her death to mean something. Right? It says pay what you can, because I don't give a shit about how much you pay. It's the interview with Daddy Dragon, and I really, really want you to watch it. I'm going to give you my Patreon, because that is the only way that I can think of giving something back to Paula today. I don't give a shit if you join my Patreon or you don't. I don't want your money. I just want you to read. Let me know if you can't get on that interview. You might need to pay £1, but go on there and read her story, which I can't give you on YouTube. And please try to stop that happening again. Try to join with changing the consciousness of our world to love instead of money. To me, it was like, when I heard it, it was like, I couldn't believe that it was allowed to happen, that these things, that you could actually put a price. And if you can't get a lawyer, then tough, yeah? Your child will die. Yeah? Yeah? When Paula's feeling better, please God, I'll interview her, but I can't put it on YouTube. And I can't put it on Facebook, you know? And you need to understand that. That's how we live. So anyway, I needed to come on here to commemorate little Pippa's life. And I might put that on a few times and have a little bit of silence for her, maybe light a candle for her, because she is representing every single child in our world. And Paula is representing, if you are a parent, then you need to see the story. Don't deny anything anymore, guys. Because if you live in denial, when the broadcasts come and all the truth comes, you'll jump off bridges. You won't be able to function when you find out what's really going on with kids. But this in particular concerns the UK and the corruption and the greed of this government and the NHS and everything. You need to watch it. And maybe that'll wake you up to what's really going on here. And you'll start to think, am I living in a cesspool of greed? Yes, you are. I can't imagine how it must feel to be a parent who could not raise that money to save their child's life. Being an empath, it's hard. But anyway, I know little Paula, she's free now. She's with love, because all she was love. You saw. She was a courageous little girl. And I wish I'd met her. Well, I never met her. I wish I'd met her, because I would have, she's like, to me, she looked like a little angel. But when I made that little video for her, like a little angel. And now she is an angel. And so it's about us that are still here. What can we do to stop another situation like that happening? Me, all I could do was make a video and an interview. That was it. All I could do. Go on my Patreon. I don't give a shit about your money. You know that. I think you might need to pay £1 if you don't, whatever. Send me an email. I'll send you the Vimeo for free. I don't, but you need to know, you need to commemorate this situation so it never, ever happens again. I bet you it's happening a lot. Because somehow we created a system where money is more important than anything. It's more important than your life, your children's lives. It's more important than your health. It's more important than your peace. It's more important than anything. And that needs to end. So I cannot end it. We need to end it as a collective. So over the day, over the next few hours, this is a Mind, Body, Spirit show. And I'm sad. I'm not going to pretend I'm not sad, because I just found out. Of course I'm sad, and I'm not going to put an act on and say I'm not. And if I cry, I cry. Right. So we're going to move on to what's in my salad, because I want you guys to stay well. I want you to stay well as much as possible. And so we're going to unbox the salad that I got today, so we can have a look at what's in my salad. God, I could do with a hug today. I swear to God I could, but never mind. I'll hug myself. Right. Send me hugs. We have wild rockets, packed full of minerals and vitamins. And as you can see, guys, it's very dark green. And very dark green is more oxygen. The darker the color, the more oxygen there is. All right. Okay, so we've got that. Let's see, what else have we got here? As you know, every Monday, I look forward to this. I go to the door and my boxes arrive. It's like Christmas every Monday. And it's kind of like you have to make things special. That's why I call it Tell Me Why I Do Like Mondays. Also, please go on my Telegram, because I've been circulating a very important video, which I can't put on here. So you need to see it. It's on Telegram. I could probably put it on BitChute, but this is awful. It's awful, because it's so important. If you go on my Telegram, I don't even know what my Telegram. Yeah, you got nuns standing up and talking now in London. Okay, but I can't put it on here. Nuns praying for the little ones for a reason. Okay, you need to wake up, guys, and you need to wake up fast. I'll tell you what my Telegram is, because I'm not even sure what it's. I think it's just moving on TV, Lauren Hope. Okay, moving on TV, Lauren Hope. on my Telegram. If you go on there, I've just circulated a video that my beautiful Angie Wilson sent me, and it's a nun that's saying what needs to be said with the whole group of nuns praying for a reason. So please watch that. Please circulate it. There's only so much I can do on my own. Right. So we've got organic one rocket, and we've got salad mix. Again, this is like a mixture of spinach and rocket and lettuce, baby spinach, baby red leaf, wild rocket, and red chard. And it's very, very dark, beautiful dark green, again, full of oxygen. Oxygen. Let me tell you something. A couple of years, I was having a lot of oxygen because I've never been that well. I've always had fibromyalgia and, well, issues with the body, you know, that we have been getting because of all sorts of reasons. And whatever. Anyway, so I had oxygen at the MS Center. I used to go there once a week and sit in an oxygen, like an igloo. I'd sit inside and I'd breathe in pure oxygen. And I did that one winter and I did not get one cold. Why do you think that is, guys? Now you eat pure green. Green is oxygen. Oxygen, right? And if you don't have oxygen, the body cannot survive. And I thought you learned that at school. So, you know what I mean? So whatever you've been put through at the moment, please go back to what you studied. What does the body need more than anything? Oxygen, yeah? Trees, nature, breathing, yeah? Green. The strongest the color, the more oxygen there is, the more antioxidants that clear all the toxins out of your body. Cleanses the blood. It cleanses the blood. You need nice, clean blood. And of course, water. And maybe read the book, The Body's Many Cries for Water. Because if you read that book, that was one of my introductions into water. The body's many cries for water. And it's by a doctor called Batmanjali, I think his name was. Batmanjali. I'd love to get an interview. I might try and get an interview with him. Now, if you read that, you'll get your water. Because if you don't drink water, do you know what happens? It's horrible. The body has to create fluids. So it's going to start taking all the toxins and it's going to try and pull the water out of everything in your body. And that will get circulated around your body. And that's why you get sick. Okay? Because your body is about 77% water. So if you don't drink regular water, I've just got a zero filter. It costs about 20 quid on Amazon, whatever. You get it quickly and you can test before you put the water into the filter. It's got like a really high level. I'll prove it to you. Actually, I'll show you in a minute. It's got a really high level of chemicals. And then maybe tomorrow on the WhatsApp. No, I'll do it in the Mind, Body, Spirit. And then when you put it through that filter, it drops to 0.5 or something like that. So you can see all the chemicals that come out. It's a really, really inexpensive filter. As I said, it costs about 20 quid. And for that, you can have clean water. It takes everything out. I'm going to prove it to you in a minute. Right? Anyway, so that's the greens. Let's see what else Abel and Cole's Santa Claus brought me today. Wow. Asparagus. Wow. Oh my God. Some of my favorite memories is when I used to have a flat in Spain. We used to go to Spain to Los Montesinos. Years and years ago, I had a flat in Spain. And we used to go to this restaurant and they would do grilled asparagus tips. Asparagus, right? Let's see what asparagus contains. Again, you can see how green it is. Do you see how green it is? Again, full of oxygen. Oh, gay cat. Hello, Stu. Whoever. Hi, Stu. Oh, look. Did you not just see what I said to you? I'm just going to block you. Just stop this. They don't understand. I'm mourning a child at the moment. Where's your heart? Just piss off. Right. Okay. Not mourning a child. We're commemorating a memory of a beautiful child. So just go, idiot. Right. Asparagus. They don't have it. It's like some people don't have any boundaries. There's no boundaries. No boundaries. Idiot. Okay, there's a time and place for everything, and this is not it. Not today. Thank you. Right, asparagus. Right, let's see what asparagus is going there. Can you imagine, gay cat, whoever you are, can you imagine if Pippa's mum had been on there now and you put that comment in there? Can you imagine? Do you have any concept of a healthy boundary at all? Right, let's have a look at asparagus. The benefits of asparagus: asparagus, tomato, and feta salad with, wow, I'm going to make that in a minute. Of course you can eat it raw. Asparagus is, everything can be eaten raw. Everything. It's a highly nutritious vegetable, can be eaten cooked or raw. Because of its tough texture, cooking is the most popular, but you don't have to. I eat everything raw. I just cook it. I just cut it up and put it in my salad. But it's delicious if you grill it. Lemon and feta. Wow. So what's in asparagus, guys? Asparagus nutrition. What's in it? You get potassium, vitamin A, calcium, vitamin D. We don't need any more calcium. You get vitamin C, iron, vitamin B6, which is for the nervous system, magnesium, which is for the nervous system. Magnesium, we don't have enough magnesium. You know, when you have I can never name the name of when you put it in the bath, magnesium salts. Magnesium salts, what's it called? I can't remember. But when you put magnesium salts in the bath, it's really good for the nervous system and detoxifies as well. The benefits of eating asparagus: it's a great source of nutrients, including fiber, folate, vitamin A, C, and K. Additionally, eating asparagus has a number of potential health benefits: weight loss, digestion, healthy pregnancy outcomes, and low blood pressure. So if you're suffering with high blood pressure, asparagus, right? What else have we got in here? Of course, avocados. I love my avocados. Oh, sorry, everything fell out. Avocados full of vitamin E. Wonderful for the complexion, wonderful for hormones. Everything, all the tomatoes are falling down. Just a minute. Oh, God. Back in the box. What else have we got here? I just cooked half of it. I took half of it. So we're checking. What else have we got in here? So we've got avocados. They're not fresh, but they're not ready to eat. So I'm just going to put them on the windowsill. I'm going to take maybe 2 days. They'll be ready to eat. We've got cucumber, which I cut in half already, which of course is full of water, full of fluids, good fluids. Carrots. Now, carrots is interesting because Dr. Sebi says that carrots are not actually that good for you. Carrots can be a mutation of different types of vegetables. So they're supposed to be very good for the eyes, as you know, Bugs Bunny. What's up, Doc? Yeah. Again, a very, very strong color. Orange, which is vitality. There's another avocado. That one's actually fresh. Onions. Oh, I'm so grateful. I love onions because I love the taste in a salad. Now, red onions, these are massive, brilliant for cleansing the blood, detoxifying and cleansing the blood. Onions, okay? And tomatoes. We've got the little ones today. I fell all over the place. Loads and loads of them. Little tomatoes. And they're all organic. Everything's organic. Packed full of vitamin C. You can't go wrong with a salad. You know, when people are talking about food shortages, all you need is a massive salad. When the weather is cold, make yourself soups. Put turmeric and ginger and everything you can imagine and onions into your soups. And then all you need is a bit, all you need is a little bit of chicken if you're not vegan, a little bit of fish, a bit of bread and butter. One big meal. You don't need more than one meal a day. I'm eating one meal a day at the moment. Yeah, have some fruit. Depending on the weather, have soup when it's cold, and in the hot weather, salads. I don't really eat salads in the cold because the body doesn't digest the salad as well. But you don't need that much food. And if you're a vegan, I'm practically a vegan, not fully, then put a little bit, make a salad, put a little bit of feta in there. Have a piece of bread and butter. If you're gluten-free, make sure it's gluten-free. And I did talk about that, or have some oat cakes. And that's it. That's all. You've got a meal. That's it. And if you really want to fill up, then make a massive big bowl of popcorn, because popcorn is just air. There's hardly anything in it, but make sure you drink a lot of water. It's also good if you want to lose weight, then instead of having loads of chocolates and biscuits, have popcorn, because popcorn's got hardly any calories in it at all. And so sometimes if I feel like a binge, because it happens, I'll make a massive big bowl of popcorn, and then I'll add sea salt and a little bit of sugar maybe, if I'm in that mood. And that's it. Okay, so that's what's in our salad today. I'm going to go and make a salad and show you. And I'm going to put some programs on for you for the mind, body, spirit. But like I said to you, my job is to keep you well. So prevention is more important. Prevention. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you. I'm going to do an experiment now with the water filter to show you. Angie Wilson, my lovely Angie, recommended that I get a zero water filter, which of course Baba Bertha made a whole laugh about. Right, let's test it. Let's see if it works. It does work. I'm going to do a review about it on Watch Study. So if you don't have an income, you're low on money, like most of us, this is about 24 pounds, I think, online. Right, okay. This is water from the tap. Okay? This is the tester. You switch it on and I'm going to test it. Okay, this is 892. 892, all right? Look, I don't know if you can see, but 892, it'll go down. 8, okay. Now 11.2. That's 11.2. That's before we filter it, okay? Let's filter it and see. Let's put it through the filter. 11.2 before we filter it. So that's all the chemicals that are in it. Okay, let's filter it now and see what happens. I have had this for a couple of weeks now, so I'm hoping it's still going to reflect the change in the meter. We'll see. Okay, so let it filter through. So basically, I'm going to show you, you can have healthy water. Now look, the problem with water is I don't like water. Water is boring. It's got no taste. So you know what? Add a little bit of lime. If you tend to get if you tend to get a lot of acid in your body, don't put lemon. Put lime. Okay, lime, not lemon. Ideally, you want to put lime. So yeah, you can use a little bit of lime if you want. I thought I got rid of you. Gay cat. God, go away. Go away. I thought I got rid of him. Gay cat. People don't have any boundaries. I mean, we're just doing silence for a child that died because of the greed of this country. And this idiot is sending me messages. You saw what kind of messages. And as I say, if this little girl's mum just happened to be on here, what's the matter with them? Anyway, whatever. I know exactly who it is. He's on thin ice. Right. Actually, I'm going to send him a message now. So as I say, I know exactly who it is. You're on thin ice. Right, shall we test it? Let's test it. Zero 0.75. Okay, so it went from 11 down to 0.75. Isn't that incredible? Cheers. Tastes nice. Tastes okay. Right, so the water went from 11, that was what it was, 11.00 to 0. Okay, it's not 100%, and that's also because the glass itself or the cup has probably got impurities in it. That's how far it went down, from 11 to 0.75. Can you see? So I recommend this. It's a zero water filter. Zero water filter. Okay? And you get, I'm going to do a review. I'll use this as a review for Watchdoggy. Okay, a review. Zero water filter. What you do is you use this thing and it gives you the levels. All right. So that's that done. Okay. So let's put a program on. So because we're on Holistic Monday, let's put some shamanism meditation on for you with Paul McDonald. A beautiful shamanistic meditation, which I hope you enjoy and I hope you can use. But before that, I just want to do an endorsement as well for an album that he's created with loads of subliminal messages. Now, I don't know if you guys know what subliminal is. Subliminal means that it goes on in the background. I can't download it and play it for you because I need permission. So if anybody knows who he is, where he is, or if you could give me permission, then let me know. But in the meantime, I'm just going to put a quick video, a quick little promo on to show you a little bit, and then I'll explain to you a little bit more. Okay, so the name of the album is The Antivirus, which I thought is very, very clever, a very clever idea. And it takes care of your mind, body, spirit, and that's why I'm putting it on this show. And subliminal, the beauty of about subliminal messages is you can listen to them everywhere. You can have it on the background. You can close your eyes and go to sleep. It basically works on your subconscious, and there's a whole series of tracks on there about peace, love, trust. There's quite a lot of them released, and obviously the more you listen to it, then you know the mind is the most important thing in this factor. And when you get a mind that is calm and functioning to the best, then the body is going to react. And that's why it's a really good name, the antivirus, because you're less likely to get sick in any way if your mind is balanced and calm and peaceful. So I just wanted to endorse that, and I wanted to recommend it to you. You can get it on Amazon. I think you can get it on if you just check acoustic, I think you can get it everywhere. Download it, acoustic. It's a series of tracks which will help you to work on what's going on in your subconscious and help you balance your mind, and which of course helps the body, and of course, you know, the spirit, which goes without saying. So, because this is the mind, body, spirit connection here. So now that we've got that out of the way, Paul McDonald is also a Grammy nomination, not winner. I wish, because I wrote it with him, Heart Vision, a piece of music, a beautiful piece of music called Heart Vision. When I saw the amount of work that he put into the antivirus, I was absolutely amazed, because it must have taken him probably at least 6 months to get that done. A lot of work must have gone into that, because as I say, it's probably about seven or eight tracks. I can't remember, but you know, a huge amount of work went into that, and a huge amount of love for humanity went into that, and that's why I am promoting it, because he's such an incredible songwriter. And as I say, we were nominated for a Grammy, which we haven't won yet, so hopefully one year we will. And he's also an incredible shamanistic, holistic therapist. So why don't I just show you who he is and what he is. I don't usually put on this full interview, but I'm going to put on part one first. So because you've been watching the shamanism that he does, the meditation, but I don't usually show the whole interview that I did with Paul, so you can get a good insight into what he really is, where his healing comes from, and what his dreams are. Okay, and then that leads into the meditation. So for the next couple of hours, I'm going to be presenting Paul McDonald in Messengers of Light, about his work and his background and everything that he's doing for the human race, so we can create a better human race, so that we don't have situations like we had today with little Pippa and other situations, obviously. Okay, so this is Messengers of Light, and he also, the opening was written by him as well. And so enjoy the interview and enjoy the shamanistic meditation, which I will put on after the interview. But before that, I shall put a testimonial from the man himself.
Hello, I'm Paul McDonald from the Positivity Centre. I'd like to just say thank you to Lauren for allowing me to have an interview on her amazing show, Moving on TV, helping people move on in their lives, help society move on, it's helping everything move on in a bit more of a positive way, which is great because it completely falls in alignment with the Positivity Centre. So, please watch the interview and enjoy the second part, which is me oodling in my wonderful voice. I only having a joke. It's for a sound journey meditation. But yeah, I'd like to say a last thank you to Lauren for everything she does and support her amazing work and what she's doing. She's going to have some good guests on the show. She's had some good guests on the show. Watch this space. Lots of love. Bye.
Welcome to Moving on TV. And today we have an incredible guest coming on, a really good friend of mine, Paul McDonald, who runs the Positivity Centre in Burnham, Ashton Lane. And I'm just going to show you some of the things I've purchased from there. Look at that crystal. These crystals are stunning. And this one. This I know is amethyst. This one drew me because of the gorgeous colors. I think this was about a £5, and this was about a £5, and this was about £10. So this is what you can get there at the Positivity Centre once it's open again. Also, you can buy my book, Simply Amazing, Chapter 8, Casey Armstrong. They sell that. They sell How to Stay Sane in a Crazy World cards, which are channeled by me. And they sell this beautiful, beautiful pendant, if you can see, made by Megan Luna. They sell beautiful things there, and I've purchased loads of stuff from there. But today we're going to talk to Paul, the man himself. I call him Mr. Medicine Man because when I go for a session with Paul McDonald, he does the shamanism, he does music, he does rhythms, he does, I use the bed, the sound and light bed, and all together get this incredible experience, enlightening experience where I detach from life completely. When I come out of there, I'm a different person. And sometimes he uses rhythms and drums and sage sticks, as I say, Mr. Medicine Man. And as I said today, apart from that, he's a very talented musician and songwriter, an all-rounder, as well as an alien for another planet. So a fantastic healer. He does, I'd say, telepathic healing as well. So, you know, close your eyes and the healing appears and you feel different. All sorts of talents and skills and experiences that we feel probably are what refer to being an architect of life, which is what I'm going to ask from him. Now, you saw him a couple of years ago. He did a program on Moving on TV. It was the Happy News at a fair, and where he sang happy, happy, happy talk, happy news. But today we're going to focus on, as I say, the depths of how far this goes. Who is Paul McDonald? How did he get to the level that he is now? Where did it all start? Because as you know, we're Moving on TV. I like to dive deep and find out about the man or woman, the human, what is behind this, what is behind it all, but the real person. Okay, so welcome to Moving on TV.
Happy, 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 happy news. Happy, happy, happy news.
Oh, it's,
Howdy.
it's an honor and a pleasure to interview you here on Moving on TV, because as you know, I have a huge amount of respect for your work. I love what you do. I just told the viewers that I go onto the lighted sound bed that you have at the Positivity Center, and it's an incredible experience. I always come off there feeling happy and detached and a lot better than when I went on it. So tell me a little bit about Paul McDonald. Where did all this start? I mean, you woke up one day and you suddenly knew everything that you know, or did it start way back a while ago?
I suppose I've always been a bit, I suppose very like up in my head a lot, to be quite honest. Always been very intrigued and questioning everything. Maybe sometimes it's a little bit too much, but then as they say, your gift is your curse is your gift. Sort of works for you in both ways, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Which is life, I suppose. It is a balance. It's like that can't always be one or the other. They sort of go like that. Yeah, since I can remember, just really, I suppose, open-minded. Really, open-minded, which caused me a bit of an issue when I was young. Always felt like I wanted to do something, but I never knew what. It was I wanted to be creative, wanted to be expressive, but I couldn't work out what it was. Because when I was younger, the only things I could work out that was expressive and creative was either music or your general sort of stuff. Not realizing that what I wanted to really be expressing was energy, and in the format that I do, which is, well, just expressing energy in ways that people are only just starting to wake up to, I suppose. For years they've been doing it in cultures, but it's even in cultures they've been doing it with like indigenous cultures, they've been doing it with some sort of format or tradition where it's not quite that. It's more of a conscious present flow that wants to express itself through sound, through movement. It's almost as if, and for years I think I was stuck with stuff. I remember I used to have tics a lot. I'd make sort of like noises, or I'd twitch my neck, or
You mean a bit like kind of like Tourette's kind of?
yeah, but it was almost sort of a tick. Like I'd have to do something like a certain movement of my neck all the time, and I remember thinking it was like if I don't do it, it's it was a bit of a OCD, it's bad luck thing, but more of a feeling. And now I look back on it, I've come to realise it was actually like energy that was stuck and stagnant. And someone said to me recently, and I've only just thought about it, like how light. I don't like the word light language, but I suppose it's like
expressing energy is in form of like sound and movement. It's like NLP, because you're, for example, like last night I was feeling like I need to express a certain sounds, and I think it was a lot of like it's a lot of like tongue twisty sounds and and I just go with it, and it's a tone which is a vibration, which is basically what everything is anyway, isn't it? Vibration. So I just go along with it. It can seem weird or it can seem odd, but it's just the tone. It's a sound, and most things in life are made up from sound and frequency. Hence, like in the Bible, it says that now was the first was the word was God. In the Hindu scriptures, it started with Om. It's just that primordial vibration, sound and light, and like when you listen to certain music, it makes you feel a certain way. Trance music puts you in a real heady, euphoric space. Soul music, you feel in your heart. Then you got sort of stimulated music like drum and bass or heavy rock that puts you in that real like invigorated, and you even get music that makes you feel like that goth metal, dark metal stuff. Makes you feel really, I don't even know the word I want to give that. Almost aggressive sometimes, but yeah, different types of music, different sounds do different things. And when someone's singing a love song, they're singing that from their heart. So they're literally, the linguistics and the sound which they're producing is coming from a heart space. So, and when someone's dancing, they feel good because they're allowing their body to move with the sound that they're going with. So when you're doing expressing sound and then you're doing certain movements with it, you're creating an atmosphere around your body. I know I've gone off of what I was talking about a bit here.
Yeah. Can I just bring you back a sec, Paul?
Yeah.
Because again, I like to, as I say, I want to go back to the beginning. Because
can I eat my chocolate?
You can eat your chocolate, yeah. No, it's
about freedom.
Where did it all start? Because I remember I met you at one of these fairs, these big fairs in Maidenhead, and I sat down beside you. You seemed like really calm and quiet, like a really gentle being. Sat down beside you. But you were totally focused. You started talking to me, explaining to me what you wanted to do, the conscious camps, and I think at the art center. But what I want to know is, when did all this start? I mean, how was it at school for you, for example, when you went to school? As you say, you're different, you're creative. How did you manage to settle as a child into the school system with all your energy or ambitions, or did that start later on when you were older?
I had a funny childhood. I wasn't brought up funny, but I was a bit funny myself because I had weight issues, and that put me into like give me a lot of anxiety because I weren't happy with myself, and I suppose really that's why I do what I do now. I never really, for years, I don't think I enjoyed myself because it was all about how I look, superficial sort of 3D world stuff, and I guess really that put me on a neural path of thinking, because you're always thinking about yourself. You've got anxiety, you're trying to cover the next move or how you're going to feel about something, so you think a lot, which ends up putting you in the pattern of thinking a lot, so then you end up thinking about everything a lot. Yeah, and I suppose when you're thinking a lot, you're thinking about everything, so you'll be thinking about everything a lot. Like a lot of my friends used to do all sorts of stuff. Where I lived in Slough, there was a lot of like crime, a lot of drugs, a lot of robbery, a lot of all sorts. And
Sorry, because you're up in Slough, is that right?
Yeah, and you know, like friends of mine would be involved in stuff like that, but I'd always be sitting there thinking like about it all from every angle and having compassion. I could never do stuff like that, you know. Obviously, hang around with people because they're your friends when you're younger, and then certain friends would be doing certain things, and it's. But where you're thinking, where I would think a lot, it would stop me acting a certain way because I'd be thinking about consequences, thinking about how the person would feel, thinking about everything. And again, it's like a curse and a gift at the same time because it's sort of intuitive as well. You don't do stuff because you're thinking, oh, that ain't right, that ain't going to be right, it's going to turn out like that. Like really thinking about everything from every angle. Sort of think yourself out of doing things. And sometimes, but it ends up, I also used to think myself out of doing stuff that maybe I wanted to do. So,
Was there anything you liked about school?
um,
Or that you
I liked school. I liked being with my friends.
Mhm.
But I didn't like. I've never liked doing structured stuff. I've never liked being part of a structured society. And my mum's very much, I suppose, you've met my mum, opinionated. She made me into the man I am today. Yeah, systematic stuff I've never really gone along with well. My mum didn't. I think she got kicked out of school early because she didn't like going with set routines. It's when you look into stuff and you think like, well, what's the point of that? Not everything about it, but just certain things that you can't resonate with. And I suppose that's the beginning of change. If you're here as a person who wants to bring in some sort of change always gets what's the word? No one seems to like change, or no one's comfortable with change because they're comfortable with what they're doing. So either people think you're weird for what you're trying to talk about or bring in, and I suppose that's another thing with me as a youngster. I liked certain things. I liked a certain way of dressing, but I never would. I'd never like do things that I wanted to do because I'd be worried about how people I know would think or if they would take the mickey. Or I was thinking about it only last night actually about I've how much post-traumatic stress is just a whole lifetime with a lot of people. Everyone's got post-traumatic stress. From post-traumatic stress is just to me there's different levels of it. You've obviously got shocking life scenarios, and then you've got it where it's something that's affected you deep rooted in you because you couldn't be yourself. Not being able to be yourself is post-traumatic stress because it leaves a stressful energy in you which accumulates and builds up and ends up disturbing other aspects of your life. Like you can't be yourself. You can't act a certain way because you're worried about what your parents are going to think. You're worried about what your friends are going to think. Then that ends up repressing you. Then you're not happy.
So you felt like this as a young child, did you?
Yeah.
You feel like that you couldn't be yourself and you couldn't express yourself.
Yeah, partly not just because of other people, but because of me as well. Like there were certain things I wanted to do or certain things I wanted to wear, but I wouldn't because I would think that I looked silly in them. Or I would look silly looking like this or dressed like that. So that I had a lot of self-judgment, and that put me off. But then where did the self-judgment come from? Something in me or something must have happened that I maybe can't even remember that created self-judgment in me.
So how did you deal with it?
Pardon?
How did you deal with all of those feelings as a young
Drugs. I got stoned out my face a lot. Alcohol, drugs, music was a good one. But I loved music anyway. But I suppose you do use things to escape stuff. Yeah, drugs. I suppose I got into cannabis, got into ecstasy. Later on, I got into cocaine. Yeah, it was funny, and even again, another thing I was thinking about today, like how we use stuff. You know, I still everyone's on a little journey. You still have all have our little traumas and our things come up. And I remember yesterday, I thought, oh, I can't remember it was that come up, and I thought, oh, I feel like having a drink, and I thought, why would I want to drink? Why would I want alcohol? Well, just to maybe suppress something that's coming up, because everything's coming up. Whether you're a therapist, whether you're whatever, things are coming up for everyone, even more so now.
Especially now.
And the more real deep-rooted stuff is coming up, the really deep-rooted stuff. And then we'll try and find ways to get out of it sometimes, because we don't want to sit in it because it could be painful. And then we may find ourselves wanting to do certain things like, oh, I'll have a drink to suppress it. And that's the worst thing you can do, because alcohol already affects your liver. And then if it's a suppressed thing that makes you feel angry, then that's even worse, because you've got the double, that alcohol affects your liver, and also anger from the suppressed emotion affects your liver. And then you're going to use the alcohol that already affects your liver to suppress that energy which affects your liver, that particular trait of anger. So it's just
The
not
liver is the seat of the emotions.
exactly.
Yeah. And all addictions are just hiding the void inside, as you said. It could be anything. It could be drinking, eating. With me, it was food. So we all have different types of addictions to hold back rather than facing and confronting. And now we're in a space where we have to deal with everything because of this down and because of the way things are. So you must be very strong then, because how did you come out of this? I mean, how long did you have these addictions, would you say? Actually practice
Up until
actually leads to another, you know.
27? But no, about, so I'm 37 now. 27 would be 10 years. So it would be about 24, 25. I stopped smoking. I stopped a lot of things at once: alcohol, cannabis,
How old were you then?
eating meat.
How, at the same time?
Yeah, and it sent me a bit sort of schizophrenic for a moment. I basically stopped everything that I was using as a crux or whatever. And the reason I stopped is because obviously I had kids, and I didn't want to carry on. I remember when I first had them, I was doing all sorts, and it's like, and I would have bad anger issues, and you can't be doing that around your kids. You can't be acting like that around them. So that was the reason I stopped, and then that opened up a whole another avenue, because you're stopping something which was suppressing things. I remember I'd stop because I'd have like heart palpitations. I'd be doing lots of cocaine, and I'd have like heart palpitations. I'd have panic attacks. Summer.
Hang on, I'm pausing. Okay, right, we're back. So you were telling me you basically stopped these addictions because you wanted to be a better dad.
Yeah.
Because in a way, you know, Tony Robbins talks about addictions and pain. And he says when the pain is too strong, or when you have something more important than the pain, you can conquer that pain. But it takes that mindset. It takes that something that is more important to you than the addictions. But it's a very brave thing to do, to be able to just stop. I mean, you know.
Hard.
Cold turkey.
Everything comes up that you were suppressing. Boredom, frustration, anger, issues of self-worth, issues with like major ones I had around still getting over, really, ones involving like masculinity. Am I good enough? Do I look manly enough? Do I act manly enough? And that's a big one when in connection with like being doing therapy work and doing this sort of stuff because it's all classed as airy fairy or more feminine and soft. So that really gets you to have to push past caring about what people think about you, whether they think you're all of what you feel like you're not enough of, basically.
That's a really interesting point, Paul, because there are a lot of men that are waking up at the moment, and I've had chats to a few of them. They don't understand. The heart chakra is opening, and cry, and they're starting to feel their feelings. So, what advice can you give them as you've been through all of this? What would you suggest they deal with all of this?
Just be yourself. It's like I mean, even today, I'm having a bit of a day today where I suppose I can feel emotion coming up because as I'm talking to you, I can still feel stuff like in my heart of what things I'm going through at the moment because it's always coming up, and I don't like the idea of pretending that we're beyond everything. We need to put across this approach that we're beyond everything, that we're here just as a teacher or just someone helping. Like Tony, well, a life coach as a life coach, everyone's me. It's all about just being honest and being truthful and stop hiding. Like, you know, I could sit there now and think I could see like some of my body language a bit like that. Well, that's how I feel today.
So what?
So what's the point of me putting on like an act of like, hey, that's not being truthful. I want people to be truthful. I want people if they if they feel, if they whatever they feel, just express it. And it doesn't, but don't always, you know, how people are going to respond to you. They might get annoyed, but that doesn't matter. You've got to express how you've got to express. You're expressing yourself or letting out your stuff may bring a reflection of a load of attacks at you, or may bring whatever, but that's the echo. That's the bit that you've got to try and get through. They're there to help you feel even more, you know, like we've had ourselves and we've had it with each other, like when we've reflected that feeling of self-worth in each other, or and you need to go into it sometimes, and the reason someone's doing it to you because a part of you is on a subconscious level is obviously wanting it from them for you to dip that low. It's like sometimes you need to go really low to come out of it, and everyone around you will do that for you. As much as at the time you think, how can you do that? How can you make me feel like that? Well, they can only reflect what a part of you is feeling like and wanting, and it's almost like it gets louder and louder and louder until you completely let go. Which I know, for example, yourself, I know you went through that big time earlier in the end of last year and the beginning of this year, and but the shift is massively obvious to people who know you.
Thank you. Basically, because we're all mirrors and teachers.
Yeah.
We're all reflecting. But isn't it the synchronicity beautiful today?
Yeah.
That I wanted to see you. I wanted to see the real Paul McDonald, the real person without any masks. And that's what's coming through. And that's beautiful. So say, because it's so important. But where do you think you picked it all up? I mean, you weren't born to think, oh, I'm not good enough, I'm not manly enough, I'm not whatever. And it's like people from the outside, they see you as this gorgeous being, this really talented, amazing man. From the out, we can see you like that. We see you as this really positive, this really intelligent being that is put together with Cecile, this beautiful positive space that we can come into, as you say, how grateful I am, a place to express all my grief, and where I was just picked up on the floor. Why can't we see ourselves as that person? Who told us that we're not amazing? What do you think? Where do you think that comes from?
I don't know. It's just sort of, do you know what? It's what I've been like asking myself, to be quite honest.
You weren't born like that. So, what messages did you pick up?
I don't know.
Who gives you these? I mean, when you think
don't know.
about,
I've always, from the minute I can remember, from the moment I can remember, I've always been strangely, well, I can only speak for myself because I don't know other people's minds, obsessively thinking. It is like, so for me, like I was born like that. For me, I can never remember feeling. I can never ever remember feeling content. There was always a wanting to do something. There was always, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain the feeling. It was obviously like a precursor to do what I'm doing now. And not that I advocate what I'm saying right now, but sometimes maybe something is there, a discomfort is in there to create change. I was reading this book called E.T. Explorers, and it was talking about in this book about using discomfort as an impetus for change, and it makes sense. And if, for example, there's various people I know who have had discomforts in their life, or they've had issues inside of them, and because of that, it's made them go into doing and learning and going and getting into all sorts. I mean, one bloke is into many different things, real highly intellectual things. He does all sorts. I won't say what, because, but he does all sorts where he's helping a lot of people, where he's all sorts to do with helping people, to do with an expert and a sport, to all sorts of stuff. And he's done that. He's learned all them things because he's had to find something to help him, maybe mask or put aside or repress certain things he does. But if you were to look at it on a bigger picture, outside of himself, everything that he's done, how that's helped other people, and it's almost like his discomforts have helped him do stuff that's helped other people. But if he didn't have them discomforts there, he maybe have just stuck with being happy sitting there in a garden, doing nothing. So it's almost, if you look at things on a broader, or whatever the word, a broader scale, I can't think of the word I'm trying to use. It's almost like how negatives and positives serve each other sometimes.
You're saying, in a way, sorry, you're saying that everything we go through molds us.
Yeah.
Makes us into that person that we need to be now in the awakening.
Yeah. I mean, for me, for example, I've tried loads of different modalities of healing, and then some of them will work, some won't, and then I always think we are going to the allotments to steal summer with.
Hang on a second. I can carry on.
So I can't remember where I was at.
Well, we were saying that everything molds us. Everything you've been through, all the difficult experience that we go through, it molds us into the person we are, because we're coming into a new consciousness, and only certain people will be able to go with us. And I think you've got to go through certain things in life to wake up.
It's like,
or without that, I don't think you can, unless you were born awake.
Well, I sit there and think that I wanted a centre that can help people, but I want to help people in many different ways, and I don't think there's one set way for one person. And I never like routine, because I don't think routine helps an individual. And I think people either need to go in themselves and really work on themselves using their own intuitive nature, which goes on to the stuff I do, or there needs to be many different ways. I don't believe you should just have one way of following things, but some people might like to. So I've been watching people for years. I watch stuff online. I watch how other therapists do things. I try and look at things, and I try and look at, well, it works for that, but then I look purposely for flaws in things, because I want to question how things work, and if there's the positive of it, but I want to look for the negatives, because there always is going to be opposites of stuff. And some people could say, "Oh, you shouldn't do that," but I think it's served me. So my thinking, analytical mind, which cursed me a lot when I was younger, has served me for what I'm doing now, because it's made me look at every aspect of something. Like, does it work? Where doesn't it work? How doesn't it work? What's the negative knock-on effect? So I'm trying to work out, like, the best forms of healing, how it works, where it could go wrong. But so it's helped me decipher and find a broad range of different healing techniques and different methods and different stuff. So if one thing don't work, another approach works.
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
And the center that we've got, which is a holistic healing center, I want it to come from that angle. Like, I want to have the different people there doing different things. Some people come in, for example, we get people what I call yogis, yoginis. A lot of the yoga women, they'll come in, or we'll have shamanic people. We'll have the goddess women who come in and they like to do things that are very feminine or orchestrated. Or you'll have people who do Reiki, or people life coaches, or people into food health, people into corporate life coaching. So you'll have so many different types, and sometimes you have to learn to almost mimic them all to be able to talk on their level. Otherwise, it's no good when you've got someone who's coming from a corporate background and I start talking about the airy, fairy, angelic side of things. Because healers, you've got so many different types of healing. You've got your clinical NLP type of healer. You've got your new age angel energy healer. You've got the shamanic healer who relies on Mother Earth and Mother Nature. They're all, if you look into it all, it's all exactly the same thing. It's just being issued or being formulated or orchestrated in a particular way to suit a particular mindset. You've got very earthy people. You've got very mind-orientated people. As we were talking with Mick yesterday, some people you have to approach from a mental, logical point of view. Some people you have to approach from a purely energetic point of view, or some people from a very heart space. So there's so many different ways of attacking inner demons. Some people are very restricted. So you've got a nice, a light approach of soothing music and just safety. Other people, they want details. They want to know how to understand something logically, whereas some people like just feeling through intuition.
But it's people, sorry to stop you there.
Yeah.
Because some people need tough love, as we know. And some people, tough love actually works really well. But we're all different. And as you say, but it's really interesting that with this new awakening, people are coming together regardless of their healing modalities.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're saying. But people seem to be connecting this huge light that has come onto the planet, this new consciousness, is people with different modalities, different healing types. They're all coming together. It's kind of like dark against light. Do you understand what I mean? They're not, because it's like we have this one focus that we want to take away something that isn't good for us. So we've all come together, and a lot of our issues, like even between us, issues have gone. Because people are connecting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
In such a big way, we know we have to do that in order to save our planet and humanity. We've let go of a lot of the issues.
I suppose we've let go of a lot of issues inside ourselves. Like stuff that, I don't know. Let's use us as a friendship, for example. Certain things which I may trigger you or you may trigger me. We're having to let go of them because they were things to do with self-worth, or am I good enough, or someone, whatever, needing attention and all that, and we sort of help each other get over it until it's gone. They're slowly fading away, thankfully. There's obviously still stuff there. We've got a long way to go of deep conditioning and traumas, whatever our disharmonics in us still bring up. But,
Sorry. So we're talking about your work at the Positivity Center, but I just want to go back again a little bit because, as I say, this is what fascinates me. Is when was your first spiritual experience? Can you actually recall that? Can you go back and recall when you would say the shift happened? Because we all have a shift.
it's funny you say that.
Mm.
I remember as a kid, I'd watch. Right, I need to readdress it. When I started getting into, like, I remember I had a stage where I got into Hinduism, and that was after I stopped the drugs and things. Or was it? I can't remember now. But anyway, there was a point where I got into Hinduism, and that got me into Krishna, and I was coming at spirituality from a religious point of view. And I remember I had these amazing meditations on Krishna. They were like, I remember having feelings of expansion and feeling like I was everything and nothing at the same time. Literally felt like I was universes. I could feel I was the size of universes. I
Sorry,
can't
can I
explain.
just ask? Sorry, Paul. Was this before you gave up?
No, this was
When you were younger?
no, because I was doing I was mixing both at the same time, so it wasn't. I thought it was, but it wasn't. And that was when I was about. Well, Shannon, my daughter's 17 and I'm 38, so she was about 3 years old. What, about 23 maybe? 22, 23, 24, around that age. And I had that, I remember I was in my bedroom and I remember having one real strong Kundalini awakening, and it was just before I had a driving lesson. And yeah, that one good. I didn't bring myself back down again. Went out into a driving lesson, span out into the universe. And,
Bang bang.
yeah, it was cool. But it was more the one where I had this expanse feeling. But that wasn't the first time I had it. It was when I had it afterwards. I sat there and I thought, I knew I've had this feeling before, and I remembered that I used to feel that. But I didn't realise it was a spiritual experience. I remember when I was must have been about 7 or 8, or not, between 7 and 10, maybe 6 and 10. I would watch Star Wars, and then I would go upstairs, and I remember I would like close my eyes, and it was the end of Star Wars. You know, at the end of, or the beginning, the end of Star Wars, where you've got space when you've got the lines going through it, like time, warp speed sort of lines. And at the end, it used to move up like that with the credits, like it was in space. And I remember I wanted to sort of mimic that. And I remember I'd close my eyes and I would see something like that with my eyes. And then I would push lightly on my eyes and I'd start seeing all these, it was like blackness, but then there would be these white little flicks.
Yeah, I did that.
Shapes and lines.
Yeah.
And then
I don't understand when you close your eyes. How can you actually see it?
yeah, it was strange. And I remember I would then go under the cover and I'd put myself in complete blackness and I was meditating. I was just concentrating on the blackness that I could in my eyes, or that I couldn't see nothing. I would concentrate on just that, and I remember having that feeling back when I was about 6 or so. I was having these expanded states of consciousness at the age of 7 years old without realizing what. And I remember having this sort of like whoop feeling that you get when you're asleep. Sometimes you get that feeling where you feel like you've dropped. I would
Yeah.
have, and it would make me. I remember thinking, "Whoa, I feel a bit weird," or I felt dizzy or disorientated, but not knowing what I was doing.
So that was probably
That was
the first. It's
yeah,
really strange you should say that because as a child I used to do that a lot, and I kept seeing beautiful colors and shapes and patterns, and I kept thinking, well, how can I see them? My eyes are closed. And so, but I never, related to it the same way as you did. I just colors and things.
just remember thinking there was some connection between wanting us about Star Wars and space. I remember having experiences where I would sit there and think, what's like we've got God's created everything, and then I would think, well, who created God? And I'd really and I'd really feel into it. And I remember it was like, whoa, I'd freak out. I'd have a bit of a panic attack because it was so strange. And I remember thinking, well, like what created life? Well, what was before life? And then I'd have that sort of really lucid feeling where it's almost like I questioned myself out of this matrix of what I don't use matrix in the terms of like the system. I mean matrix in the terms of the life illusion. It's almost like I jumped outside of that safety net of general life of going along, and I remember I think, whoa, what is life? What's outside the planet? Space. Well, what's space inside of? And it would be like, you know, when you really feel that thought, what's inside, you know, it really opens your mind up. I think that is maybe sort of where a lot of things started. Now I look back, because once you have them sort of realizations or them sort of moments, you can't go back. You open up something. I'm not sure what. You open some sort of thought process up, or subconscious thought process up, or whatever we are. You expand some sort of state of awareness in you just from that one thought, and then it's always there. And then I suppose it makes you question everything then.
So obviously you couldn't talk to your friends about this.
It was more, I'd have it in like moments where I'd be sat. I always remember I'd be sat in a certain seat. I remember being sat in my, you know, like when you have your designated seat with your mum and dad in your house, that they have. It'd be my mum's seat when she wasn't there, or being sat there. And just remember being sat in my mum's chair and having that experience, thinking, oh, what created God, or what's outside of space? You know, where does that stop? Freak out. And I don't know why it freaked me out. That's the one thing I'm curious, why it freaked me out. Why does that freak us out when we get to something where we go, oh, why do we freak out?
Why do you think so?
Don't know. It's almost like because you lose an identity thing. And I think
even as a child, why would it freak you out as a child when you start to get these experiences? Because you can't analyze it the same way as you could as an adult, but then you just have to go on Facebook now and you can join a group. What could you do when you were that age? You know,
exactly.
Difficult, was it? It was different then, wasn't it?
Just left with it in my own head. It's not something. Yeah. It wasn't at that age. I didn't like sort of go out and really talk about it. But then I remember like stuff like supernatural stuff, like ghost stories and things being really like mysterious. And then now, you know, I got to a stage where I started going into mediumship stuff, and it's almost like I look back now and think, why did I ever find that scary? Or most people believe in stuff like that, but they don't. They believe in it from a very. It's almost like an internal knowing, but then they won't look into it anymore. They won't. How would you explain it? Everyone believes in ghosts, or most people believe in ghosts, but they're more from a mysterious humour, or I can't explain it. They believe into it until it really gets into it, and then they go, "Oh no, it's rubbish." But everyone has an inkling. It's a bit like when people get close to death's doorstep, and then they'll believe in God. Then, as if there's a slight bit of belief in people, even if they don't believe in stuff. There's some dormant bit in them that does know that there's more.
Okay, so what do you believe happens when you die?
What do I believe happens when you die?
Yeah.
You've got to. You're not just this body, are you? You can't be.
Do you believe this inside? Is there anything that you can
prove it?
That you believe, not that you just think or other people have told you?
No, it's more of a case of when you have experiences of like, for example, when I got into mediumship stuff, I used to be into a mediumship circle or self-development circle to do with psychic awareness or telepathic stuff, and exercising that's what you do when you're in the circle. You focus on exercising it, getting yourself more receptive, more sensitive to feeling stuff through self-awareness, through meditation, through journeying, through asking each other questions, through it's almost like self-awareness exercises, stroke. What do they do in scientific labs? Evidence tests. So you'll be testing each other through stuff, asking questions. For example, I remember doing an open platform once where you go up and you sort of try mediumship. And I remember saying to a woman, "Oh, you was in London at a birthday and you fell. It was near Trafalgar Square." I said, "And you had an accident. You sort of twisted your ankle because you was wearing these big high heels." And she said, "Yeah." And another time with Cecile's, my partner's friends in France, I give him a reading, and I remember telling him stuff about a fight he had with his best friend when he was younger, something to do with his nan, a particular mirror he had in his house, or loads of different stuff. And it was all true. And it was more of a test at the time, just to see how it works. And it wasn't, I've never been so bothered like, look what I can do. It was more to get them to realise that it's possible. And yeah, so you sort of got to ask yourself, well, how do I know that? If I'm part of this physical body, how do I know, or how can I dip into something that happened to this bloke when he was younger? Or for example, my mum, she had an experience, I can't remember what time it was when the Olympics were on a few years ago.
Tell us about that.
She watched something that wasn't on until live 2 days later, 3 hours of TV. She sat up all at night watching it. Told my dad the next day that the blonde woman won on the Olympics. And my dad went on to tell her it couldn't have. It ain't on until live tomorrow. And she says, "Well, I bloody watched it." And anyway, the next day or 2 days later, they watched it live. And my mum ended up commentating moment by moment the next 3 hours before it happened. So how can I pick up on something?
Isn't it? Sorry,
So,
that's like time travel.
yeah, but it's outside of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's outside of you. Like you're picking up on stuff outside of you that's not you, that's not in your physical body. You know, you're witnessing and picking up. Or for example, you would talk to someone about someone who's passed away, and you talk about certain ailments or certain feelings or things that the person had wrong with them. And you know it because you get given the feeling to feel yourself very slightly, or you'll get a slightly heady feeling. You'll think, oh, the person had they suffered with headaches, for example, or extreme headaches. You could be willy-nilly and say, well, everyone does, but it would be stuff that was very prominent, like someone who would suffer with a particular thing often. So you'd put that across to them, and then they'd end up saying, yeah. Well, how do you know that?
Basically, your clairsentience, because you feel. But the thing is, you're an empath, and your clairsentience. How does it make you feel when you know all this incredible stuff and people can't take it on board? Does it really? It must really frustrate you.
I suppose that's been part of the thing, really. Part of the I don't like using the word problem, but I suppose in the past that's been part of the problem, and even to a degree now, it can be like that. For example, I remember having one morning where I felt absolutely rubbish. I felt terrible, and I remember saying to my partner, I want to get. I mean, luckily she knows what I'm about and what I do, so she sort of rides away. But I remember saying to her one morning, "Oh, get away with me," and I just said to her, she was sat opposite me, and I said, "I just want to push you and push you and push you away." I mean, that's a negative experience in a way, perceived negative. And I remember saying to her, "I want to push you, and I want to just keep pushing you away, like pushing." And then like half hour later, my brother phones up and says that his girlfriend's just give birth. So what happens when you're giving birth? The mum really just wants to push that baby out. Or I had it where I felt terrible, really terrible, and then I was told that my mum and dad said their dog had died. It's just, I mean, people could say, oh, well, you could say that for anything, but I've had it where I remember a particular day saying, oh, I felt really trapped, really trapped inside myself. It was a suffocating feeling. And someone went on. I don't have a TV, so I don't watch the news, and I don't want to. A friend of mine told me, oh well, there were a load of Chinese people were in a lorry. They stuck in a lorry, suffocated. Um, so it's almost like you get, the more you connect yourself or become aware of your connection with everything, the more you feel everything. But then consciousness is a broad thing. Like I said, if I picked up from stuff in the past, my mum's picked up from stuff in the future, then that goes to show that future at some level already exists because she's experienced it before it happened. And that goes to say, well, if stuff in the future has already happened, and my mum's picked up on it through a visual element and watched it visually, who's to say you can't pick up and experience the sensation and feelings of things before they happen? So sometimes you experience stuff that have got nothing to do with your direct life, yet you're experiencing it, but then you'll sit there and you may associate that feeling with something that's going on in your life.
Because we're all connected.
Yeah.
Basically connected. And I mean, I've had experiences like that. I knew my mum had died. It was very strange. I just did an audition for Britain's Got Talent, I think, and for some, I sang "You'll Never Walk Alone," which was my mum's favourite song. And then I walked out of there, and I just knew my mum died. I knew.
Yeah.
And my husband called me and said, "Mum just died." It's like, I know what you mean. You pick stuff up, you feel a bit, because you're an empath and because we're all so connected. So it's very interesting what you said about people do get that. You know, we can't control the emotions that we get. So if you feel when you're around Giselle, or if anybody is around someone, I don't want to be here, I don't want them here, I want to push them away, something's coming up, they're mirroring, they're showing you something as well about yourself that you can't deal with. Maybe they're trying to wake something up inside you.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes
how do you use that for people? As I say, a lot of people who are waking up are going to start feeling triggered all over the place. I mean, look at it. Look at what the news is throwing at them. There's confusion. There's everything's coming up at the same time. So what would be your advice to people, newly awakened people that are getting triggered all over the place? Because you and I know how that feels. I know how I deal with it. How do you deal with it?
going back to what I started talking about earlier, I suppose using modalities. But me, I'm all about like using your own. Like your body knows how you need to deal with something. Your body's got its own sort of conscious intelligence. It knows how to get you out of something. But you've got to ask it. It's almost like it's a lesson for you, and it's a lesson for you to go through to experience how you're going to deal with something, help you until you've decided you want that help, because it's a lesson. And it is a lesson about how you're going to react to something. It must be, because I can't see evolution quite being the case, because if the future's already happened, there's nothing to evolve to. So it's almost like you're not going to really change anything, but you can change. With the future's already happened, how can you change it? But you can change your perception of things. It's such a vast thing. Once you start getting into consciousness, it's deep land. But just from that one aspect, I mean, this isn't the absolute truth what I'm saying, because there's a whole other different areas or ways of looking at it. But for example, if something's already happened and you can't, it's going to happen the way it's going to happen. You can't change how it's going to happen, but you can change how you perceive it, and by changing it and how you feel and experience it. So, for example, I'm having a certain thing happen. I call it like an echo in time, basically. That's always going to happen, but each time you sort of deal with it in a different way. So, for example, something comes up which triggers a certain feeling in me, and which my neurology knows that particular feeling and links that with other past stuff. Then I'll start going into a whole extreme of all different experiences, and it will all get out of hand. Oh, feelings of self, everything any memory or anything related to that particular negative feeling will start shooting off in my head. And then it becomes a whole load of different stuff. And then I start attaching that to do with all stories in my head. But that's when you start going into your head, into thought patterns. So the best way is to get out of that is to go into a moment. And the best way to go into the moment for me is it's almost like an internal NLP in the basis of like neuro-linguistic programming, which is you stop that neural pathway before it like goes crazy. And the best way to do that
is that where your music comes in?
for me, yeah, because music, when I do music, I'm so in the music, I'm not thinking anymore. It's just purely about feeling. And then I can also, if I've got a negative feeling, I channel that into the music. And then by channeling it into the music, I sort of not only stop that particular feeling, I use it to feed. It's almost like energy is energy, and I'll use that emotion to feed whatever music I'm creating. And I always have it in my head that whatever I'm creating is positive. So even if I'm having a negative feeling, it's going to be used to create a positive outcome.
Yeah. So is that the answer, Paul, to find your talents and your creativity,
so.
be able to deal with these blocks and
a lot of the blocks
or these emotional things coming up?
I'm butting in, didn't I? It almost comes like full circle. It's like the very things that give you your issues are the very thing that you use to get out the issues, which is all about self-expression. It's basically we're learning to completely express and embody our absolute pure being, which is when in present moment being is being yourself and expressing yourself exactly how you need to in the most productive, positive way possible. And if you don't do that, you feel stagnant. And then because you feel stagnant, you feel resentful. Then you get annoyed at people. Then you project it because maybe people who do that. And you'll feel jealous. Then you'll feel upset because and then it goes down. It just goes in a vicious circle. So be yourself as much as possible. And which then goes on to what it is I do with being yourself. The whole idea of what I do is sort of getting people to go into their intuition, to learn about themselves, to feel what they feel inside, to let up all of the rubbish that isn't them, which has created blocks in them. And once they let that out, then it almost sort of, as they let the stuff out that's blocking them, it's almost like their real self is tethered behind it, and that comes through afterwards. So they've unblocked all of that stuff, all that stagnancy, all that conditioning, all of that repression. Then the real them can come through. But then you've got to work on. Then they may have like embarrassments, they may have fears. So it's about getting them back into their body, out of their head, which is saying and thinking fear, thinking embarrassment, thinking about, oh, what about this, what about that? Stay in your body, stay in your breath, get out of your mind and just express and feel and be and do. And then the more they nourish that, the more they tend to that, the more they strengthen and empower that until it becomes a natural thing to be themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, what I love about your work is it's very similar to the way I work, as you say, because people are different and everyone needs something different. So you have the music, which is part of an aspect that you work with, and then you work with light and sound and vibrations. But I love when you combine everything together and you do your medicine man thing that I call, your shaman thing, where you literally heal using the light, the sound, the vibrations, the singing. You go up and down the chakras, and it's just an incredible experience. But so how do you feel about using that with people, different types of people? How can you use all those incredible skills and talents? Because as we say, different people are different and unique. And so how can you, the word I'm looking for is,
how can you create something that is going to be effective for everyone, but maybe in a different way? Do you know what I mean? Like,
When I'm
tailor it. How can you tailor it?
well, this is
That's what I'm trying to ask.
this is exactly what my whole emphasis of tailoring and intuition. With people, when you're, I don't want to teach. I want to hold space for allowing people to find their own technique. So it's about, and I call it biodynamics. I've sort of labelled it and called it. It's like the word
Biodynamics, did you say?
biodynamics. It's a bit of a word
What
play.
does that mean?
A bit of a word play of bio, which you've got. Bio means life. If you know when you've got biology, biochemical, biophysical, like everything comes under that term bio. Bio means life, basically. And to me, life stands for, you know, the LIFE. For me, is logical, intuitive information for everyone. Logical and intuitive, because they've both got, you know, the yin yang thing. They've both got their for everyone, and everyone's got it within them. So you want, my whole emphasis is to get people into exploring and becoming aware of their own self modalities, which is the whole process of it. Everyone's got it in them. Everyone's connected to the same source. Everyone's got that intelligence, that consciousness in them. So everyone's got their own way of doing things. And that was for years. I wasn't happy with everything, with anything, because I thought, I don't like that. I don't want to do that because I don't just like doing that. I'll read a book and think, loads of people I know, they'll read a book and then they can't match everything in that book, and they'll get frustrated and think there's something wrong with them. And then they'll get onto another book and do the same thing and think, well, maybe you're supposed to just take a little bit from that book, a little bit from that, a little bit from that person, because that's what you need. Because you're not just that, you're not their story. When someone shares, if I was to share a book called Biodynamics by Paul McDonald, that's not going to resonate with everyone. Because that's my, as a whole thing, that's my thing. But I'm going to share that to inspire other people. But then they may take 2 pages out of it, which they need. They may take 2 pages out of a Tony Robbins book, 2 pages out of an inspiration from your material. And that, what's the book you're in?
To stay sane. Oh, sorry, Simply Amazing.
Simply Amazing. That's the one. Let's plug it. Okay.
They sell it at the shop. Don't worry, I already told people.
I'll tell them again. So people like
Chapter 8.
But that way you're formulating. That's what we all do. We take little bits of information, take stuff, and we accumulate our own belief system. And it is our belief system. You could say it could be others, but you're taking a reflection of what you believe. But you don't have to be everything. You don't have to resonate completely everything with like Muji or with Dr. Wayne Dyer or this and that. You get inspired to what you get inspired with, and anything outside of that isn't meant for you, and there's nothing wrong with that. You need to find you're okay with what you want, and don't think you've got to be this person or be that structure. It's basically about helping people find their own sort of self-tailoring.
So you basically see people holistically. You're looking at their mind, their body, their spirit, their stress levels, their past. When they see you, because your intuition is so strong, you probably already see them and you think, oh, I know what that person needs. I know, because you've got such a strong intuition already.
This is the thing with like there's stuff I want to do on group level, which is the biodynamic stuff, which are group classes, but that's different. That's a group thing. We can do one-to-one. But when it comes to like a hands-on therapy or session, it's always completely different. And I always like the idea. I don't like going with a set modality because that isn't always good. I want to be completely present with what consciousness needs at that time and moment. And you can't get any more focused and stronger than the conscious flow and needs of what the person needs at that particular time. And if you stay open, I've practiced and got certifications in Reiki and other things, but it's they may need more than that. So I just allow myself over the years to grow open to as many different healing modalities which my body naturally is capable of doing. And so I allow myself just to be an open reflection of what they an open channel of completely what they need, and I won't distinguish, or I won't what's the word I'm using? I won't put anything aside. For example, someone may come in and they're different to the person who came in half an hour ago, and the format would be slightly different. There may be someone who comes in for some healing, and and I always ask people, what number do you want? What light do you want? And I ask them to go with their intuition, because their intuition knows what they need.
This is the bed.
Yeah, this is all of it. You've got three different sectors. You've got the light, the lucid light. You've got the vibroacoustic therapy bed, and you've got the music that I do and the healing that I do. They're all separate things, but people can have them all together.
And it's a water bed. It's a water bed. Isn't it? So it's conducive.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
you've got the vibroacoustic therapy is basically, yeah, like you said, it's a water bed, but it's a heated water bed, so you really penetrate you. I mean, like you said,
it's lovely and warm.
it's lovely, and you've got that floaty feeling. It's almost like a dry flotation tank. It's a dry flotation tank, but it's even more different because you've got the wobble in it. When you're in a tank, you're in the water, but this thing you're on top of the water, so you've got that.
Yeah. Because when you go into flotation tank, you could be, if you're claustrophobic. I can't go in one of those because if you're claustrophobic, it's a bit scary. But when you lie on that bed, you're just in a room and it's wide open, so there's nothing to be worried about. So.
Exactly, and you don't get wet. You don't have to be in the dark, and it's a slightly different feeling as well. And the fact you can't. Well, I suppose you can have vibration in the tank, but it's vibration that's the most important thing. You're getting it's basically, so it's a vibroacoustic table. So you've got a vibroacoustic table where you've got the sound coming through vibration, and the bed is made out of a very acoustic wood that really carries the vibration. Then on top of the bed, you've got a liquid water bed. Liquid water bed. It is liquid. You've got the heated water bed, which they call the liquid sound bed, and that. So you think you're on that bed, it's warm, it's already penetrating the body anyway. It sort of wraps itself around you because you're sinking into it a bit, and then the vibration comes through, and it carries that vibration out. That your skin is your biggest organ. It's one big organism all over your body, and it is an organ. So you think every part of your skin is taken in and being penetrated by that particular vibration. And that could be any vibration. That could be for anxiety, that could be for invigoration, because it's the vibration that in particular what you need is the main thing. So not only do you feel relaxed through the general vibratory experience, you also get that particular vibration which you've chose. And there's different vibrations. There's different frequencies. Some of them are for confidence, some are for focus, some for empowerment. So your body's being penetrated and with that particular frequency of vibration, which is a particular brainwave state.
So, you're in very good company because President Trump is talking a lot, particularly about light and how healing light can be. So can you explain to us, how does the light and sound work? I mean, why does it work? What's the principle behind it?
It basically works on changing or creating a particular brainwave pattern, a particular brainwave. Like you've got a brainwave state, like you've got Schumann frequency, which is what the Earth resonates at, what they call the Schumann frequency. I can't remember quite what it is, 500 something, 70.
Yeah, Jordan Safer talks a lot about
and maybe I'm wrong about the particular resonance, but it's easy enough to look it up if you Google it, the Schumann frequency. and the earth vibrates at that particular frequency, and our hearts should match that particular frequency. But there's so many electrical appliances and things and electromagnetic things going on with phones and with a lot of stuff that we do need to a degree. But as is everything, you've got the negative and positive. And what it's done is it's took us out of our natural vibrational state. Even women who wear high heel shoes, you're not connecting so much with the vibration of the earth. If you're walking barefoot, you feel more connection with the earth because you've got the electromagnetism. You're closer. Your skin has got that. You've got the electronics in your skin. You connect with the earth. And when you look at like deer and animal when they're out in the field, they're so content. We always look at deers and animals and you think, how can they be happy just sat there in a field? Well, because they're not in their head. They're just
Cats, you just have to look at them.
Yeah.
Sleep all the time.
Because they're connected. They're out barefoot. More so wild animals because they're connected barefoot with nature, with the earth. Okay. And then you've got the core of the earth, which is a magnetic part of nature that basically draws them down into the heartbeat.
So it grounds. So basically you're saying that the light and the sound keeps you more grounded, more connected to the earth.
It can do whatever you
feel better in the body.
Well, it can do whatever you need really, because it creates particular frequencies. So you can have ones for either focusing, because they've obviously, the person who's created these particular technologies, they've worked out through testing and through experience, I suppose, they've worked out what particular, for example, when someone's focused, that may be a particular frequency. Or when someone's more receptive, that's a hypnagogic state. And the hypnagogic state, I think, don't hold me on this, is it may be the theta state. You've got alpha, theta.
All right. So you go into trance in some way, and then the body can relax a lot more. So what conditions can you heal? I'm not saying healing. What conditions can you support with the light and sounds?
Anxiety.
You say
you can help anxiety because you can relax people. The breathing gets more relaxed. The mind slows down. They're in a more relaxed, meditative state where they can just go into their body and get out of their mind, which is a massive thing for some people. Some people who may have insomnia. Insomnia is generally just where the body's holding on to so much stress. They can't sleep because their subconscious is screwing around with them. So again, that's linked with anxiety. I suppose you have anxiety, and then after so much anxiety and stress and depression, you then get insomnia because it affects your subconscious in your sleep. So you can help with that as well, because you allow the mind to stop, which takes them into a hypnagogic, relaxed state. I mean, many people, including yourself, fall asleep on the bed because they're that relaxed. Sometimes it's awkward because you have to, obviously, if you've got various people coming after or you've got a time limit, you've got to wake them up. But generally, I'll try and give them like 5 minutes after, as if they do fall asleep. I think I'll let their body really take the nourishment. But then they find that they get better sleep that evening because their body's still in that relaxed state. I think you yourself said the same thing. You've got someone who wanted more focus. This person was a man I know who helps people with logistics, helps people, coaches them on business, and he had a go on it, and he went on a particular setting which was for focus, and he was feeling a bit tired, a bit foggy-headed before he went on it, and it was someone who was actually helping us on a business program, and he went and had a go, and then he come out, and then afterwards he said he felt a lot more sharper, a lot more focused. There's a particular brainwave state for that, which is a very, I don't know if it's stimulated, but it was just a focused one. Then you've got other ones which are good for affirmations, and it was a lady we know. She works for a brand, which they sell stuff. They want to sell the brand, so they need to really talk the brand to people, but they need to have a lot of confidence for it. I think she worked. I can't remember what company it was for. It was either something like Arborn or Tropic or the one with that cactus. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, that doesn't matter. And she wanted to become a manager, and she said, "I want to just have more confidence." And she said, "I said, is there anything you would like me to say to you? Because it's one for affirmations, which for affirmations is basically you're more receptive. Your brain state is more receptive for you for believing something and for creating a certain thought pattern in your head. Hence why it says it's good for affirmations on this particular program." So I asked her, "Is there anything you want me during, as you're on the bed, your subconscious is going to be more receptive so I can plant seeds. So is there any particular sentence or word you want me to keep suggesting to you?" And she said, "I want you to keep calling me a diamond manager." I think I went a little bit further than that. I sort of really hyped it up and
You're in trance, basically. Sorry, Paul, you're going into trance.
yeah,
Of course, the subconscious is going to be
yeah.
to taking on new ideas.
It's the subconscious which is the overruling thing a lot of the time.
Oh, yeah.
Of seeding and rewiring and changing and planting positive stuff in her subconscious, which I did. And I kept saying, "You're a diamond manager. See yourself doing this. See yourself feeling this way." I really went into it with her while she was on the light. And I also had the music for this particular one. There's the music I do as well. And the music was a very uplifting, epic type music. You know, the sort of music you get on these life coaching videos where it's like just uplifting.
And you compose all of this yourself?
Yeah, I create the music as well, which was sequences.
And you sing?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
The different things, again, a bit like the light, I'll do it for different things. I've got stuff that's for bringing up emotion, stuff that's good for invigoration, stuff that's good for putting you in a real spaced out. Some people just want a spacey experience, something out of this world. So stuff for that. There's some more dense, tense music, which is good for putting people into their fear zone, so they can really go into their fear and get past it. And but they'll only get what they need. I'll only give what they need, and the session will bring about exactly what people need individually.
That was kind of leading to the next question, which we kind of talked about the other day, is because I feel that when I've gone on there in distress last year, when I had a lot of grief and stuff, after the session, I was completely detached. I felt amazing. But then even if I came off the bed and I didn't feel like that, then I know I can deal with it because I know it's healing. So what would you say to someone who is going through mental health issues? Is there a way to prepare them that they may have what you call the Hexmeister thing, where you get side effect, you can get a healing crisis. I'm probably saying it completely wrong. A healing crisis. Like when you go, you can have reflexology or acupuncture, and then for a few days later, you may not feel that good because your body's adjusting and everything's coming up. So if you've got, like, as I'm saying, new people who have anxiety or mental health issues, is it possible that they may get a healing crisis after using the bed? And if so, what would you be your suggestion? How do they do it?
Completely possible, because with any healing modality, sometimes you can have something that can be great at the time, but it brings stuff up which needs to come up, that repressed stuff which subconsciously sabotages things. So it's like, you could say, "Oh, I don't want to go on it then, I'm a bit fearful of that," but do you want subconscious stuff ruling your life, or do you want it up and out the way? It can hurt, but it's a worthy, it's worth going through. And this is where the biodynamic stuff comes into. The biodynamic stuff, for example, it cuts into that, so that would bring stuff up. You'll have hurt. For example, not saying it always does, but for example, one case, if it brings something up, you're feeling disharmonious, you're not feeling great, you're feeling painful. Well, then you want to channel that negative energy that you may be feeling and transmute it into something positive, and at the same time you want to change the neurology that's attached to that particular emotion that is brought up. So you're not suppressing it, you're actually using it to feed something creative and expressive. And what I do is with the biodynamic stuff is basically sound and movement, and just really allowing you to go in the moment. For example, you're not feeling great, so you go into your breath, and then you just ask your body to respond and do whatever it needs to do. And it may be particular movements, it may be this, but don't question it, you just go with it. And we've got an electromagnetic field around the body which they call a biofield, and that's connected. I mean, it's different. You've got about 7 of these different fields, and they're all different electromagnetic fields, and they're related to do with different chakras in the body. And if it's something that's come up where you've got issues to do with communication, that would be your throat, for example. So that would be to do you either you don't communicate enough, or no one listens to you, or you talk too much, and but people won't listen. Anything to do with communication issues. That could be stemming from stuff from when you were younger, where someone didn't listen to you when you were 4 years old, and that stuck with you, and then that ends up carrying on a pattern. And then that may be build up and build up and build up, and then when you go on the light or go have a particular healing modality, that brings that up because it needs to come up to be cleared. So you're feeling that particular communication issue. So it may be you need to, for example, you need to clear that through sound. And you just allow yourself to do it. So the whole idea is you just coach people into allowing their body to move in a way that it just needs to move. You may feel like you need to just go, oh, or do that particular tone. Go with it. It may change. You may feel like doing any type of movement. It may not even be a movement. You may suddenly, as long as you're asking your intuition may say, well, start to, I don't know, draw circles on a piece of paper. Just go and do it. Don't question
Creativity.
it. Just go and do it. And don't question it. Just go and do it. And then by doing it, you're getting your it's almost like NLP. You're getting your brain out of what the negative thought pattern. But you're not suppressing the emotion. You're actually, it's almost like you're letting it out through the activity, because this is the idea of it. But you're changing the neurological process that attaches to it, because you're focusing it and releasing at the same time. So it's 2 pluses, 2 positives. And for example, with I can't remember where I was going with that now.
We were talking about how people could deal with anything that happens after they come off the bed. But I mean, what I love about your work is you really do know what you're talking about. You really research everything. You understand it, and you can really, really explain it. And it's so important, you know.
Funny you say that. Some people, like, sometimes it's people get lost in the science of it all. It's almost like some people may understand the way I put it, but other people may get lost.
I think the way you put it today is actually quite down to earth.
Yeah, and it's almost it's quite simple, I suppose. I'm just trying to give it the full explanation of it, but it's just go with an intuitive feeling all the time. If you feel like you want more energy, ask your body to give you what you need for that, and allow your body to respond in whatever way it wants to. But this is where people get stuck, because it may be that they want to sit, their body may want to respond in coming out of real high-pitched noises, but I don't want to do that. What are people going to think of me?
Again, we're coming back to what are people going to think? And we do need to let go of that. That is one of the biggest things we need to let go of, because in order to heal, I remember a couple of weeks ago when this lockdown started, and I decided to sit with myself, and I was meditating. And the first voice that came up was someone in my family, my sister. And it was, oh, why are you doing that? You know, go and get a job, do this, you know, whatever. And I thought, okay, I get it now. It's someone put this into me and kept going on and on and on at me. And I thought, well, no, I'm not interested. I'm just going to put that aside. I have a right to feel my feelings. I have the right to let this come up. This is my life, not their life. And I think that's what you've got to do now. You've got to. You've got to let it all come up.
Just got to do it. And this is
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
the centre is, the whole idea is it's out in the middle of the countryside. We're not in a high street anywhere. We're out in the middle of nowhere. So we've got nature all around us. And in the hall, it really echoes. It really echoes. So you get that good biofeedback. So if you let out something, you get to feel the echo that makes it even stronger. So you really feel what you've let out. And that seems to add to it. And it's a place you can do that. If you've got nowhere where you can't go out in the middle of the field because that everyone walks their dogs, and because at the moment it seems odd, doesn't it, in general society for someone to be out screaming in the field. You can't do it at home because you don't want to scare your kid or your toddler, because you can't explain it to them, because you just can't, because they associate screaming with pain or with being attacked or whatever. So you need somewhere where you can feel safe enough to completely let go. That's what the positivity centre was primarily for, is for you to be able to have somewhere where you can release. I don't care what comes out. I want people to release what they need to release. And if that's a scream at the top of their head, do it.
It's amazing what you're doing. It's a freedom to be able to do that. And
Yeah.
sorry to stop you there, but I was also thinking about, if we go back to childhood, when I watch you with Willow, and you let her be herself. You know, as a parent, it's just amazing to be able to let a child be themselves, feel their feelings, because that's your way of you and Cecile are parenting, I presume.
Well, she certainly does. It was a bit again like we were talking about the other day. She in the middle of the night, she'll scream. She'll wake up and she will release. And a bit like again what Mick was suggesting, because she does it. Kids do it more in the middle of the night. They call it night terrors, but it's more they're in a more of a, you're in a more of a relaxed state. So all that subconscious stuff, all that collective consciousness stuff that we all pick up on, you're filtering it out. And at night, she's in such a relaxed state, it comes up. I think that's what happens, and she releases. I mean, you can't even, the sound is so raw, and she projects it. She purposely, she's doing it to release.
Does she feel better in the morning, do you think, after that?
She feels better straight after she's done it. Straight after, she feels better straight after she's done it. If it'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning, she'll do it. And sometimes you're like, at the beginning we panic and think, oh God, something's going on, or she's not well, or you know, you can even think, oh, she's possessed, because it's that like strong. But it is just they're in such a, they've got their bodies in such a deep sleep, relaxed state. Whatever needs to surface, their body, it needs to come up and come out from the subconscious. That when they're asleep, the subconscious awakes up and it allows them to click into that place which lets out that repressed subconscious stuff, and the collective consciousness stuff as well, which what we're dipping into more and more now. So it's not just her stuff; she's filtering out what she's picking up on from the the collective consciousness. And if you don't have that releasement, you go mad. I mean, that's what dreams are for. If you don't dream, dreams are there to basically play out fears, play out stuff. That's why you get the dreams where you're running, and because you're feeling that inside. So the dream almost gives you some sort of releasement by doing that in the dream. Because we may be stuck in our life, we can't do it. So, but when she does have these episodes afterwards, she has a little cry, because it's a lot of energy, I think, that she's releasing.
It's scary for her.
It's not comfortable, but she lets it out. And there's no point me stopping that. Why do I want to block that? Or why do I want to tell her, don't do that? Because I'm the creator. I'm then going to create a repressed problem, and then she will repress her emotions.
Yeah.
Well, why not do it? Let it come out. If it's when you sit there, and when you like, I went out in the field recently, and I let out a lot. It was a very windy day, and I thought, because we got a private field on the land we're on, so I can do that. And I go right to the end, and I'm only facing the trees, so no one can hear, and the sound's directed at the trees. The trees soak it all up, and they do what's best with it because they're nature. But I really let out every gut raw emotion I can let out. Sometimes it sounds like a war cry, or it sounds like I'm being murdered. And I can really feel into everything and let it out. And sometimes it just won't stop. And I sit there and think, there's so much there that I'm hearing when I let it out. Where am I holding that in my body before I let it out? And if you don't let that out, that's a lot. Because afterwards you feel exhausted, so you've expelled so much energy. If I'm not expelling that, where the hell is that going in my body? So every single person that can't go out and expel that energy that they take in, they get irritated at work all day, their boss will annoy them, they'll feel annoyed because they're not happy with what they're doing, because they're repressed, they're not happy with this, and they hold it all in. That's gonna end up manifesting as a heart problem, or this problem or that problem, because it's energy and we're made up of energy. We're energy beings. Our cells are just energy. Atoms that we are made up of are just energy. And if you hold all that energy in and that's not coming out, and you don't have any way of letting it out, I mean, what is that going to do? What effect is that going to have on the body?
Exactly.
What effect is that going to have in the atmosphere in the house? An atmosphere, that the words say, oh, atoms, sphere, circle, radiance. If you're in your house and you're feeling that much energy inside you, you're going to some degree, your electromagnetic field of your body is going to resonate that energy, and then people in the house are going to pick up on it, and then they'll reflect it back. And then you won't like what they're reflecting back at you for you to feel, to notice it. And unless you notice it, you're just going to keep getting it reflected at you. And then you're going to affect everyone around you. They're going to affect you. And it's just going to become a mess. Because everyone's repressing stuff because they're too scared of what people will think.
Yeah.
It needs to be released. We need to express ourselves. It's all about letting go and letting out. It's either releasing what you've got in you, which is stagnant energy, repressed stuff, emotions that need to come out, and also releasing and expressing your natural gifts. Both of them, if you don't release them or you don't express it, you're screwed. But you're screwing yourself. You literally are.
This is what you're bringing together at the Positivity Centre.
Yeah, we're basically a space where
do it in a safe way.
A space where people can release years worth of stagnant rubbish which they've stored up in their liver, you can release it, to learn about it, to learn about how the different chakras, how the different energy points, how the different organs, how everything's interconnected, and how repressed stuff affects the body. So they're learning, they can come to release, and they can also come and learn how to be themselves and express themselves.
And you know what, Paul, also what I love about this is you're a multi-dimensional human being, or you're a multi-dimensional being like I am. You can't be stuck in just one thing or another. When you're called to do your music, you do your music. When you're called to do the healing, you do the healing. And the same, everyone needs to tap into themselves and find out what it is that puts them together. You don't have to be stuck in one thing or another. And I really do. I feel that that's the beauty of it, is you've brought it all to one space in the Positivity Centre. People can even go there once the lockdown is over, and they can have the best ever old chocolates and things like that, and buy these I was showing before the crystals that you sell, and all the beautiful things, of course. Simply amazing. There we go again. Chapter 8, and the cards, and it's also a really good place to meet people. I've made some extraordinary friends through yours.
But this is the thing, yeah. You've got like-minded people that support you in doing it, and we've got the library as well, which is, I can't remember the name of the lovely fella. You might know him, the bald bloke who goes to Janine's Mind Body Spirit fairs.
Oh, Doug Buckingham?
No, another chap,
Nigel.
A tall chap. Anyway, there's a lovely chap who donated loads of books to us, all different holistic health, alternative health, natural alternatives, I won't say alternative, integrative stuff, because they should all be integrated together. Even aspects of even aspects of mainstream, they need to be acknowledged that they do work, but you need to be holistic. And the library is basically all of that. And there's so many different things to different like types of people, shamanic minded people, life coaches. People, there's so much for people that they can come and look at. Come and sit in the cafe once this is all over. Come and have a drink, meet like-minded people. If there's nothing going on in the hall, go in there and dance if you need to dance. Shout if you need to shout. Let it out. Do whatever you need to do. Yeah, or booking a therapy on the bed, hypnagogic light. It's all there basically. We've got everything there to help people be themselves, to let go. I sort of break it down. You've got we offer pre-medicinal services, which is like the biodynamic sort of stuff where you're helping people be themselves so they don't get in a disharmonious state. But then we've also got the stuff there which is the therapies and the treatments to help people who are already past that, people who need to release stuff. So you've got pre-medicinal activities and post-medicinal treatments to help people get into a place where they can then start to incorporate the pre-medicinal activities to stop them getting disharmonious again, to allow them to keep their body free flowing, their expression free flowing on a holistic scale, emotionally, mentally, physically, which is the yoga, the meditation for the mind and the emotions. But then again, it all dips into every other one, which is holistic.
Exactly. This has been an extraordinary interview. So much, such exciting stuff, and I see you becoming more and more relaxed, which is great. Just before we go, I want you to touch on another really strong aspect of you and what you believe in, and that is about extraterrestrial light beings and aliens, because you seem to do a lot of research around that. I know you've been reading Shapiro's book about that. So can you just tell us a little bit about that? What are your beliefs around extraterrestrials and light beings?
I believe, well, everything is light. We're light beings, and I believe we live on a planet in the middle of space. We live on it's almost laughable to think there is another life. For example, it's like
rock from the sun.
yeah, well, we're at one solar system in a galaxy. You've got thousands of solar systems in one galaxy, and then you've got, well, I say thousands. You've got a hell of a lot of solar systems, hundreds of thousands in one galaxy. And you've got hundreds and thousands of galaxies in a universe, and then you've got multiverses. I mean, it's just space is infinite. You've got suns that make our sun look like a marble in other galaxies. That just goes to show you the extremes and size of how big and expansive existence and life is outside of this bloody planet. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. And to say there's not life out there, it would just be silly. And I think this planet come about through explosions, come about through flying things out in space that formed what we are. So we are going to have our DNA, the very makeup of this planet, is going to have attributes and ingredients from all over the cosmos. And I think even though there's stuff outside, we're a reflection of that as well. And I think in our DNA, we hold so many different aspects of other beings and other intelligences. We hold that within us. And I think the more you become aware of your consciousness, the more you're becoming aware of your connection with the consciousness throughout time and space and the cosmos, and you're dipping into into that within your DNA. And so some people say that they're channeling extraterrestrial life. I think you are, but it's in you as well, because you've got aspects of what was outer space in you. We are space dust.
Yeah.
Planet space dust.
Space dust. I love it. I love it. So what happens? I mean, just to finish the interview, it sounds like you basically do everything. You do loads of things, you know, and it sounds so exciting. You've got a wide experience of different types of healing, music, all sorts of stuff that you're bringing together into the Positivity Center. Is there anything yet that you haven't done that you still want to do? Because you'll do it, obviously. What is there anything yet that you don't feel that you've tapped into yet that you're still looking?
It's more of a case of how I want a place to evolve. Like, I like the whole idea of making general life a healing activity, or to just, how would you put it? Like, I love the whole idea of just having, like, my idea of a positivity centre. What I really want, if I had the time and the money and the space and the grounds and the buildings and the tools, would be to have a place where everything is going on, where there's a dance area with different time located different genres of music, you know, to suit different people, so they know at a particular time they can go and they've got that going on. Meditation area, an art area, making music area, Tai Chi area, or just gardening, learning, or everything going on. And you could say, well, that's life, that happens, that's a high street, for example. But this particular place is everything is coming from, with the emphasis of really mindful, really loving, really cooperating with each other. So it's almost getting everything good and bringing it in one place.
Sorry, do you mean like some kind of living commune where everything's available all the time?
Yeah, everything's available all the time. It's
Yeah.
like, why do I need to wait once a month to go and, I can dance at home. I can put music on and dance at home, but I want somewhere where I can go and dance with other people. That I could, like, I don't want to wait until a Friday night. I don't want to wait until a Saturday. And why is it always at night? There's a great thing called Morning Gloryville, which they do morning raves in London. But even that, they're like once a month, for example. I'm not quite sure how often. It needs to be able to somewhere where you can go all the time. It'd be nice to have somewhere where you could say, I want to go and do that today. And I know there's going to be like-minded people that are there completely moving and express themselves how they want. Or I want to go to a cacao ceremony that's constantly going on. I want a place where I can go where there's constantly going on, it's constantly available. Or the art, somewhere where I can go and do art and the equipment's all there, where I can just do it whenever I want. Shouldn't have to have time zones for it. There should be somewhere where you can do it all the time.
Exactly.
You should have that
Sorry, go on.
You should have that availability and freedom.
Yes. But what about, do you ever offer like, you know, because sometimes, I mean, I personally feel that it's nice to be able to offer all the services to everyone. And I'm hoping that once the awakening means that people will be able to do whatever they want with their lives, and that to a certain extent, yes, money is a good thing, but that there would be more equality in that way. So how would you feel about that? Do you offer anything on donation? I know you do offer on donations, and you do marketing like that occasionally. But if
I used to, and no one really. We used to have a healing, but no one used to come. It was almost like people, unless it was paid for, they didn't see there was any worth in it. And I see that as a thing in the future more, but I think there's a long time until we're going to get to that, because we're having to move from one system to another. And what's happening at the moment maybe is a precursor to that. With this lockdown, things are going to change drastically. People's lifestyles have changed drastically. Everything's changed drastically. The economy and money, everything's changed. But I still think It's not quite there at the moment. I don't know how it's going to get there. I think for me, my personal focus for me right now is just to, I'm sort of sticking to just change in ways I can change at the moment. I love the whole non-monetary system, but at the moment I have to sort of, we have to, having to work in the current system to do all we can do, and it just so happens we have rent to pay, we need to make a living,
Yes.
and hopefully things do change. Like for example, I have an allotment where we grow our own vegetables, and if everyone starts doing that more and it gets advocated doing that more, and if everyone was to eat just, not everyone can because you've got different diets, but most people can live off a vegetarian diet or a vegan diet. Most people, not everyone, for different
I
reasons.
can't do pure vegan. Not
Sorry?
pure vegan. I can't do pure vegan.
No, but this is what I'm saying. But for example, you eat vegetables, or the vegetables that people eat. Some people are allergic to certain stuff, but predominantly most people can eat vegetables. And on a shopping list, that's a big portion of money. And we shouldn't really be eating processed food. So we really want homegrown, holistic stuff. So even if you do eat meat or you do eat dairy, you're going to have your vegetables with it, but you don't want to have stuff that's processed because that's not good for you. You want grown stuff, you want real food, and a big portion of that you can grow yourself. So that already would dramatically reduce the amount of expenditure you have to spend out every week, and that would dramatically reduce the amount of plastic and waste that comes with shops and supermarkets. So you're already getting towards not needing so much money. So if everyone was to grow their food more, and if we imagine if they were like massive communal, this is my idea. This would be a great space to have a great big allotment where you've got people there that are growing the food. You've got people there that are cooking with the food from last year, feeding those who are growing the food for them for the next year. And you've got people there who are good at music, entertaining the people that are cooking and the people that are gardening.
That's wonderful.
You've got like, that'd be brilliant. And then you could have it where you have a little dance area, so you have a time allotted spaces where you go and do your bit, then you go and you have a little dance, eat, listen to the music. Then it's like sort of a little rotation, but it's done in such a beautiful way. But to me, that's society, how society should be. There's a great film. I can't remember the name of it. It's called oh no, In the Green Grass or something like that. It's a French movie that talks about this sort of utopia like that. Imagine that.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go back more to living like that, and the big awakening that's happening.
It's happening. I think with this lockdown, the amount of people that our centre's in the middle of the country, well, not in the middle, it's just outside of the town. So we're in the countryside or on the edges of it, and we don't hardly see people walk past. And the amount of people that we've seen riding past, walking past, and the amount of people that I've seen on Facebook sharing stuff that they've had to get creative because they've had nothing to do.
Yeah.
They're trying all sorts out there, learning to garden. They're learning to like. We've started this year eating stuff off of the land more, which is naturally there, like stinging nettles and dandelions. These things are great for us, and apparently the reason.
Them. Sorry, you just pick them and cook them, don't you?
Yeah,
Just pick them.
I'm obviously careful where I pick it from. I don't pick the lower stuff where the dogs will wee. But the reason it grows so abundant is it's nature's way of saying, "Here, eat me. I'm good for you." Everyone thinks it's a useless weed. It's not. God, you can do so much with it as well. With the dandelion, you can make honey. You can make creams for the face, and there's certain things in the dandelion which are good for the bones or good for the skin. You've got the leaf, which is great for eating, and you can really taste the iron in it. You can taste all the goodness in it. You can have with stinging nettles. You have soup, or you fry it with garlic.
Wow.
It's all there.
Nettle is one of the best detoxifiers you can have. Nettle.
Yeah.
Nettle detoxifies the blood. So, Paul, we're coming to the end of the interview. It's been incredible. I hope that you feel that you've said everything you feel you wanted to say, or is there anything else you would like
Um,
the public, apart, particularly with what's going on in the world at the moment? Have you got any positive and any extra positive enlightening messages to put out there that you want to say?
at the moment, there's lots of stuff coming up collectively in the world, and a lot of the dark stuff, a lot of the stuff that was repressed either collectively or individually is coming up in us all. And it may be stuff where it then makes us feel rubbish about it. Don't feel rubbish or don't feel any judgment about it, because that will only add on top of it more negativity. Just know that rubbish is coming up. Let it out in the best way possible, channel it in the best way, and express it in the best way possible. But just don't judge yourself. Don't judge. Know that there's rubbish that's happened, that's coming up, that's coming out, but just focus on the positives.
That's fabulous.
Focus on the positives. Know that there's rubbish that's going on. Notice it, become aware of it, but then focus on the positives.
Okay. And how do people find you? Because you offer one-to-one healing as well, don't you?
Yeah, if you want to either you can either email me at mcdonaldpaul04@gmail.com, or
I'll
you
put that on. If you send it to me, I'll put it on underneath so people can see.
you can find me on Facebook under Paul McDonald, or you can find the Positivity Centre on Facebook.
That's McDonald with MC, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And then still not sure if I'm Irish or Scottish, just one or the other. Then you've got the website, which is www.positivitycentre.co.uk, and we're also on Instagram. There's all the information on there. Again, if you want to email me and you want to leave your email address, we can send you what's coming up or what's going on.
You have an online shop as well, don't you?
No, not at the moment.
Oh, I thought there was. You're going to have one.
We need to sort that out. The reason being, the whole idea is we wanted the place to be. I could put stuff online, but I wanted the place to be where people have to come and meet people. I'm trying to get off of line because there's so much going online. So we want to bring people sort of more into, as much as we're doing this now, we're wanting to get people face to face, real life contact.
Well, hopefully that'll happen soon.
Yeah, I believe so. Which is what we're doing, what you're doing with. It's a bit of an oxymoron sometimes, or a paradox. Like a lot of the stuff you're doing is online, but we're having to use the online stuff to start to persuade people to become more holistic and get off of this stuff. But we're using a process. It's like you're moving on TV is making people aware of other stuff, natural stuff, which is going on in life. But we're having to use what we've got and what people have got addicted to do that.
I just wanted to say that from the time I met you, I've seen such huge changes in you.
Oh, wonderful.
You're so much more advanced in your work, so much more focused. You know where you're going. You know, it's really interesting to watch someone because, as I say, it's about 4 years now since I met you, and I feel like your confidence has gone sky high, your self-esteem. Yeah, different person, and I'm absolutely honored to have you in my life. You've changed my life from top to bottom in all sorts of ways, and very, very grateful to what you and Cecile are doing. And I hope that we can put this across today. So, unless you've got anything else you want to say to the public, we'll end it.
Be yourself.
Best to get the information out there.
Be yourself. Express yourself and be yourself. You're not here to be anyone else, just like garlic isn't here to be turmeric, or Lauren isn't. You were created as you, so be you as much as possible. You need to be what you are as much as possible. Otherwise, you're just wasting your life away. You know, you need to be and express what life created you, which is you. Be you as much as possible.
Is this what you teach Shannon and Summer, and obviously Willow?
Yeah, but it's hard with them. Sort of, you have to teach them to be themselves as much as possible, but they're still stuck. Like they might being themselves might be being copied to a teacher. So it's almost like you've got to. It's that transition thing of what people think being themselves is. Being yourself in a positive manner as much as possible, in a productive, compassionate manner as much as possible. Because you could say be yourself and do what you want, but you may be like doing something that goes against what's good for other people in a harmful way. So when I say be yourself in a way which don't harm anyone.
Well, a good way to end would be the change you want to see. Be that yourself. And
Yeah.
people can see the change in you, and then they start to ask questions, and they start to transform as well into what they're meant to be.
Be an example.
Yeah. Wow. Hang on, I'm just going to. So to end the interview with Paul, we thought it would be nice for him to do a nice, gentle meditation for everyone to bring us all into balance and grounded and help us become that person that we're meant to become. Is that
Just gonna just relax a sec, and I want to use the opportunity just to, even for me to be able to relax, not to have to rush into it because there's nothing to rush into. Just to get people just to enjoy that space. There's a lot of the time where we feel like we need to speak where we don't need to. I'm going to even give this opportunity before I even start. I'm just going to let go. I'm not going to try and formulate anything. I'm just going to hold space and go through my breath for the moment, and it gives you an opportunity just to look at me if you have to not want anything. Even now, you're sitting there thinking, waiting to hear something, waiting to get directions, listening to my voice, waiting to see where I'm going with it. But to more just concentrate on the sound of my voice, More concentrate on the feeling, because at the moment I'm not formulating anything in my head. I'm just going with an intuitive feeling. Just keep listening to my voice, the sound of my voice, the tone of my voice, the texture of my voice, the vibration and intention that's being carried through my voice. And just breathe. There's no need to force anything. There's no need to try and rid your head of any thoughts. Just completely allow yourself to feel everything. You may find it hard to relax. You may be feeling invigorated. You may be feeling stimulated. Don't question it. Don't worry about it. Just feel it, become aware of it. Feel all the senses and the nerves in your body. Allow yourself to flinch. Allow your breathing to be, you may have real short, rapid breaths. Just allow it to be. There's nothing worse than trying to stop something. Just allow it to be. So we very, very slowly change the vibration gradually from the space that you're already in. It's about you just getting used to and sitting in whatever feelings you're experiencing in your body right now. Your thoughts may be racing. Allow it to be. You may feel like you just want to groan. Allow it to just be. You may be suddenly feeling irritated. Say it if you want to say it. Fuck it. Just allow it to say it. Just be.
Happy, 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 happy news. Happy, happy, happy news.
I'm all about no repression. Just allow whatever to be. What does my voice sound like to you? I don't want to question an answer back. It's just, what does my voice sound like? You're hearing a collection of words, but they're just sounds. Just keep concentrating on my voice. Right now, there's love in the intentions. There's love behind what it is I'm wanting to do right now, and that's a feeling. That's consciousness. And you're connected to that consciousness. This screen doesn't mean anything. That love, that intention, that calmness, that clarity, that pureness of consciousness of being, you can feel that right now because you're connected to it through consciousness, through time and space. You are that. I'm just a reflection of that in you. Whatever I'm saying or putting across, you are that. So just be. And again, I am just talking. You may think, has he started yet? Started ages ago. It's just my little formula and my way of doing things, my way of getting people into a meditative state. Because it's already working, the conscious flow, the feeling is already penetrating through me. It's not what I'm saying that's important, it's the energy that's being transported and carried through the words I'm saying. That's how it works. It's what's coming through that you feel, not necessarily what's being said. It's an energy thing, and you're an energy being. Now, depending on the different people that may be watching, again, I'm going to make it tailored for you all individually, through one person, being myself. But it'll all be felt and experienced differently for all of you. What do you want to relax in your body? What do you want to work on? What do you want to feel right now? Some of you may want to just feel relaxed. Some of you may want to go on a little journey. Some of you may want to focus healing energy on a particular organ or a particular part of your body. Just know all of that is going on right now. Anything that you need right now, this energy is going towards helping that, creating that, shifting that, moving that, maneuvering that. The sound and the intention and the energy be carried in my voice may be making someone feel tingly. It may be making someone else feel relaxed. It may be making someone's arm feel relaxed. It may be doing all sorts of different things, because the energy goes where the energy flows, where it needs to go for every single particular individual person who's listening to this. Let it be for what you want it for. It doesn't even matter, because that's already happening anyway. That's how intelligent, infinite, intelligent consciousness is. Some of you may be feeling relaxed. Some of you may be getting a real healing sensation. Some of you may be starting to feel otherworldly sensations. Someone may even be feeling stressed. It's whatever you want it for. A meditation is just about focusing energy where the energy needs to go. Where do you want it to go? What is this for you? Now I'm just going to do some sound. I'm going to let out intuitive sounds which I feel to let out. And the very fact that you're watching this and I'm expressing these sounds to you on a conscious level, you've attracted it, you want it for whatever you want it for. Again, it may help you relax, it may help you go off on a little journey, or whatever it is you need. It may heal your DNA, your cellular body, because you're just made of atoms and energy. And this is all I'm putting across and expressing and communicating right now is a form of energy from my intuitive being. And the very fact it's intuitive, it's dipping into a collective consciousness that we're all part of. So I can only give you right now exactly what you want and need for your highest good or potential. Now I feel to let out certain sounds and tones. Don't question it, just feel it. Your mind, again, might want to question it, but don't question it, just feel it. And again, I'll say it again. Doesn't matter what I'm saying at the moment, the healing's going on, this is the meditation, the work's going on as I speak. It's flowing, the energy's flowing. I know it's happening, I can feel it. I can feel the change in my feeling my voice as I speak. I can feel the change in my body, how I feel as I'm speaking. I feel lighter, I feel tingly, therefore I know it's healing conscious energy which is going on at the moment. Now I'm going to start with the sound. The sound has already started. It started long ago through the sounds of my voice, the tones of my voice, not what I'm saying, the tones, the vibrations of every single syllable and vowel I'm using. They all make up what seems to be formed and interpreted as a language, but they're just vibrations that are put and stuck together to create a formulation of what you perceive as a word. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but you may not understand these words, but you'll understand them energetically. On some conscious level, you'll feel them just as you already have been feeling them for the past 5 minutes. Regardless of what you understand, it's working anyway. This is my form of meditation for you, my expression, my gift for you. It's already happening. Different to usual meditations, but a meditation nonetheless. Iskiarmutuku ashnu warnataku ana awataka sekeya neteku armanakoake. Really feel into every sound and feel where you're feeling it in your body. Be aware of what it's making you feel, what it may be making you see, or it may be taking you off on a journey. Just allow it to, don't question it. Arno ua awaskarna tuku armutuku anawasheke. Do not try and understand it as a language, just feel the sounds. Mishkiar natuku armutuku arnataku oanaka. Enesekewe el miki arnukushkormukur. Awarnataku armama toku ushkarnataku arnataka esiki armubuku ushnarnatakua. Emekete sekia marnatukush morbubukusha. If you want to open your eyes, you're welcome to open your eyes. If you want to join in, join in. Lauren, if you feel to join in, join in. It's join in, it's consciousness. If it moves you to want to express, and allow it to do so. If that means your body feels it wants to move in a certain way, then do that. That's your biofield wanting to manipulate the atmosphere, the energetic flow of what's going on. If you feel to do that, anyone who's watching, if it makes you feel to cry, if it makes you feel to release, if it makes you feel to join in, if it makes you feel to move your body in a certain way, do so. Armotuku uarnataka armamaku ushnakawe neke ernaka awarnaka se eke anataka ornuku us namapa awa ushnakese. As I said, it may sound odd, it doesn't matter, it's just sounds, it's just vibrations. Even one particular sound, ka, ka, ka. Where do you feel that? What does that make you feel like? Se, ke, umar tuku ushmar mapaka arnene tewene de kianam se. Let it out. 2. Release. Let it out. Quit. Feel how good it feels to let yourself move, sing, shout, scream, do, express whatever it is you want to let out.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
What am I marnata kua ana ornata ormanata ku ormanata join in. Ormutu ku ormanata oanata ki ormanata.
Malakabara.
Manana marnata ku ushki marnata ku ornata ku ornana bortu ku ornata kawash. Feel how it feels.
I can feel my spine. My whole spine started to expand as you were doing that. It's like Falandafa.
Very slowly, just allow yourself. Feel how it feels. You can almost feel the magnetism in your body and the magnetic feeling.
Oh, you can feel
You
it.
really feel into it. Then allows you to move. It pulls itself into where it needs to go, and then it makes it stronger, which makes it even more obvious, which makes it pulls it even more. That it keeps emphasizing and heightening itself, and you know where to place your hand more, and it invigorates it even more. And when you're doing this, you'll feel releasements in your body. It just feels good. Your body knows exactly what you need. On that note.
What can I say? What an incredible interview and an incredible meditation, and to hear your stunning singing voice. So some people, if you're lucky and you go and do the sound stuff with Paul and use the bed, you might be lucky enough to get his beautiful singing voice as well.
If they want that's I suppose.
If they want it, yeah. So there you go. So, oh God, that was beautiful, just very. I was interviewing an incredible 5D consciousness group yesterday called Love Has Won. Love Has Won. They're incredible, these two girls. And we finished it with the word ahava. Ahava in Hebrew is love. And the same way as got Buddha, Brahma, Allah, Adonai, it's always this open sound, ahava. It's a beautiful word in Hebrew. Love, like Wayne doesn't say love, he said we should actually pronounce it love.
Yeah, you can feel it, can't you, in a word when you express it.
It's an open, everything is open. The words are open. And it's like you have just opened up the whole of my spine. I could feel all the vertebrae just, first of all, the way it started when you started singing. I went back to my Jewish roots. And in the synagogue, you had the cantor, the chazan, and they would sing like that. So I could feel it right deep down in my plexus and my lower stomach. And then that's what it means to me. I'm getting into the core of my feelings. And so I let that happen. And then it starts to open more and more. And then as you went along, the spine started to open up like that, stretching outwards and outwards. You know, I always get so much from all of this because it's so detoxified. You know, everything works in me so fast. I'm like a cat. You know, if you give an animal homeopathy, you don't have any barriers. So it's the same with me. I'm so open to all these techniques and healing because there's nothing to stop it. I don't have a barrier. I don't have saying, oh, this isn't going to work. You know what I mean? So that was incredible, Paul. I need to do another interview with you. My God, you should be doing your whole show. I reckon you should do a show and on there here, we're listening every week for now with Paul McDonald. I think, like, particularly while we're in lockdown, You could do your own lockdown series coming from Positivity Centre. How would you feel about that?
My little soundbar.
I think it'd be incredible. Your own, and you could put your own music. We are live still with this. You could put your own music in the background because you're writing all this stuff anyway. You know, half an hour. Like I've got people doing half an hour, and I'm just saying, anybody, if you want to come on to Moving On TV, email me at movingontv1@gmail.com. This
Share it.
opportunity to do your own show.
Share it. Share
Share your talents, exactly. Martin does letting go in lockdown. Martin does hypnotherapy, letting go in lockdown. I have the lovely Ellen Carter. She's done books. She's done around her garden, organic vegetables. She did abundance in lockdown. I've got Jaden Darcy. I can't wait to see his program. He's in Australia. He's doing a program, and there you go. Louise Hammond, fingers crossed, she's going to do her own Muse acting program in the lockdown. So there you go. Now you've got Paul McDonald, and you can do a lockdown series for us.
Yeah, I'm up for it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Cool.
I'll do a weekly resignation.
Yeah, weekly from the Positivity Centre, whatever it is you feel. Anyway, thank you so much, Paul. What can I say? It's been an incredible interview. And you've given so much. And that's why I love about this awakening, is we're all giving so much from the heart. You know, and I'm not checking how many subscriptions, how many likes, but I do need to get to 1,000 subscriptions on Moving On TV in order to stream live now, because everything has changed with YouTube. So we need to build up. The more subscriptions I have, the more wonderful people like Paul I can bring on. Okay. So take care. Have a beautiful dinner. Love to everyone, and we'll see you soon. So lots of love.
Wow.
Thank you very, very much. Peace.
Thanks, you, Lauren.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you enjoyed that brilliant meditation. Now, I've managed to get this on BitChute for you. Okay, so you can go on BitChute on this link, and I'll also put it on YouTube if anybody has. I can't put it on YouTube, I'll put the link so people can go onto BitChute and then they can watch Pippa's story. And as I say, if we can do anything to stop things like this happening, then we'd have a better world, that's for sure. Anyway, welcome to Holistic Monday. Let me just put on um, a little salad video. I've just had the most incredible salad, and it's such a beautiful evening. If you're in the UK, get yourself a hammock and go and sit and, just float away. And for me, it's ideal because I've got the warmth in the air, because I can't be in the sun, but I've got the warmth in the air now. The sun has gone down, and it's such a beautiful, beautiful evening. So I'd recommend you just get yourself on a hammock, relax, meditate, breathe, and appreciate your life. Appreciate the fact that you've got a life. Have a nice big salad, and I'm trying to put on a little clip of the salad. I've got all these little gifts that I've done for you guys, which I put on before I go to bed. I didn't go to bed, I think it was 6 a.m. in the morning, UK time. I was doing a Motv Dukebox nearly all night. Yeah. Let me just put on the little salad video. Where is it? There it is.
Guys, every Monday I get my holistic vegetables, a box, and there's everything in this salad. There's kohlrabi, there's red pepper, there's onions, there's spinach, there's rocket, there's I did say kohlrabi, there's fennel for detoxifying, there's tomatoes, there's vitamins, there's minerals, there's onions, and there's radishes. So Monday is holistic Monday. There's cabbage. It just lasts forever with me because it's just me in the house. So that everything lasts for like 2 weeks. And there's avocado, and everything is organic. I'm going to try and interview Abel and Cole about their salads. But in the meantime,
It's quite funny because I'm thinking about last week when we didn't have any sun. We were doing the sun meditation. Remember that? I'm going to try and get some of the footage from yesterday with me on the hammock. I'm editing stuff at the moment, which we can watch. We'll be able to watch. But in the meantime, we're on the Mind Body Spirit show. So how about we have a nice? It's now 8:30. How about you relax in the UK and do a nice hypnotherapy session with Martin? Let me just click on one and find one for you. Letting go with Martin, hypnotherapy. As I say, all our therapists that we're putting on here, Paul McDonald and Martin and Vlad. Well, Vlad's not a therapist, but he talks about healthy living. Lenny. And who else have we got? Brad Yates. Any of these people that have come on here and have given their time and their energy for humanity, go on the Mind Body Spirit show. And of course, Jamie Durek, who was on last week on Messengers of Light. And I will put him on after this. So have a nice, relaxing meditation on.
Focus your breathing now. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Now at this particular time, as you're feeling relaxed within yourself, you can also feel yourself transporting to a different scene area, somewhere which is a lot cooler than what we're currently experiencing at the moment. I want you to feel as though you've transported yourself to the Swiss Alps, or any mountain range you care to think of. Most mountain ranges you would imagine to have snow caps and to be fairly cold. But this particular mountain range will be a little bit of an adventure, which you'll ascend in 3 stages. Whether you've been skiing or not in your life, or like I have been just the once. It's an amazing feeling to be on top of the world and to look down at valleys and scenarios below you. So join me as you're feeling relaxed, going up a mountain, going up a mountain. To go up this mountain, you need to use a cable car. And so as you walk to this cable car, you feel yourself feeling a sense of adventure as you walk and settle yourself into the car that will take you on the first stage of the journey. You sit back, you relax, and you look up to the peak. Now the cable car jumps into action. You look at others who are joining you on this journey. They are excited and full of expectation as you both ascend the mountain, slowly but surely. The cable car is rising. It's rising and rising, and you're looking down at the valley below, looking at people living their lives, smaller houses and the lake. And you reach the first stage of the journey, and you get out. And you get out and you meet other people who themselves are either going up or going down the mountain. These other people you acknowledge. You're both sharing a similar life experience. Some have already been up to the top, and some will join you to go even further up. So, taking in the fresh, clean air of the mountain, breathing it in, it's cool and refreshing, crystal clear is your sight line as you look at the mountain, the snow-covered peak of the mountain. You go into the second stage of the journey, into the cable car with the other occupants. Your mind begins to wander as you're in the cable car, as it slowly ascends up to the second stage of the mountain journey. You've been through things in life, but this particular experience makes you feel grateful that you can actually enjoy your life. There's something so majestic about a mountain, so powerful, so definite. You can't move it, you can only ascend it. It has been part of the earth for millions of years. And you, a visitor of the earth, can experience it for only a fraction of that time. But that is part of the earth you live on. And it's a one part of the earth. And perhaps it symbolizes something within you. Something to do with peaks and roads. And by going into this cable car, you realize that man has mastered the height of mountains by his own ingenuity, which in itself is an incredible achievement. No longer do men have to actually physically climb to get to the top of the mountain. But you get out at the second stage of the journey. Perhaps there's a cafe there where you can sit and rest, take refreshment and observe and look down into the valley below at the lake, the houses, and the people living their lives, unaware that you're looking down onto them. Big cares, worries, challenges, disappointments, much like yourself. You're on top of the world, by comparison, they are down below, unaware, carrying out their lives. Your mind begins to drift and wander, and your body goes into an even deeper sense of relaxation. And the deep sense of relaxation is flowing all through your being. Your mind feels relaxed as you look forward to the final stage of the journey. And up you go to the very top of the mountain. Perhaps you imagine yourself as a mountaineer. What the mountaineers must have felt like when they ascended Everest for the first time. How powerful they must have felt they finally found themselves at the top of the mountain. At the third stage you get, you survey the scene around you, and the wonderful scene, perhaps smaller mountains and smaller vistas and villages and towns down below you can see for miles there. You're no top of the hill, you're the wise man of the hill. And at this point, perhaps you feel yourself finding what your life's purpose is about. So although you're at the top, you realise that compared to the rest of the planet Earth, and humanity, the universe, you are just very, very small, infinitesimal. And yet you experience reality, consciousness, this realm you know as Earth. You are awake, you are alive, you're breathing in this beautiful fresh air, this clean fresh air, mountain air, filling your body and lungs. It's cool, refreshing you. So now as you've ascended the very peak of the mountain, you can reflect on your life. You can reflect on your achievements. And you can reflect on your disappointments. But up here, it doesn't seem to matter. It's up here on the top of the world. It's just enough to be part of reality, the human reality of life. It's enough to be the achievement, but actually coming onto the planet Earth, that in itself is an amazing achievement. That in itself is wonderful. That in itself, you know deep within, is a miracle. It's a miracle that you actually exist. It's a miracle that you have and interact with other people. It's a miracle that you're alive and you realize the miracle of life, your own life, your unique individuality, despite the fact you're part of a race that amounts to billions of people. At this point, you decide to descend. But you don't want to take the cable car. You want to walk down. This is how refreshed and energetic you feel. And you're going to walk down, even though you're a little bit scared, perhaps, of that. But you know every step you take will take you further down, further to the safety of the earth, to ground level. And you just put that to the back of your mind, like worries and concerns. This is not concerning you, because you have a goal, and you have the confidence to walk back down the mountain. So step by step, you're walking down, and step by step, as the minutes and the hours pass, you meet other people on the way who've decided to walk, and you acknowledge them. You're all brothers now on this mountain bond. We're part of the mountain and its strength and its solidity and its permanence, and we adhere to it and we acknowledge it. So down we go, bit by bit, looking further and further down, seeing the towns, villages become closer and closer, closer and closer, closer and closer. And this feeling of relaxation gets even more relaxing as the further down we go. We also realize that by going down, this is mirroring our subconscious mind, our deeper mind. What exists in our deepest subconscious mind? What is it that inspires us? What is it that we fear? What is it that steers us? What is the programming that we've always had? And as we go further, deeper and deeper down, finally we reach the bottom of the mountain, and that achievement and feeling of power flows throughout all of us. We feel so good, so energized. We've been to the top, and we've come back down again, safe and sound. And we go to the lake now, and we realize that the lake holds the secrets of our deep subconscious mind. Crystal blue water shimmering in front of our eyes. We take a pebble and we throw the pebble into this shimmering lake. And the shimmering lake is disturbed just briefly as the pebble breaks its surface, and its energy breaks and makes waves and disturbs its calm. But that fascinates us, and the ripples, as they extend outwards from the pebble, further and further out. We wonder at the energy that the pebble held when it was thrown. And we wonder at our own subconscious, and deep down in our subconscious, the pebble exposes, brings to the fore problems that we may have, that we may have trouble, may we have find. It still challenges us to live the full life that we were destined to lead, that we deserve to lead, that we will lead. No matter how bad the challenges are within us, the mountain still remains still, immovable, permanent, symbolic. It will be there, no matter that all things must pass, as the famous saying says. The mountain is always there, and so will we in our own way. We will be there throughout time in our own way. And perhaps this time, as we're looking at the lake, will last forever. This moment will last forever. Who can say? Whatever ails or troubles us will pass, will drift, and perhaps it was never anything in the first place. We are permanent, as is the mountain, as is the lake. Three fantastic natural achievements of the planet Earth. Gently and slowly, as we look at the lake, we realize that we carry on. No matter what is troubling us, we will overcome. We will be powerful in the future. We will ascend that mountain again and come down again. As we are strong, we are able, determined, we are focused. Nothing and no one can stand in our way. A bit like the mountain. Nothing and no one can disturb our calm. Almost like the lake. And if the odd pebble does break the lake's surface and causes disturbance, eventually it will disappear and become calm again, and we will carry on in a calm way. We will bounce back. No matter what problems we face, we will bounce back. We will carry on, and we will live. We will matter. And we will be as part of the planet Earth as the mountain and the lake is. So thank you for listening to me. At this point, I want you to focus on your breathing again. And at the count of 3, you can gently and spiritually come back feeling far more energized. Enjoy that journey, remembering mountains and lakes, and enjoying your life day by day, hour by hour, second by second. So at the count of 3, 1, you feel energized, your eyes are starting to open, the mountain stream is flowing body, you feel absolutely great. 2, the eye open, you're ready to start a brand new day, or whatever else you want to do, but you feel energized now and absolutely unstoppable. And 3, you're wide awake and back in the present, feeling powerful, energized and relaxed. Thank you for listening. This is Martin Oswald Down to Earth Hypnosis. And if you should like to call me, you can access my website on Down to Earth Hypnosis by the Moving On TV channel. And thank you. I look forward to your call should there be anything at all you would like to contact me about. Goodbye.
Hey guys, so through the day we're going to be doing short silence, just like a few minutes silence. We're going to watch the video with little Pippa and just say goodbye to her. And we're going to do like a few minutes silence. I just spoke to her mum and told her, and she's very touched that we're doing that for her today. All right, so let's watch the video again and celebrate little Pippa's life. Sorry, I'm just waiting for it to come on. Also, I've put the link on BitChute, so you don't even have to go now. You don't even have to go on my Patreon. You can go on BitChute and you can watch the whole interview with Daddy Dragon. Okay, it's all gone on.
A flower in blue, with cheese all around, she lights up the room with colors. Her colors are strong. The love inside goes on and on. A flower so bright, with just one smile, dark turns to light. Her heart opens like a rose, and deep inside, her love it shows. This is your day now, your day to shine. Take back the gifts you have and make the world your shrine. Make it the best you can. Make it about you. This is your day now, baby. Go out there, make your dreams come true. Flower who got through the storm, she weathers every cloud that comes along. She's strong now, with beauty and grace. Look at her face. It's time now to go out and inspire the human race. This is your day now, your day to be free. Go out and claim your life. This is your time to be. Go out and make your dreams. Set the world on fire. Hold your treasures to your heart. Smile, my baby. Smile, my baby. Smile. Ooh, baby. Go out and make it all about treasure your heart. This is your day. Be the star you are. Be the star you are. Be the star you are. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I have put the link on the posts on YouTube because I can't put the whole program, obviously. It's a bit controversial, but you can watch it on BitChute. The link to BitChute is now there, or you can join my Patreon and watch it on there, whatever. But you just need to watch it. It's the second, the half ending part of the last bit of the interview with Daddy Dragon is all about Pippa and all about the situation. And so I think I just want to have a few minutes silence to honor her little life.
This is a song.
Okay. As I say, we have to do everything possible to be aware of her story so that things like this cannot happen anymore in this country. We have to take a stand to change the consciousness to love and support and equality and not make money the most important thing that controls people's lives and situations. Carrying on with the holistic show. I'm going to put another show on for you. So I hope this helps you in some way. First, the message. Having issues with the internet at the moment. Hi everyone, welcome to Moving On TV. This is a series of messages from myself, Lauren Hope Glory, the CEO. I want to say something from the heart about Moving On TV and why I run it and why I feel I run it sometimes 24 hours a day because it's so important. We are a very special kind of media, and I suffer from depression like a lot of people. But I know one thing in my heart is when you're doing what you love, it's very difficult to be depressed. I swear this is how I've got myself out of depression time and time again. So if you feel depressed or low and you have a dream, you want to write a book or your song or talk about animals or anything, moving on TV may be the platform for you, because the minute you tap in to what you really want from life, your dream, your passion, depression will fly out that door. If you don't believe me, well, it's true. I'm not saying to anyone that you don't need medication, but what I'm saying is I tell the truth. And the truth is that your dreams and your creativity is God-given. And if you tap into those dreams and creativity, it's very difficult for you to get depressed. So come on board Moving On TV and live your dream with us. I love you. Take care. Contact me, movingontv1@gmail.com, or call us on 07437 532 798. Bringing the hope, the glory, and the truth back into our lives. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Recovery Toolbox to help you stay sane in a crazy world. Hi there, my name is Lauren Hope. I'm the CEO of Moving On TV, and I'm very happy to be here today. Ten years ago, I was diagnosed recovery toolbox to help you stay sane in a crazy world. Hi there, my name is Lauren Hope. I'm the CEO of Moving On TV and I'm very happy to be here today. 10 years ago, I was diagnosed with a serious mental health issue, borderline personality disorder. I went into a therapeutic community for nearly 2 years and I found inner peace. And I learned a lot of tools of how to stay sane in this crazy world. I was out of there for 6 years, and last year I went through the worst year of my life. I was in a wheelchair for 4 months. I lost my father and my family disinherited me, but I still stayed sane with this head with no medication. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have medication, that's your choice. And I'm also saying that this program, this course that I'm devising, is for everyone. You don't have to have a mental illness to be able to learn the tools that I'm going to give you, the tools that help you to deal with the chaotic life out there. So, how to stay sane in a crazy world. Welcome to my recovery toolbox. So hi there, I'm Lauren. Now, if I can stay sane with the washing machine head that I've got by using these tools, then you can too. So today I'm going to discuss a few of them with you. I'm going to give you some of them just to give you an idea of what the full course is going to be about, and you're going to love them. There's so many of them, but I've got about 10 that if you use them, if you use some of them, if you use all of them, you will be happy, you will find inner peace, and you will stay sane in this crazy world, no matter who you are. Okay, so let's start with the first one, HALT. H-A-L-T. Don't get too hungry, too angry, too lonely, or too tired. Now, I found HALT through Emotions Anonymous. Don't get too hungry because your blood sugar will drop and you'll get really depressed. Think about it. You have to eat 3 meals a day. And my mother used to say, you should feast like a king at breakfast. Eat a queen at lunch, and as a pauper at dinner. Well done, Mum. That's what the Buddhist retreats. Didn't know she was spiritual, but there you go. Don't get too angry. If you get too angry, it builds up inside you, and you won't be able to have an easy life. So you need to let your anger go, or you'll end up having a rage room like I have, which when it builds up and up, you have no choice. Throw some things around, but try out of you bit by bit through communication and other ways. Don't get too lonely. Now, I was lonely in a wheelchair for 4 months in this house, but I stayed sane. And why do you think that was? Facebook Live. We all have our ways of not lonely. Find your own, because if you get lonely, you'll get depressed, you'll isolate. And that's where the therapeutic community was wonderful in that way, because we went there and we were with people like us. So don't get too lonely, and you had the 24-hour support system as well. Don't get too lonely, okay? And don't get too tired, because if you get tired, you will get niggly. You will get niggly and your body will not renew itself, and you'll have sleep deprivation, and people won't want to be around you, and you won't want to be around yourself. So that's the first tool, HALT. Tool number 2, structure. Structure, structure, structure. If you have a head like mine, you need to have some structure. But you also have to have 2 itineraries with your structure. You have your structure for the day, and then you have another itinerary just in case, because we can't have certainty in this crazy world. You have to work with this world and be flexible and go with it. And that's what was so good about the therapeutic community, is that I would go there at 8 in the morning, be there at 9:30, whatever. I had my structured day like a job, and it was easier to stay sane than if your head is going everywhere. Okay, so structure is very important, and have another itinerary. I would talk about all these tools in the course and go into them in lots and lots of details. You'll be spending loads of time with me. Really looking forward to it. Tool, validation is so important. You can ring my bell, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Now, was I singing, you can ring my bell? What's the bell got to do with anything? A bell. Okay, well, in the therapeutic community, we all came in there, children, adults who were children that were not validated. I was always told to be what my parents wanted me to be. I wasn't allowed to be myself. So you pick up the bell and go, ding-a-ling, help! I need to say how I feel. And you got that validation. No, I'm not saying you have to get a bell. You can get a bell if you want to. It's up to you. But metaphorically, symbolically, you need a little bell to say help. Okay? To your friends, your co-workers, your family. If they care about you, you can say to them, well, you know what? Today, please validate me. I'm not having a good day today. I feel really tired. And I need you to be there for me a little bit more. That's so important, to have that validation. Have that little bell. And it works so well in community. Actually, in the community, I rang it so much that I was told to stop ringing it. I went completely the other way, which I'll teach you about balance, come back into balance, which is so important. But for people like you and me that are not validated, if you suffer from lack of validation and you want people to give you that extra nurturing, then ring that little bell metaphorically. Thank you. And tool number 4 is creativity. I've been playing accordion since I was 6 years old, and this is how I express my creativity, through playing the accordion, which is one of them. How do you express your creativity? Are you a musician, an artist? You have God-given talents, the same as everyone else. Use them. Use them. You know, they say that God or love created man in his or her image. So think about it. We must be creators. Now, to me, to create is to breathe. What about you? What can you do to make your life better? Creativity is so important for us to stay sane in this crazy world. You need to, if you can't do it professionally, you need to have a hobby that you enjoy. Acting, singing. Singing is brilliant for breathing. As you sing, use your lungs. You know, it's really good. It really opens everything up. Makes you feel alive. Makes you tap into what you really are. You could be making jewelry. Work as an aromatherapist. Using massage oils. Make beautiful flowers. Paint. Whatever you want to do. What is your creativity? What is it that you can do? As I say, have a hobby. Colouring in books are wonderful for calming down the washing machine head that I've got. I used to give us to do that in the therapeutic community when nothing else worked. Go out there, find your creativity, guys. And of course, we'll talk a load about creativity and how you can tap into your unique creativity in the course itself. On to tool number 5. therapy. Therapy, CBT, DBT. Get yourself a good therapist. Now, there are times when you haven't got anyone to talk to communicate with, you can actually tell them how you feel. You don't want to pour everything on your loved ones. So get yourself a good therapist. That's why it was called the therapeutic community. And Lauren took as much therapy as possible. I took loads of therapy because I felt like I needed it. So get yourself a nice therapist out there. Someone you can talk to, someone you can confide in, someone you can tell them your deepest, darkest pain and suffering, whatever is stuck in you, you will feel so much better. And if you have a partner, then make sure they go with you as well occasionally, because then you can learn how to get to know each other. If you have a mental health issue, then you really need to educate your partner. Being in therapy together with your children, your family, whoever, your friends, they will understand what's going on with you if you can't actually explain it to them. Because a lot of the time, I know that when I was first diagnosed, I couldn't get on with my husband because I didn't understand the condition. He didn't understand it either. But you learn techniques together. You talk about together, you get to know each other. So therapy, using cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, DBT, are very good as well, because I have a mind which can develop into what they call the domino effect. A situation could go boom, 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 and end up back in your childhood where you got shocked in the first place. So with cognitive behavioral therapy, you learn how to not catastrophize, not generalize. You learn to be able to be more focused on the problem itself. Get out a piece of paper and write down what the things that are bothering you, and you bring yourself back into focus. And solution. Be solution based. So in the therapy, give yourself a chance to clear it all out, but also be solution based. And that will help me to move on to another tool, which is coaching. Life coaching. Okay, another great tool to have. Without life coaching, I wouldn't be able to do any of my goals, because life coaching is not just for celebrities and business people, it's for everyone. And you can get free life coaching. People are looking for them all the time, pro bono. They need to work with people to get their qualification. So get yourself a good life coach. Have your topic, your big dream, but have the steps to creating it. And I'm going to teach you a method called the Kaizen method. I have so much to teach you that I've learned over the whole of my life really. But I've been able to take the tools that I learned in the community and the tools of recovery that I've created myself to stay sane in this crazy world. And I'm so looking forward to doing it. 7. Stay in the moment. Here's a little anecdote which is going to help you with that. Stay in the moment. The past is history. The future a mystery. The present a gift. Unwrap it with glee. Stay in the moment. Smell the flowers. They're not real, but imagine. Smell the beautiful, this is cinnamon, beautiful oil. Stay in the moment. Eat a beautiful piece of fruit. Taste it. Stay in the moment. Now, you know what? I've been into Eckhart Tolle and staying in the moment for a long time, but in the therapeutic community we use it a lot because the mind races into the past and the future, and you can't be in the moment if you've been shocked. It's very hard to do that. There are techniques you can learn. There's touch assist, there's using the healing codes, which I find is very, very amazing, which got me out of panic, which helped me stay in the moment. There's the violet flame meditations, which again help you stay in the moment. There's breathing techniques, there's mindfulness, there's lots of stuff you can do to help you stay in the moment. Okay? If you feel that your mind is racing backwards towards the past or racing forwards towards the future, then just get yourself focused on a point in front of you and just stay with it. Breathe. stay in the moment. Bring yourself back. Bring yourself back into the moment. I'm in the moment now, okay? I don't have to worry about what happened. I don't have to worry about what is happening. Stay in the moment. Okay, so that is actually leading me to the next tool. It's interesting because all these tools work together. You can use all of them or you can use some of them, but they all work together because one of the best ways to stay in the moment is meditation. And that is the next tool. Meditation and mindfulness. So meditation and mindfulness. If you're lucky as I am, you'll live half an hour away from Amaravati Buddhist retreat. A beautiful, beautiful retreat in the middle of Gaddison, Hemel Hempstead, where you can go and eat the most incredible foods, most incredible salads and healthy foods, and really enjoy them, be in the moment in this beautiful place where you can meditate. There's nothing going on there except the birds and loads of vast area to relax, to surrender and be in the moment. You can do the courses there, they're free or on donation. They've got courses every single Saturday. You can go and learn how to meditate. And there's no religious connotation. To me, Buddhism is really just a philosophy of life. Mindfulness is probably what more lay people are using nowadays. But Buddhism, mindfulness, meditation, to me it's all the same thing. You don't have to be a religious person or a spiritual being or whatever some people refer to as spirituality. You don't have to have that. You could be an ordinary, so to speak, person in this world trying to stay sane. Okay, so meditation and mindfulness are very good to use. And as I say, find yourself a beautiful retreat. And if you can't, then use the Course in Miracles as a meditative thing. You can use that all through the day. Even if you're a busy mom or anything, you just have to give your mind the opportunity to use a positive affirmation about peace and love. A Course in Miracles. And if you want to find out more, go on the internet. It's free. Get the lessons. They're down to earth and don't question them. Just do them. I can choose peace rather than this is a brilliant one. To give is to receive, and when you're sitting with someone and you want to be in the moment, give love and love will come back. Or if you want to be more in the moment and focus, give focus. Say, I offer you focus. I offer you an opportunity to be in the moment, and then it'll come back to you. Use it. It works. I use it all the time. It works. And nobody has an excuse not to say these little positive affirmations, even when they're on the toilet, for God's sake. Anyone can take a minute out of an hour and say, I can choose peace rather than this. And it will impact your life. Course in Miracles. So all these things I'm going to teach you. Or you can go on Easy Peasy, which I've set up years ago. And there's a little exercise on there on how to stay sane in this crazy world by using Easy Peasy, A Course in Miracles. It's on my Facebook. PM me, I'll send you the link. I do everything to help you guys to stay sane. And like I said, if I can do it, you can do it. So, good luck with that. And moving on to the next massive tool, which everybody talks about, but which I've got to bring in here. And that is gratitude. To appreciate. Now it's true, it really is true that if you be grateful for everything, and I mean everything, Melody Beattie says in her books that we should be grateful for the worst things that have happened to us. Now sometimes that's hard to do. Why would I be grateful for being disinherited? Why would I be grateful for my father dying and leaving me with a mess to deal with? Why would I be grateful for being in a wheelchair for 4 months on my own in the house? Why? Because when I started to walk again, I was so grateful for having the opportunity to walk again. I felt like a child that had discovered their legs again. Another thing, I couldn't have a bath because I had a cast on my leg. So when they took the cast off and I was allowed to have a bath, we bought a bath chair. And when I was lowered into that bath and I put my bubbles in, yes, healthy bubbles, organic, because that's how I am, another way I feel is important to stay well, I was so grateful. I was like a baby splashing around in those bubbles, like a baby, grateful. And they say that all you need is 5 things to be grateful for, which will change your day. And I think everyone can find that. Joe Vitale talks about that. He says that was a pencil when he was homeless. But that pencil gave him the opportunity to write a book. He didn't have 5 things, he had 1 thing, a pencil. Okay, so let's have a look at 5 things I could be grateful for when I was in a wheelchair. I'd lost my mobility overnight. I had walked continuously and suddenly, boom, I can't walk at all. I can't stand, I can't drive, I don't have children, I don't have friends to take care of me, they all disappeared, my family disappeared, didn't want to know. All this was my husband and my cats, and my husband had gone to work. What am I supposed to do? Go crazy? No. Medication? Not for me. So what did I do? Okay, here are the 5 things that I did which kept me sane. And that is why I'm able to pass this on. First thing was, I was safe. I was safe in my home because you know I grew up in a country with wars and terrorism. I was in England and I was safe, beautiful village, number 1. I had lots of food and I could get to the food because I could wheel a wheelchair. I had water and I had a flask of tea, which my husband made for me and left for me. I had my beautiful cats, Peace and Ellie, who were there all the time and gave me loads of love. Well, they don't usually give you love, you have to pick them up and demand it because they're cats, not dogs, if you know what I mean. But they were there all the time. And the 5th thing was, well, I had Facebook. Facebook Live. I could sing to my heart's content, and I did. I did loads and loads of singing on Facebook, and I entertained you guys. And so you can find your 5 gratitude things that you did. How to stay sane in this crisis. The tool I want to talk about is uniqueness. It's really, really important to tap into who you really are. So what is your unique way of living? What is your unique diet? What is your way of yourself with pain relief, for example? There's so much I've got to teach you because, as you know, I won't use medication. So I have to find loads of ways to stay well. And I want to pass all of this on to you. And that's why I've created this course, the Toolbox of Recovery, to help you stay sane and happy, pain-free in this crazy world that we live in. So what you're listening to at the moment are binaural beats. I've got them on to help me with healing my leg at the moment. You know what? I've used binaural beats to help me heal a toothache rather than taking antibiotics, and they worked. They relieve the toothache. Now, if they can relieve a toothache, they can relieve an ache in the leg as well. So you do your own research, you try things out. It can't harm you, there's no side effects. But you do have to be careful if you have got physical ailments and you start to go through the internet and you've got lists and lists of different supplements that you need to take. That I don't agree with. Because they can cause problems if you take the wrong ones or the wrong herbs or whatever. I think you need to see someone professional. So to find your own uniqueness, your own lifestyle, your own way of surviving in this crazy world, your own diet, find someone like a kinesiologist. A kinesiologist is someone who will tell you exactly what your body needs without blood tests. I love that because I hate blood tests. Basically, it's muscle testing. And I've been going to see one for years and years and years, where they tell you exactly what's good for you, what you need to eat, what isn't good for you, what's going to clash with your body and your chemistry. Now, let's take an example of diet, veganism. People go out there are telling me that veganism heals everything, every ache and pain in the body, everything that you can imagine, and which is great, diabetes, cancer, fantastic. But I decided to become a vegan, and a few weeks into veganism, I started to get the most horrendous depressions. Horrendous depressions, really difficult depressions. So I thought, well, I'm going to go to a kinesiologist and I'm going to check this out. And I did. And I was amazed to find out that my body did not want me to be a pure vegan. My body wanted me to also eat a bit of meat, fish and chicken. 3 times a week, that's it, 3 portions. And it's amazing because your body knows everything. Your body knows everything. So in this course, I'm going to teach you about how to heal your body, how to heal your mind, how to use all the amazing techniques out there that I've used for years and years and years. The Journey by Brandon Bays. Binaurals, which I'm listening to at the moment, which are all over the internet, which I've even healed toothache with without antibiotics. Colloidal silver. There's so many things out there that are generic and won't cause you any side effects, which is so exciting. But if you go to see a kinesiologist and find out exactly what's unique to you, then you'll know exactly what foods to eat and what supplements to take as well. So your uniqueness is so important, and everything that I'm telling you today is about your uniqueness, your creativity, your nutrition, your own uniqueness. Find out what works for you, what ticks for you. We're going to do a wheel of life, and you're going to look at your life and all the parts in your life, because we're all different. And if something isn't working, why isn't it working? And what can I do to make it work? This is what I'm going to give you in the proper course. That's it for this little film. I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope you can take all these amazing tools and use in your day-to-day life. No matter what you take from this course, you will have a better life. You will have an easier life. You will learn how to be sane in this crazy world. Do whatever you want to do. Live your dream. I'm going to teach you how to do all of this without any money even. How can you do all of this? How can you become the person that you want to become with very little money even? How can you eat healthily? How can you find your uniqueness? So you have a wonderful, wonderful life. And if you join me on the course, then I will be setting up some webinars which you'll be able to join, subscribe to, and I'll be sending those out in the next few weeks. I've never done this before. This is a new exciting step for me to create an online course. We'll be talking about chakras, all the chakras in the body, and how to make them well. We'll be talking about colours and different things like oils and stones and crystals and food and creativity, and wow, the whole world that's out there, yours for the taking. Okay, so I want you to have a beautiful day and be peaceful. And if one of these tools changes your life, then I've done my job. Because it's up to us that are learning to pass this on. So the next step, you can contact me at Lauren with an E at movingontv.uk. You can go on my website, movingontheatre.co.uk or movingontv.uk. Watch all the programs on Moving On TV, and also find out more about, of course, the toolbox to staying sane in a crazy world, incorporating everything that I've learned in my whole life that I'm going to pass on to you. And as you know, I've had a long life, well, longish. A lot has happened to me. And I'm going to take everything that I learned in the therapeutic community and pass on to you. I'm just going to say, if you decide to use this and send it around with my blessing, please make sure that you tell everyone to be part of your recovery, whatever it is. Your friends, your relations, your partners need to be part of this. Because without their help and love and support, you can't do this. And find a higher power. Whatever that higher power can be. Go to 12-step groups, go to meetups, don't be lonely, don't isolate. Love you lots, and I look forward to talking to you soon on Facebook and on the internet. Take care. Namaste.
Can you hear me sing? Can you hear me sing? As I go with love for this life, all creatures on earth. Can you hear my prayer? Echo everywhere as I long to be angel of light, your angel of light, to show the way.
Guys, every Monday I get my holistic vegetables, a box, and there's everything in this salad. There's kohlrabi, there's red pepper, there's onions, there's spinach, there's rocket, there's I did say kohlrabi, there's fennel for detoxifying, there's tomatoes, there's vitamins, there's minerals, there's onions, and there's radishes. So Monday is holistic Monday. There's cabbage. It just lasts forever with me because it's just me in the house, so that everything lasts for like 2 weeks. And there's avocado, and everything is organic. I'm going to try and interview Abel and Cole about their salads, but in the meantime,
hear me?
Yeah. That's better.
Oh,
I couldn't hear you before.
amazing. Amazing. How are you?
Got there in the end. Yeah, okay. A bit tired. I haven't slept much the last couple of days because of the new moon, and I think I said to you before, I'm very sensitive to energy. So, like normally, like full moon, I don't normally sleep, but now this year it's been all the time, basically.
Oh, I know.
Yoga
Oh,
meditation helps, but
it keeps telling me
the
to log in all the time. I don't know what's going on
doesn't
today.
work as well as it used
Hang on.
to.
Okay, I'm just going to put a message here to say that you're on. So, yeah, I didn't sleep. I went to bed about 6 a.m. because I was so excited.
Yeah.
The show yesterday was incredible. And it was so much fun and doing so much singing. And it was great. I had someone on from Bath Radio. Yeah, it's not, for some reason, my messages are not showing up now. Hang on, moving on TV. And then I had to get up and do this, and I'm not used to my weak points are early afternoon, that afternoon, because if you don't sleep, you need time to wake up. So I'll wake up probably about 4 or 5 o'clock. I'll start to wake up maybe. And as you say, do you want to talk a little bit while I'm doing this about today? It's the new moon in Scorpio, isn't it?
Yeah. Yesterday it was, but it's like still an energy kind of thing. Yesterday I did like I'm not sure it's on my Facebook. Fuzi. One of my spiritual friends. She's done like a yoga course, a 5-week yoga course leading up to this, and the first one was yesterday. It's like a 5-week course, and it's like 2.5 hours of yoga meditation, cacao ceremony, setting your intentions and things. So I set my intentions yesterday with cacao and meditation, and then yoga, and then that inspired me to there's so many, as you know, I've been very busy. I've got so many projects, and like there was another one called Superman yoga, basically, and that's kind of like the part of the yoga for autism, and it's basically my like a video journal I started in and like a blog I started when I was in Bali last year. And then I didn't do any videos for like a year because I had a heartbreak from my ex. Like I said, I had my ex split up with a year and a half ago, which I thought was a twin flame, but she might have just been a soulmate now. I think she was like
don't get that. Don't get into twin flame stuff. It does my head in. But anyway, to talk to us today about the connection that you found between yoga and how it's really, really helped you in your recovery. Because we did the big interview. Sam, I don't know if you saw the interview that we did on Moving on TV, but we did a big interview where David came on, and you've got to watch it on Moving on TV, Messengers of Light. David talked about how you were able to let go of medication for autism by doing yoga and the power of now, remember? So do you want to tell us a little bit about that, about your yoga practice, and how did all of that happen? Because we've got different people on today. I'm going to pin you a spot. There you go.
Thanks. I've been pinned. I just wondered, so this is live, and is it being like recorded as well, so people can watch it back after?
Yes, this is going on YouTube, and it goes on YouTube and it goes on Facebook. I'm just going to check now. Yes, we are live. If you just carry on, we're live now on YouTube and on Facebook.
Oh, right, and then people can watch it back later on if they wanted to, because I was hoping to like what better use this for.
Yeah, I'm just checking it.
Yoga for autism. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to. So like I said, I'm a bit spaced out today because I did like a massive yoga ceremony thing yesterday and then didn't get much
Okay.
sleep. It's really I'm watching it on my computer on YouTube on a
You can
live
see
stream,
yourself.
and it's a lag. It's a lag 'cause it's not real time. It's like I don't know, 5 seconds behind or something.
It
So
does,
it's
yeah, it
weird.
has a bit of a lag, yes.
So it's like not in sync with me talking. So it's really off-putting. So I'm gonna stop looking at the YouTube now because it's not me in real time. Yeah. So can you repeat the question again? Sorry, I just trying to ground.
Yeah, I just want you to talk about the yoga. I mean, today, for example, I don't know about you, but I'm having problems breathing. I'm having a lot of issues with the heart and the throat chakra. And I say it's new moon. Scorpio is all about endings and transformations and starting again. So we've got like this new, all this new stuff coming in because all the old is going. So how would you do your yoga? What's your practice? Do you get up? Do you do yoga? Do you do meditation in order to help you negotiate all of this, to help other people?
Yeah, like yeah, that's like I do my daily yoga practice every day. And I think I actually, like I said, because I did this yoga course yesterday. It was nice to do
Yeah.
it in a group setting again. So I've been doing my own yoga practice on my own for like years and years, and I rarely go to like group sessions anymore. Like it's just really don't really get the time, and also because of the lockdown stuff as well makes it difficult. And also like part of why I created yoga for autism is because like I said the last interview about how it helped me get off the medication and drink and antidepressants and everything else. But like also like the yoga really helped me, but I found that normal yoga classes were too big kind of thing. So like there's too many. The yoga teacher couldn't really give attention to each person, especially someone on the spectrum like myself who needed a bit more time, and also that they go a bit too fast. So I needed more time to try to copy the postures because sometimes it's hard to try to mirror people, and that's why I feel like when you got a static dance and you got to just dance naturally to your own beat and let your soul express itself, I find that's much better than trying to copy people. Like I'm not good at like trying to coordinate my body because of the autism dyspraxia. I find it very hard to try to copy people, but when I let my body move how it wants to move, then it's much easier. So I much prefer just free flow dancing, and that's why I prefer doing yoga like on my own. But that's why I created yoga for autism, because the whole vision of that was to have smaller classes of like 5 to 7 people in the class, and then like one or two yoga practitioners, Wi-Fi practitioners who we train, who are like specialists. So that was the dream kind of thing, and also it was also to come like a bit like a franchise. So if people come to do the training, then they go back to live, go back to where they live, and they open their own Wi-Fi like branch in their local area, and then they can like put on classes, either one-on-one classes for more specific like help in people's homes, or like small group classes. Like I said, up to about 7 people in a class. So that was the vision, and but it proved a lot more difficult than I thought, because I'm good at computers and technology. Like I said, I'm building part of the new internet, like I said before, and I can go into more details all later on.
Okay.
A lot to cover, but I just kind of like, but I found computers and setting up the website and the processes and doing all that part of Wi-Fi was the easy part, but people was the hard part. People were so unreliable, and especially like special needs, it's even more difficult trying to get a yoga teacher and the parents and the carers all to coordinate at the same time to turn up at a class at this time, and it's always, and they didn't communicate, they don't respond in time, and it's very difficult to try to manage and organize them all. So like the processes and the vision and the public talking I used to do at shows and the marketing, all that was the easy part, and the technology side, but the people management part was just a nightmare. So it's a lot more difficult. But,
So can I
learned a lot from that.
back again, David? You're on Instagram as well, by the way.
Have you got everywhere?
Have you got an Instagram account?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I don't really use it that much. I heard it's quite popular, but I just find it's so many social networks. It's so hard to keep up to date with it all. And it's just it's a lot. I've got quite a lot on my plate. So, but
Okay.
I think on Instagram it's just my name, David Ellins. I think it's called. I think it's just my name on Instagram. Haven't logged on for a while though.
Okay, so can I just take you back again to the question of today? Like, there's a lot going on. People are fractious. I know this may be a bit nerve-wracking for you because you're live. Okay, so what exercises would you do? Can you show us something maybe? Like you, I'm drinking 3 bottles of water a day and it's still not enough. But do you do breathing? Can you show us maybe an exercise, a breathing or a yoga or something that will help people to calm down and to relax and to negotiate all of what's going on?
Yeah, like
what would you do? I can do
do
it
like
with,
every day I do my little 20-minute, half hour, yoga routine, and it used to be with qigong as well, but I stopped doing that because I didn't have time to fit the qigong, yoga, and meditation in. And that's the thing. Before I was doing all 3, but because I was working flat out on my projects, like trying to get them going, like especially our world, it took up so much of my time. I started just doing the yoga, but now I set a new commitment to myself of self-love, of like making time for myself because I was getting out of balance. And now I'm gonna start doing my meditation and qigong every day as well. And that, because it's basically it's like, if you watch a video on it's funny you mentioned, but what do I do? I've actually filmed loads of videos of myself in Bali showing what I do.
You're frozen. Sorry,
oh,
David, frozen.
Right.
Someone was saying, do you do online classes? My 15-year-old nephew is autistic. He does a bit of meditation. Would it be great if you could do online classes? Somebody is actually asking if you do online classes. There's a question here. That's interesting. Do you, David?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like when I was in Bali, I did a lot of videos of sharing what my yoga and meditation techniques are, and I was planning for about the last 2 years to start the online classes, and that's part of it's going to be part of the YFA Reborn, the reboot, and the Justice League Academy, which that training course said about, where I teach them how to make apps and games, but it's combined with yoga and meditation and mindfulness, and it's all online training course. So it's going to be kind of like launched at the same time as that, especially now with the lockdown and homeschooling and everything. So it's not just for like people on the spectrum. Obviously, it's specifically there's modules tailored to autism, which I'm a guinea pig for, but it's also ones for everyone. So it's for the homeless, unemployed, kids on the streets, all disadvantaged people basically. So like I can, and it's funny you should mention that as well. Like yesterday was like the Wi-Fi reboot because I did the 3-hour yoga course, and then after that I did a 15-minute record video. So if you go on my Facebook page, it's a video I did, and I'm going to put it on the Wi-Fi channel as well.
Okay, but yeah. Okay, so what's the page? Yeah, Sam, are you getting this, Sam? David does do online classes. You can go onto his page. Is that right? On Facebook or YouTube? What's the Facebook page, David?
Yeah. So I think it's facebook.com and then / yoga for autism.
Yoga for autism.
Yeah, so just search for yoga for autism on Facebook. You should find the page. And it's got a website as well. If you go on yogaforautism.org or yogaforautism.com. Okay. And I'm about to do some big updates for it because I've been mostly focused on our world the last year or two. But now I'm about to start pushing yoga for autism again as well. So it's got.
And she contact you on Facebook, David.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go, Sam. You can contact him on. I can't pin the chat, so I'm trying to get some help from. There's some issues today with Restream. What's new? Because I should chat him, but it's not letting me. I can hear you talking. Maybe you do them.
I'll post it on there. Yeah, so I post it on the chat as well.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Okay, David. For the good of everyone who's on here, including myself, we've got at least 5 people on here at the moment.
and it's going on Facebook and it's going on YouTube, so it will be repeated over and over.
That's what I do.
And what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to go out and in after you finish, because I think I need to log in again, but I don't want to bring you on again because it's a nightmare. Can you do something with us now, maybe? One of your God, it's pouring rain out there.
Yeah, it was raining earlier here. It stopped raining now. It's really pouring down. I mean, oh, did you want to do some yoga now? You mean? Do you say? Yeah, could do.
Or something.
Yeah, sorry. Second, it cut out.
Some kind of breathing exercise, you know, because people, I don't know about you, but my breathing is not very good at the moment. I've got a lot, my core, it feels like the core from here down to here. If you can you see me?
It was just
from my throat down to my stomach. It's all, there's blockages everywhere at the moment. And can we do some breathing? That would be cool. Right
yeah, sure.
here.
Yeah, just like have you heard of like Eckhart Tolle like talks about conscious breathing, and I do that every day as well. That's like,
do that. Okay, conscious breathing.
Especially if you put like your on your hands on your stomach and you just focus on your breath. Just focus on your breath going in and out of your body.
Okay.
And just feel and then yeah, and then just notice your hand on your stomach moving up and down, and then just focus on the like. First of all, don't try to control your breath. Just let your breath be naturally go in and out, and then you can make sure then you start breathing into your stomach and making sure you do a full breath.
Yeah.
Most people breathe into the chest, and that's why you get anxiety, and especially with autism, like very short of breath. But if you breathe deeply into your stomach, then that tells your brain and your body to relax, because that tells that's your natural breathing cycle. And same, especially most people in modern society, that no one actually breathes properly anymore. They're all like just shallow breathing in your chest, and that's why people are so stressed. And because when you're doing that triggers the stress, like anxiety, like the fear and flight response. But if you breathe deeply into your stomach, then that triggers the relaxation and releases endorphins and tells your body to relax and chill out, basically.
Okay,
that's
so
what
do you want to do that? Do you want to do a bit of stomach abdominal breathing with people?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so if you just like,
okay, guys, we're going to do some abdominal breathing. So at the moment I'm chatting here to Restream because I cannot seem to pin the comments. There's always something, isn't there? Always something. Okay, but it's amazing to have you here. Okay, let's do some abdominal breathing. The thing is, hang on, I just need to minimize them so I can bring myself on as well. Me, now let's bring us on together. That's me there, I'm the little one. Can you see me?
Yeah, on my phone.
No, that's me now. Maximize.
Yeah.
There you go.
See.
Okay, now we're going. Hang on. Where am I? Oh, that's me again. There we go. That's both of us. Woo! Okay, let's do it then. As I say, I've got the chat on at the moment. Please wait while we are transferring it. I've tested the chat and it's working. I would need more information. Okay, the chat is working. Just can't pin. I need someone to do technical while I'm. It doesn't matter. We'll carry on, and then I'll go back. I need to do this. Okay, so abdominal breathing, guys. Let's do it. Because 8 people joined now. This is amazing, David. We got people joining. Did you send the link to people so they could join?
Yeah. I sent it around quite a lot of people, because basically I published the last interview last night that we did, and on our blog and on Yoga for Autism, and then today and then basically I said I want to see part 2 and join today on the live stream at 2 p.m.
Fabulous.
It's all quite last minute, so like I just kind of put it out there and to see who joins. And I just trust the universe kind of thing, and it's all recorded as well. But I think we should do another one, part 3, but like do it like in, I don't know, a week or 2 weeks time, just to give time to like
we'll come back again. But
circulate.
Can I just say that anybody who's on here, please can you subscribe to Moving On TV? Just click the subscription and the notification bell, and so you will know when David's coming on again, or when our programs, whatever programs are coming on, because we do a huge amount, and it's all about ascension now. It's all about ascending the best way we can. Okay, let's do some abdominal breathing. Okay, everyone. So tell us what to do, David.
Yeah, so basically, if you just like I said, have your hand on your stomach, one of your hands on your stomach, and then just breathe slowly through your nose, and then breathe directly into your stomach. So it's called a full breath. So all the way in, and then hold for about 2 to 3 seconds, and then release out through your mouth. Your nose.
That's Facebook Live, okay?
Yeah, so then you just like just and you just repeat that. So it's basically breathing through your nose, right into your stomach, and then feel your hand rising on your stomach, and then hold it for 2 to 3 seconds, whatever feels comfortable, and then slowly release it through your mouth, and then repeat, and just do, and you do that for like 10-15 seconds, and you'll automatically relax and ground and come back into your body. And that's quite important with autism. Well, important for everyone, but with autism is really important because it gets quite busy in our heads because all the energy is up in here, because our third eye and crown chakras are open. We're opposite most people. We need to ground a lot because we've already, all our higher chakras are lit up. We're connected cosmically, but we're not in our bodies. We have problems grounding. Whereas other people are like in the bodies and they're working on the Kundalini yoga. They're trying to raise the energy up. But autism is opposite journey. We're trying to bring our energy down because our energy is already up here.
That is amazing. Okay, so with autism, you have to bring your energy down. Rather than bring it up, you have to bring. You see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this out after the interview with you, so you can. This will be shorter, and then I'll come back with another interview, so you'll be able to send this particular one to people that are interested, because it's such a long day. I'm going to be here till 7:30. Do you see what I mean?
Long day.
Okay, so they're going to be here with the chat. Okay, thank you. So they're going to be here to help me when I come off here. Okay, so let's get rid of it. Okay, great. So this is very important, guys. If you I have autism. Everyone has it. You know, we all have a bit of everything, as you know. That I believe we're all creative. We're all sensitive. We're all starseed light workers. And children, we did talk about this, sensitive children that were sensitive to what we can't say it on YouTube, but you know what I mean, because there's no editing, to what happened to them when they got the needle. But what you're saying is a really important thing to do is to stay grounded this planet, because we have a tendency to float off up there, don't we?
Yeah, it's so important for everyone, but especially for autism, because that's the mission, is basically to bring the higher energy, because people don't probably understand, but people with autism are just old souls, or you could say incarnated angels, because they're not used to being in the body, and that's why we have trouble speaking, communicating, struggle with social communication, and because we're used to being telepathic and not having, and that's why we have no boundaries and borders, because we're so open and trusting. Because from the higher dimensions we come from, it's like that's where that's how it was all the time. So there was no like separation. We can completely embody oneness and unity consciousness. That's what we're here to teach: unconditional love and unity. That's what all the things that are people working really hard on, spiritual people to work on. Autism, they already come incarnated like that. And the reason when you get the symptoms, like I said, isn't because of vaccines and stuff. It's because we're so super sensitive. We struggle to be on such a dense planet, like, and in this dense dimension where it's so like ruthless. It's really difficult being here. But now the energies are rising up, and now humanity is basically raising their energy up as well to meet us halfway. So like also sort of bringing the energy down, anchor it into the planet, into Gaia, and as humanity reaches up and we meet in the middle. So we meet in the middle, it's beautiful, and then we all ascend together and then create a better world. I'm not sure who your target audience is, how much they understand this stuff, but the thing is, I started being more open now. I know if you should talk about this when I first started Yoga Fordism 2013, but now it's like the awakening, the grand awakening, and humanity are going to have to start learning these lessons, and it's the truth. So I only speak the truth. I used to have to hold back a lot, but now I'm not holding back anymore. So I'm just saying it how it is.
Okay, we've got someone on here, David, called Tracy, and she's saying I've been suffering with a lot of anxiety lately. Good reminder about proper breathing. Thank you. This is amazing. The live stream is amazing because you're making contact directly to people. This is the biggest gift that's been given to Moving On TV the last couple of months, to be able to stream live. Okay, so Tracy, for you as well, we have got some more people that have joined us on Facebook because we're growing, and we've got Stacey Nolan and Steph, and they're watching. This is so cool.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Okay. I've got a couple of friends that I think would really benefit from this because their children are autistic, and I am trying to get them on at the moment because it's so important to help the young generation. But I don't know where they are, but I'm asking them to tune in. But if not, we can send this to them. So as I say, after this, I'm going to cut the transmission. So this will go on separately, just about what you're doing. This is so exciting. Okay, so again, any comments? Yeah, Tracy wants to do some grounding and breathing. Okay, shall we do some grounding and breathing? Tracy, have you have subscribed? I have to keep reminding people, please subscribe to Moving On TV, because that way we're growing, and at some point David and I will get paid.
I don't know, maybe one day.
While I've got you here, you need to know that something very, very exciting is happening with the lottery, and I will talk to you about that another time. But if you want to go for a grant, you can ring them up. Email them. I'll give you the detail. And you can say to them, I want an assistant to do the grant for me. And they will sit there. The lottery will pay them for a couple of days to work with you on your grant. They do everything. I mean, it's so exciting. And you just tell them what you want. Okay? But I'll talk to you about that another time, because I'm trying to bring you on to the projects I'm doing as well, so we can work together. Anyway, let's do some grounding. Thank you, Tracy. Please share as well, guys, because we're growing slowly. What's this? Unable. It says the device is disconnected. This is ridiculous because we are streaming live. I don't understand why it says this. Anyway, you see what I have to deal with? Oh, I've gone.
I can still hear you.
I've gone.
All right, I can still hear you though.
Yeah, my picture's gone. Hang on, it must be the webcam.
Yeah, I think you're still there. I think.
I can't see myself. I can't see myself now. Right, that's weird.
Yeah, this is why we're building the new internet, the new technology. That's a lot easier to use. If I build it's not more intuitive.
It doesn't matter, because after we finish this one, I'm going to come back on again. So you want to do something with us? Let's do the grounding and the breathing. Okay. So everyone, is it not
now? I can't hear you.
on YouTube? Can you see me on YouTube? No, it's just you, David. Yeah, I can see myself on Facebook. Or is it frozen? No, I can see you. Brilliant.
I think I have to join again because it sounds gone again.
Okay, let's go. Can you not hear me? We've all gone. Okay, I'm going to log back in.
Sorry, guys. Got to log back in, I think. Oh, there he is. There you are, David. You're back. Can you hear me? No, he can't hear me. Right. I've got to log back in again.
Not sure you can hear me, but I can't hear anything now.
Okay, let me send you a message. Right. Got to log back in again. Okay, I've got to log back in again. Okay, so I'm going to turn this off because it's playing up.
I don't know. I tried joining again. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Hey, what's happened with the webcam? This is strange. Okay, we're back.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
We're back. There's a different webcam. This is weird. This is mad. Doesn't matter. Anyway, we're back, guys. So, oh, hang on. And is the chat working? Hi.
Yeah.
Telling me to log in all the time and I can't chat. Living on TV chat. Yes, the chat is on. Ah, there you go. Okay, we're back, and for some reason I've got a different webcam. It looks really bad, but you carry on. I'm going to pin you. Forget about me. There you go. Carry on, David. So what we were doing grounding and breathing, weren't we?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I was just gonna, yeah. Okay. So I was supposed to just kind of what I was saying earlier. So like you start with the deep breathing, like I just said, like breathing in through your nose, out through your mouth, and doing full belly breathing down into your stomach. So you have your hand on your stomach and just feel the breath going all the way in and then all the way out, and then hold for like 2 to 3 seconds. And then after you've done that for about a couple of minutes, that'll start automatically bringing you out of your mind into your body and anchoring you into the present moment. And then it's useful to also put attention on different parts of your body, but I find the most effective thing is your feet, because your feet's the furthest thing from your head, and your feet's really good for grounding. And imagine like long roots coming out of my feet deep into the ground, so like rooting you into the earth like a tree. So you picture you're like a tree. And then when you're walking, I found like it's really good practice to, rather than thinking, because the mind's always so busy, especially with autism. When you're walking, imagine roots coming out the bottom of your feet, and then like a tree. So then elastic bands as well from the bottom of your feet. To elastic bands, so holding your feet to the ground. So there's a lot of background noise just coming on, then it's a bit distracting me.
Sorry about that, David.
Okay.
I'll mute myself.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. So just yeah. So what's I saying? Yeah. So basically, so you imagine you're like a tree, and then the other thing you do as well is when you're doing the deep breathing, you can imagine like filling your body with light. So actually breathing in white like luminous light, and then filling your body up with light, and then slowly your body will glow more and more. And then, like I said, you can focus on your feet to start off with, but then focus on every part of your body. So your feet, your legs, your hands, your arms, your stomach, your chest, your head, and then just it's called like a full body scan, and spend like a few minutes in each part of your body, and then that's really anchors you into your body then. So use a combination of that and your breath. That's really good to do every day. That's great for like grounding you, boosting your immune system, like raising your body's vibration. So if you're ill or feel you're coming down with something, that's a really good way to help speed up the recovery process. So it's really, the breath is a miracle, because the breath is like the gift of life. It's like that is what gives us life. So the breath is the most important thing for everything, for energizing, healing, grounding. So that's why the two most effective things is yoga and your breathing. That's like the core stuff for autism. And The Power of Now, like I said before, by Eckhart Tolle. I really recommend this book to everyone. This book's what turned my life around, and what how it saved my life as well when I lost everything. It was my daughter, and I've been through so many traumatic things in my life, not just the autism, but I've lost a lot in my life, like my health, my money, job, my daughter. One day I'll talk about it all.
Sorry, David, can you hear me? Did you say your daughter?
Yeah, I've got a daughter, like a 10-year-old daughter I haven't seen since she was 1, unfortunately. I haven't seen her for 9 years.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
It's been quite difficult. Yeah, but that's why I do all this for her as well. I do it for everyone, but the best way to get her back is just to create a better world, because I tried going to court many times, and I used the autism why not fit to be a father. So it's been quite difficult. I kind of got chewed up by the system. So I used to believe the system was fair and just until then, and I realized how corrupt it all is, and it's designed to split families up. And I won't go into all that, but that's why Fathers for Justice exists, because I just want to take children away. And I know a lot of people have gone through the same thing. But I've been told in 2000, when she's 10 years old, which she is now, I'll see her again. So I think I'm going to see it, not going through the courts, but when I'm on TV, when I'm famous, when my projects take off, and Our World Jacob Autism are set to do that next year now. I feel that's when I can speak to her like April Cornell and say, I'm your dad on TV. And I'm doing it now. I'm moving on TV. So I'm doing like I saw in my visions, but I mean like on a BBC and things one day I'll be on as well. So that's when I get to see my daughter again. So I just want her to know that I never gave up fighting for you. I never gave up fighting. I've tried really hard for years and years to get access to you. And I got blocked, spent tens of thousands of pounds, and my health really declined. So then I had to like not let you go, but I had to then redirect my energies and focus on building a better world for you to grow up in, so you don't have to suffer and grow up in the dark world that I grew up in. So you and everyone else that don't have to go through all this BS that the rest of us have gone through. So that's what I'm doing for you, and that's what this is on my arm. I'm not sure you can see that. April, it says April and her date of birth, 2nd of August 2010.
Oh,
this way you're always with me, and you're always in my heart. So I'm always gonna you're always gonna be a part of me.
What happened, David? What happened? What, they took your daughter away from you, or what?
Yeah, well, I'm honest, it's a difficult thing to go through. Like it's because like it's back in a long time ago, over like 12, 13 years ago, when I was with my ex, along like many, and then this is before I found yoga, before I found meditation, and then this is when I was a basket case. You know, I said I was on medication, antidepressants, anti-anxiety tablets. I was drinking, smoking, weed as well. So I was a mess then. So basically, yeah, I'm not completely innocent. Like I had a lot more anger issues then as well. I was never like. Never towards my daughter. I was always a really good dad to her and like full of love. But I used to be like arguing in front of her, like with my ex, and basically what happened is like I got really taken advantage of in a way, because I was going to self-help group work, anger management courses, and then who recommended The Power of Now, and I was turning my life around, and then then like the social services got involved, because like even though like I was like healing myself, but the system doesn't care. That the system has no compassion or anything, and it's designed to break families up. But and then my ex had problems as well, and the problem is I was working on myself, healing myself, but she was stuck, and then I won't go for it all. And she had postnatal depression. I had the autism. I was a mess. So it's a complete mess basically. and then I got chewed up a system. So when I went to court, I couldn't afford a solicitor. So my ex had a really good solicitor. I used to be Mackenzie friend because I couldn't afford it. And then I thought there's no way. I was so confident I'd see my daughter again. So I was a good dad, and I thought there's no reason why I wouldn't let a father see your daughter. But I was naive then, and I thought the system's fair, and it clearly isn't.
Yeah.
And then they twisted everything and made me out to be a monster. Like, I had all stuff on paper.
No, is this because of the autism?
Yeah, but also, and also because then I had like an expert in quotes, because she had a degree in psychology, did an interview with me and an assessment, and then it was nothing. And she wrote a report about me. It's nothing about me, David Ellams. It was about like the textbook of what autism is. They're saying like I didn't have any empathy or anything, and I couldn't address her needs because I couldn't relate to her. And then you say I haven't got no empathy. Then look at what I'm doing for the world. Look what I sacrificed. I sacrificed my health to live with autism.
Okay,
and I got more empathy than the person writing that report, clearly. And that's the problem. And then the judge, it's all one-sided, and it's all because she had a better solicitor, and the system was just rigged against me, basically. I'm not going to go into the victim about it all, but I had to let it all go, and I forgive my ex. I forgive my ex, and she's not my greatest teacher, but it's all part of my life path kind of thing, because I was meant to be single and like focus more on my mission. Because if I was a full-time dad, think about it, I wouldn't have much time to do my projects, because I've done a lot and there's still a lot more to do, and so I had to have this gap from inner growth to learn surrender, to grow inner strength, to trust the process, find Eckhart Tolle power of now, and so it's all planned out. So we'll have a soul plan, and so I'm not angry. I've let it all go now. I've forgiven it all, and and it's made me the person I am today. It's made me the Superman I am today. It wasn't wasn't taken from me, then I wouldn't have got to where I am today.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Thank you. We spoke about this before, how people have gone through starseeds like us, have gone through a lot of hell. We've gone through difficult lives, and that was a very, very, very difficult experience for you. And yet, look how amazing you are. So how did you get
amazing?
Okay, how did you get past the experience of your child being taken away from you because of the fact that they said you were not suited to be a dad? How did you get past that? Because this is very important to tell other people who are struggling. Thank you, Tracy. Such a shame. Yeah, we know the system is complete, and that's what we're fighting against. But we've all gone through all this pain in order to be able to help others. And so this is what you do. You use the power of now. So do you want to talk a little bit about Eckhart Tolle and the power of now? And
So basically, that meditation technique I was telling you about, I adapted it from Eckhart Tolle from this book, because when I lost my daughter, and then when I burnt out as well, and I was like bedridden and I couldn't walk and talk for like 4 months, and it took me 2 years to be able to get back to work again. That book, like Eckhart Tolle, Power of Now, that saved my life, and it's all about being present in the here and now, and not worrying about a past you can't change, or a future might not happen yet. And the true freedom, salvation is in the present moment, and that's what I had to learn. And through suffering, the more you suffer, the more intense you suffer, it's like the more you're resisting. But that's also an opportunity to become enlightened, to let it all go. And that's what happened to me. It's like the greatest teachers and healers in the world are the ones who've been through the most trauma and suffered the most. And I've been through more than my fair share in my life. Like one day I write a book about my life and called a Superhero Journey. And films made about it, but yeah, that book is what the biggest thing. That and yoga. So like I said, yoga and the power of now. I just did yoga daily, meditation, and practicing being completely present and being just aware of my body. And I slip in and out of those two states again, like kind of like I have to practice it all the time. It takes hours and hours a day, but especially for me, I've got a very strong mind, and I've been through a lot of trauma, so it was a lot more work. But it was worth it. And then sometimes I slip again a little bit when I'm focused more on the computer and programming a lot, like it's been lately. And now I'm coming back full circle again. It's funny we're having this interview now, because now I'm just getting back into really practicing it again and reading the book again, because I've been quite depressed and honest for the last year or so, on and off, because I lost my twin flame in Bali. I had heartbreaks. I had double heartbreak. Lost my daughter, lost the girl of my dreams, was going to marry,
Yeah.
my fiance,
A lot.
and a lot. I had no money, my health. You know how it was. It's every area, my career, my projects, everything like tanked. Like I'm an investment was supposed to get fell through many times, and people were supposed to be helping my projects abandoned me. Just like tons of stuff happened, and I've just been like basically having to bring these projects into the world on my own. I've been trying to build a team for 7-8 years for Yoga for Autism and Our World, but I've been struggling to find it, and I think that's part of my mission as well. Because think about Superman, he's in the fortress of solitude, and that's where he learns to become Superman. He's not even got a team around him. He's on his own. That's why it's called the fortress of solitude. And that's where I learned to become Superman. So I realize now it's my soul path. I wasn't meant to have the support until now. Now 2020 clear vision.
David,
Now the team is going to come in on the funding.
Thank you. Yeah, the team is coming in. You've got a comment.
Yeah.
You sound like you've been doing amazing work on yourself, David. Well done. That's fantastic.
Oh,
I think you should do a regular program here on Moving On TV. We'll do the David Elam show. And you can do whatever you want, you know, teach people how to get past things, because this is a positive show. As you said, I've got to eat, and I haven't eaten anything. As you said, the power of now. Can you give us an example? How do you use it? So say someone is completely new. God, I hate this. They've given me another webcam. Sorry about this. This is ego. Say you've got a human being, someone is completely new to all this stuff, David, and they've got a label like ADD, ADHD, autism, whatever, it doesn't matter, PTSD. How do you use the power of now to come into the moment and not let the mind run away with you? So give us an example, like a little exercise or something that you would do.
Yeah, sure. The first most effective way is like the breathing I said early on. So you just do the deep breathing, like grounding into your body, and then the body awareness. That's one way. You know, I just did about when you focus on your feet and your legs, and just bring your attention into that, because that anchors you into the present moment automatically, and it stops the mind. And the other way is on top of that is also when you're just watching your thoughts, becoming a watcher, become present of your thoughts, and and the team is like passing clouds. Don't engage with them. Don't get attached to them, and just becoming aware of what you're feeling in your body and what your thoughts are, and by bringing that awareness in, then another state of presence has entered automatically. That is your conscious presence. That's like the watcher. So then you're watching the mind, and then you're not taken over by your thoughts. You're not taken over by emotions, because what happens is we identify with our thoughts and we identify with emotions. We think we are the anger, we are that sad thought, but we're not. We're like your natural state is joy and unconditional love and peace, and we could call it the peace of God. And that's your soul, basically. That's your soul doesn't get depressed or angry or sad. It's always happy. It's always full of love and happy. And that's our natural state. It's only the mind and then the body's reaction to the mind, which is the emotions. And emotions follow the mind, your thoughts, that then pull you away from that natural state of peace and bliss. So it's just becoming aware of that and not being identified with it. So it's like doing the daily yoga practice, the daily mindfulness practice. Like I said, when you're washing your hands, feel the water on your hands, feel the wind on your face, feel the sunshine on your face, feel your feet on the ground when you're walking, when you're going up and down the steps. Just remember to focus on your breath going in and out, your feet on the floor, the sounds around you, the sights. Don't label, don't judge them. Just be present. Just be aware of them without your mind labeling everything. Like, so before your mind labels, you're already aware of it. There's awareness that's beyond the mind. So the mind is just like your computer kind of thing, and it's a very powerful tool, and it's great for programming or other tasks. But when it takes control and it runs away with itself, it becomes a monster. Then that's when you start having problems, because the mind doesn't understand love or compassion and peace. It's just a computer, really. It doesn't really have emotions. The emotions come from your heart and your body, and also beyond that, which is like your soul. And all you got to do is quieten down the mind to be able to feel it and feel and hear that inner peace and inner natural state of joy. yeah, I hope that makes sense. That's basically summarizing Eckhart Tolle's teachings basically. But I really recommend, like, yeah, checking out his book, and he's got a YouTube channel as well, and he's doing some special like awakening through adversity with the COVID lockdowns and stuff. He's doing like a whole new like meditation series right now. So, and he's like the master. He's just like, yeah, he's my Superman. He's one. He gets me through the tough times. So yeah, I hope that helps. I think I summed it up quite well. And also just don't resist what is. Like when things are happening, don't resist and fight it, because resisting what is, you're fighting life. So you just got to say yes to life, not say no. It might not be how you want it to go, but by fighting it, like say you're late. Say, I used to be like this, a lot of anxiety being late for something, and I get stressed out, or you didn't get the interview, or whatever it is. But by clinging to that, resisting that, you're creating that inner disharmony, and you're creating that stress, and that stress isn't going to make it any better, isn't going to change the situation, isn't going to make you be on time, or isn't going to like give you a different result. But your reaction is how you deal with it. So you just got to accept it and say yes. And then because it's just going to affect your health, and it's a thing called law of attraction. So if you like then are resisting and fighting life and being negative, the universe and the life will give you more of that, will give you more resistance, more things to be negative about. But if you let it go and be positive, a positive state of mind, and then you let things just flow through you, and just and always be positive, then you attract more positive things into your life. And it's not easy said than done, but practice makes perfect, and I have to keep practicing it all the time. But once you get used to it, then it gets easier and easier. You just got to be disciplined. Even just doing like 10-minute yoga, 10-minute breathing every day, and just watch your mind and your thoughts, and watch your feet when you're walking. You know, just whenever you remember, kind of thing. Because the mind is quite clever, and it will try to always come in a little back door and try to trick you into identifying with it again. But you just got to be present, and the more presence you build, then the easier it becomes, and the more you're aware of it. There you are again, those thoughts, those negative thoughts, and you just laugh at it, and you're like, haha, you're not gonna trick me again. Yeah. And then you just come back into your heart space. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. And can you still hear me? Hopefully, I've been talking quite a lot. Oh, the sound's gone again. I hope you heard me. 1 second. Why is the sound keep going?
And I'm muted. Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, he's back. He's back.
There we go.
We lost you there for a minute. Yeah.
I couldn't hear anything you're saying again. The sound went.
David, you know what? To me, the gift that you are giving the world is people are struggling so much, and you found your dream, I found my dream, and that's what keeps me in balance. That's what gets me up every day, because we feel we're here for humanity. We're here to do a good job, to help humanity have a better life. So I want you to, again, just do a very quick little breathing session with anyone who's on here at the moment. Because if anyone's got anyone in your life at the moment that is struggling and can't cope with what's going on, because we can see beyond, we know that it's all good, and we know that everything is getting, we know the silver linings, and we know that we're winning. But there are a lot of people out there that are watching the media, and they need something, a tiny technique, as you said. When you say to someone,
like I say, you know, if you say it to me, I know what you're talking about. Whatever you do, you're in the now. You know, this is a table. I can feel it. Touch assist. Touch assist. This is, I can feel my skin. You use all your modalities. I can hear my voice. What does it sound like? Yada, yada. But you're talking to someone who's been doing this work for God knows how long. Now we want to appeal to, say, someone who's got a child who's autistic. And we have got people like that. And they should really be on here, but they're not. And so how can they help, for example, a child that is going through an autistic episode, for example? What would be the best thing to do with them? Would you know?
It depends what age they are. So like, if
Okay.
they're like, if you can like talk to them, then the best thing to do is like just mention oh, is it that monster inside you? Just say like or you could use a monster, or you could use a different name for it, kind of thing. Just say like your thoughts or that feeling inside, and just basically make it into more fun way of what I was explained earlier about being aware of what they're feeling inside, and that negative thoughts, and say, oh, that monster or whatever it is coming again, and not to listen to it, basically, and just to be focus on the breath, and just come and just bring awareness into it. Because bringing awareness into it and just having attention on that is what transmutes it, and then that sort of stops the meltdown, kind of thing. It's like a pattern interrupt. It's like a circuit breaker. Just breaks out of that vicious cycle, because your thoughts are like driving your emotions, and then emotions cause that negative energy in your body, and then that feeds the negative thoughts. So it's a vicious cycle, and then the mind and body feed each other, and you just got to break that circuit, break that cycle. So you just got to or like in other ways, like we do laughter, or you can just distract them with something else. You know, maybe something funny, like a joke, or something they like to do. And yeah, but again, it depends on the age, like what level they like can rationalize with what, if they can understand what you're trying to explain.
Okay. Sorry, David. I'm muted. So, for example, as you say, it depends on the age of the child, obviously. But say you're dealing with a child, say about the ages between 5 and 9. Say, take where they're totally aware. A 7-year-old is already, a child that is already formed. They're not a baby anymore. They're, you know what I mean. So, how would you deal with, say, this child is having some kind of episode, and you don't know what to do with them? Oh, my webcam's gone now because it's not connected. You see, sometimes it's common sense. So I think people can hear us now. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. So yeah, we're on watch. We're on a watch party here as well. So it's going a lot all over the place. So yeah. So as I say, I know people that have children, David, that they don't, they find it difficult, and yet you are doing so well. So can we take you back a bit? Okay, let's take you back to when you were a kid. Okay. So how was the outer world to you as a kid? How does an autistic child, again, with that, I hate labels, but we can only talk about this with a label, can't we? How does a very sensitive child with a label understand the world out there? And what's the best way for a parent or for someone to be able to interact, or to help them to come back into balance it? Because isn't it true that one of the things about autism is I can see you don't look at me. You look away from me. I can see your eyes. Is that?
No, I can't see. I don't know where you are. No, I'd look at you, but I just because I'm looking at the screen.
Okay, let me put myself back. Okay, so I'll put myself.
I'm not sure I can't see where to look.
Hey, there I am. Who's the third person? We've got a third person here. I don't know who that is. Can you see me? I'm above.
Yeah. So I'm.
Okay.
I never used to make eye contact. Like I said, but before I did all the yoga and self work on myself, I couldn't even talk. I was stuttered and didn't make any eye contact, and then I went from like being like really started an introvert, not talking, to doing like public talking at yoga shows, the Yoga Show and or the Autistic Show. And if you look at Yoga for Autism website, there's some old videos when I used to do like shows in Manchester and London, and then I do like public talking. And the first public talk I did was like the hardest thing I've ever done. Like and you see how I improved over time, because I'm still working on the communication stuff. But I never used to be able to like make any eye contact, and then now I was doing this public talking, which is like the most terrifying thing someone with autism could do to an audience. And I found the best thing to do was just talk from the heart, and that's what I was about to say for the children's. Like it's just talking from the heart, because when it's reading from a presentation or a script from the mind, then it's not more difficult, and I start stuttering again. But when you're just talking from the heart, people can feel my passion and my love for what I'm talking about, and that's what people loved at the shows. How it's a positive message I was talking about, rather than a negative stigma that everyone's all talking about autism, like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, you won't have a job. And that's why I created a training course to give them all jobs as well. So I was like, right, I can help you, like, teach you meditation, yoga, mindfulness, train you up how to make apps and games, and make it how to make apps and games, and then give you all jobs. Because I'm just going to solve this, because I thought someone needs to step up. Because I've got fed up with all the negative, like all this, you can't do this, you can't do that, and I just want to prove the world wrong. I was like, no, I can do this. The more someone told me I can't do something, the more I push back and say, well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to prove you all wrong. And that's what I've done. So now I just want to share that with everyone else.
Okay, well, you're frozen again, but it is coming across. It's interesting because you're not frozen on Facebook, but you're frozen on Restream. So anyway, it's absolutely brilliant what you're saying, David. And thank you so much for coming on here. You've got so much to teach and so much to say. And I am trying, I don't know, we've got another person on here now, except as well as you. I don't know who it is, because...
Oh, it's me, probably.
It's you again, but it's not
me. It's two me. It's two me's. It's the E.
There's two you.
Yeah, because that's my computer. That's my digital twin. Because on my computer, I haven't got a webcam and microphone, but I've got a bigger screen, so I can see. But on phone, I got a phone and mic. That's why I use my phone for the camera and microphone. And the other one, DE, is the other me. The face of me. The digital me.
We've got great example, David. So I think we've got a lot of information there, and I want to put it out, as I say, separately, and then come back so people can just watch this interview about autism. And I personally would love for you and me to do a show together. So, like maybe a regular weekly show. How would you feel about that? Oh my God, I'm putting you on the spot here, aren't I?
Yeah, no, that'd be good. Like, yeah, and then can see it. I think I've got a lot to share. So, yeah, I make time for it. Like, I think it'd be good. Like, because always it's like I got my time pressured, but I think it's time. Like you said, I need to get the message out there. Got a lot to share, and I've been 7 years preparing for this, so I really got to like sort of step up now, kind of thing. I think the world's got to start hearing the message, and that's my role. That's the thing. My projects and technology I'm building, like, is only a teeny fraction. My biggest role is to bring inspiration, is to embody it and to live, to go for the challenging, like all of us have, like, and all of us are superheroes, and it's kind of like to inspire and empower people, and to like that's the thing. That's how people can relate. Because if you just showed up, like, had a really great life and you had all the superpowers, and people can't relate to you, but if you like down in the trenches and you kind of lived and bled and was one of the people and had to go through all the same challenges, then people can relate to you, and they look up to you and respect you more because you're talking from experience rather than just talking from a textbook. You're actually practicing what you preach, kind of thing. So now I understand why, like, same for all of us, why we've all been put through so much, because now we're about to start stepping up into the world to heal and teach the world what we've got to teach. But we had to go through it all first, as an example. So,
and I just think it's so exciting. I'm humble to you and honored to meet you, because I never was diagnosed with such a serious spectrum, label. I have my own issues,
but you have just done such amazing work. And next time you come back, we're going to talk about the game. Okay, we're going to talk about the avatar, and we'll come back again. As I say, I'm really excited to bring you back again next week onto I've Got Life, or we can even create our own show. We could talk about this, David, but it'd be just good to have you back, like a co-presenter, maybe even, where we could bring people on. They can ask you questions, and it's all about sharing. Everything's about sharing, and we are here in order to do our job. This is our job, to bring the light. And the web changed now, which means, you know, we've got more people watching. So anyway, what are you up to today? What are you going to be doing today? Anything exciting?
Well, today I've got to get some work done, kind of thing. I'm working for another company. I've kind of got a part-time job I just started with Seeds. I'll talk about it more next time. That's the technology side of the part, and that's like the new economy, and that's basically it's going to replace the current financial system with Seeds. And it's about a regenerative economy when you get rewarded. So when you do good and help people in the world, you get Seeds, which is a form of it's like a cryptocurrency called Seeds. And you go and join seeds.com, you can check out more. And kind of working with them, and I'm integrating that into our world and into the Races API, which is the technology stuff I can talk about more next time. So, but I've got basically work to do for them, because yesterday was all yoga all day and meditation. I had a massive yoga meditation day yesterday, so today I've got to get a bit of work done, because I've got a meeting tomorrow morning with them, and I've got to tell them the progress. So I've got to like have some progress to show them. I just want to say I just want to end with one thing. Like, you asked me earlier about the children, and I was just thinking, what else would be really effective? And basically the answer is the same thing for everyone, is love, and just give them a hug. Just tell them you love them, hug them, and kiss them on the forehead, and say you love them, I love you. And I think that will also snap them out of it. That's what, for me, all I ever wanted was a hug and someone to tell me they love me. And I never felt I got that when I was growing up. It's like, not my parents' fault, because they were 80s, you know, in the 80s I grew up, and things were different then. And they thought like, they taught the wrong thing about the answer was to not pander to our needs. But no, the child needs to feel loved and needs to feel like they're there and care. And people only act out when I don't feel loved. And that's what the whole problem the world we're in is, because people aren't getting enough love. So you need to love and accept people how they are. And I never felt loved or accepted or understood. And that was been the hardest thing. So yeah, I think that's for everyone. Just give everyone a hug and tell them you love them, and that'll solve nearly every problem in the world. Instead of fighting all the time.
Yes, hugging. So thank you so much, David. And before you go, just quickly, shall we just do a grounding and breathing? Let's do a quick grounding. Oh God, I can't talk. Grounding and breathing. And then we'll send you on your way. Because I'm quite excited now, because hopefully we've got a dancer coming on tonight, Natasha, because I was going to have to leave early today, but now something has got postponed. So hopefully we've got a dancer coming on. That's going to be exciting. And of course, that is going to ground you.
Yes, and dancing too. I forgot to say, dancing is everything I love. Swimming in the sea, yoga, and dancing. They're my favorite three things.
Okay, let's quickly, so put your hands on, let's do that together. Let's put our hands on our stomach, close our eyes, and just do some grounding. So basically, you want to feel that you've got roots coming out of the bottom of your feet, and they're connecting to the ground really, really deep. Basically, deep, deep, deep. And that keeps you really, really grounded. Okay? And then you breathe from the belly. Like a singer, you open up, up, up. And then and again, put your hand on your belly. Imagine it's like an accordion. And it's opening up, up, up. You should really play the accordion on me. I haven't done it for a while. And then out. And open it like an accordion. And out. No, we ask for the protection of the angels and love. And I always love the violet flame, absolutely love the violet flame. I work with the violet flame all the time. Ask for the protection of Saint Germain. I don't know about you, but I can now see beautiful violet flame everywhere. It's very fast for me. And so, but like you, it's very important for me to be grounded. If you can hear my feet, grounded. I float off so quickly back to my planet. And I'm singing, when I'm really in the body, when I'm singing from every part of me, which I'll do after this, it grounds me. You know, when I'm singing, it's a bit like I'm totally in the moment. And I think the happiest times I had yesterday was one of the happiest days, because I was doing all my own show and I had audiences and people were coming on and enjoying the singing. You know, again, it's unusual for me to get audiences. It's so exciting. I mean, we've got people on YouTube, we've got people on Facebook, we've got Jane Randall, we've got Steph Strecker, Harry Tiger on the watch party, and we've got people. We've got Sam, and we've got Samantha, and we've got what's we got? Tracy, and I don't know who else because it doesn't always show up. But we've got about 5 or 6 people, and it's so exciting. Apart from people that are on Facebook, Geza. I love you. There, send them away. Geza Tarjani, our wonderful freedom fighter, is on. He's watching. So this is David Elam's, and he's teaching us how to stay calm and breathe and stay calm. Anyway, it's wonderful to have you, David. I'm going to go now because I've got to go and take a bit of breathing space for me. Gotta go and get a drink and stay grounded. So we will have you back next week, please, God. And talking about your game.
And just to talk about audience, as a third part of my my mission, like is the yoga, the technology, and on also I'm a freedom fighter as well. I've got a truth blog as well, truthiseverywhere.org, and I haven't done that part for a while. So that's why I'm
what is it? What is it? Can you give me
the truthiseverywhere.org? I put it on your chat. The truthiseverywhere.org. That's my truth warrior thing, but I hadn't had time to do that much for a while. And I'm called the messenger on there.
The truthiseverywhere.org. That's David's truth blog. But today we're here to talk about yoga for autism. Because Geza on, and Geza, I nearly got arrested twice because of our interview. That's another story. The Boys in Blue program. Yeah. 4 a.m. in the morning. The singing police came along. The singing, can you believe it? They said singing. So there you go. Anyway, that's how, but they're gone now because the vibration's too high. They can't come near me.
Yeah, what happened? What did you do? An interview, was it? And then you said some things, that keywords probably.
Yeah. We threw on saying. Anyway, love you lot, David. Take care, sweetheart. Send this everywhere. And I'll see you next week. Okay, take care.
Love you lots. Bye.
Bye, darling. Bye-bye. Okay, that was David Elam's, and I've got to sort out the webcam because this one is rubbish. And before you know it, you won't be able to see me at all because it's the one connected to the laptop. I love you guys, and join me at 4 o'clock. I will be coming back about half an hour. Join me for Anne Sarah Gallagher and Sarah's Hope. I'm going to leave now and come back because, as I said, I need to sort out the webcam because this is not a good one. Take care, and I'll see you soon. Please sign on to Moving On TV if you haven't yet. Love you lots. Bye. I'm going to leave now and come back because, as I said, I need to sort out the webcam because this is not a good.
A YouTube channel as well, and it's doing some special like awakening through adversity with the COVID lockdowns and stuff. He's doing like a whole new meditation.
Yeah, before we go,
I'll sing a song that's actually apt.
Love you lot.
This song from Oliver. Oh, okay, let's go for it. Let's sing it with the artful dog.
Meet Darren from Faith in Nature. When
Sorry
demand
about the
increased,
advert, guys.
they secured
I
funding to
love
source
you
more
too.
ingredients
Thank
for their
you, sweetheart.
100% vegan products. Can
Send
you be
it
ethical
everywhere.
and successful? Naturally. Lloyd's Bank, by the
Yes,
side
it
of
is.
business.
The true Superman.
All right then, lads. The first thing you can do for me is get to work. We can't have you lying about here all day. There's rich pickings on them streets.
I would fag if we was all going to see the hanging.
Oh, don't worry, my dear. You'll be
find
hanging
the
yourself in
karaoke
time.
version.
Say,
It's on
Nancy,
YouTube, but
how many better get going before Bill wakes up?
Nah, yeah, you're right. You listen, Oliver. Be careful.
Let's try this one. They don't know it's true. Someone very well with it. We'll be back soon. But they don't know it's true. Someone very well with it. We'll be back soon. Oh, I'm very well with it. We'll be back soon. I gotta go and sort out the webcam.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Moving On TV. My name is Lauren Hope Glory. I'm the CEO. Today, I wanted to talk to anyone who may have a phobia of needles or blood tests, because I have a very serious one. And I had to do a test. Well, this is my happy news anyway. I had to do a test in order to check my vitamin D levels, and I was really, really nervous. I didn't want to go to the hospital. I tend to faint when I have blood tests, unless I'm lying down. I'm not kidding you. It's a big one for me. Needles and blood, it's a big one for me. Anyway, so I was told I could get this little test done in my house. And so it was sent to my house, and I was told what to do. And I thought, no, I can't do it. Started going into panic, serious panic. So I can't do it. I can't do it. No way. And then I thought, well, you've got to. You've got no choice, because you've got to check your levels, Lauren. You know, you've got to stay healthy. You've got to get your singing voice back to the way it was. So you've got to do your blood test. So I did it. And I swear to God, it was nothing. It was nothing. So if you are like me, really, really have a phobia of blood tests and needles, it's nothing. There's my little wound. I've got my plaster on it. And all it is you push something in, it pricks a little bit. It really doesn't hurt. I mean, I'm a big baby, and it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. And then you get a few drops of blood, and that's it. And I did it, and it was easy. And if I can do it, you can do it. So that's my happy news for the day. I managed to do the blood test. I managed to do what I had to do. And this is going out to anyone who's got the fear of blood tests, who thinks that they, like me, if you have a phobia, I swear to God, it is easy. It doesn't hurt at all. And I'm not lying to you. And it's very quick and easy to do. All right. So good luck with that. And I really wanted to send that out in the happy news today, because today is Happiness Saturday. Please pass this everywhere. And I hope it helps people with phobias. A lot of the time, the phobias are in the mind, because the minute I heard of having to do that myself, my mind went everywhere. I thought, I can't do that. I can't do that. There's going to be blood. And I can't cope. And the mind went on and on and on. So I thought, that's it, Lauren, just do it. And I did it. I got it over with. And that's what you have to do. The mind will drive you mad. The mind will put you into panic, into fear, into all sorts of situations. Don't let it happen. Love you lots. Take care. Get your test done. Find out what your vitamin D levels are and sort it out, because you've got no sunshine. Love you lots. Bye. And if you want to come on here and share a success story or something that's going to help the human race like I do, then please contact me, movingontv1@gmail.com. Have a beautiful day, evening, what's left of it. Bye-bye.
From around the world, this is the happy news from Moving On TV. Positive station.
Can I give you a little song first?
Yeah, you can.
Happy, 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 happy news. Happy, happy, happy news.
Oh, you've nicked that.
Is Lauren, who's behind the Happy News, to come and do Happy News. She wants people to come and help edit. She wants people to come and help and do all sorts that revolve around film. Maybe even photography, networking, anything revolved around media and helping people. And this is a good thing because she's actually giving people the opportunity to do all these wonderful things. She's giving people the chance to say what it is they've got to say, to give the message it is they want to give, and that's a powerful thing, just to give people the space to be able to share what it is they want to share. And then she'll help you share, but you need to help share the moving on TV as a result. The more everyone shares, the more everyone finds out about this, the more people we can make aware of moving on TV, the more we can get people away from mainstream TV, which is just depressing. We don't want to be watching EastEnders. We don't want to be watching all of these programs.
Or YouTube. YouTube's depressing now as well.
Yeah, YouTube, because they've got too much of a choice, I suppose. We just want people to have only positive material to look at. So moving on TV is the Happy News, and the chance that you can get on there and you can help with it, you can be part of it, do so. It's the way to go. Lots of love, and take care to everyone, and enjoy your life. Happy news. Happy, happy, happy.
No, rien, de rien. Oh, I love you too, Marcel. Oh, bonjour, bonjour. I want to wear my face to the audience as I would a laver. And that is why I refuse to wear the makeup and the products, not unless they are organic. Because they make me feel nude. So, come on board, organic makeup companies, moving on TV.uk. Bonjour. No, rien. died as usual, I managed to get in the car and drive back home. Whew, and I've got some pretty flowers here, more pretty flowers. And some buttercups that I nicked from Ewington, as you can see. And, but on a more serious, well, I don't want to be serious and I don't want to upset. I'm not here to be serious, as you know, but I'm here to be realistic. But, so what I was talking about being here for you guys, especially for people that are struggling with, I'm not allowed to be in the sun too much, as you know, guys. So I've got Baba Bertha's towel around me, just in case. This is Lauren, not Baba Bertha. She's in the Caribbeans with her million toy boys and the puppy, if you know what I mean. And she says that about Lauren. I'm getting confused now, but who am I? Between Baba Bertha and myself. No. Honestly, guys, I'm in a good position here. I'm in the way that I don't have to be around anybody I don't want to be around, and so for that I am very grateful. For crying out loud, you know I'm grateful. It's like Meatloaf. For crying out loud, you know I love you. For crying out loud, you know I love you. I am having chocolate oat milk with oat milk. I'm very grateful because Martin brought me some food today. You know, guys, I'm so isolated now. I'm so living like a hermit. Having such a nice, relaxing retreat. Dealing with my stuff, you know, I mean, I've had a couple of days. I had a really, 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 really bad night 2 nights ago. And it was just really dealing with the ascension stuff, dealing with stuff that you think you've dealt with. The real issues. Like one of the issues, you know, I always say to you, you're never upset for the reason you think. So if somebody upsets you in the moment, this is from A Course in Miracles, it's not likely that you're upset with them because of that moment. You're upset because of something that happened to you in the past or as a child maybe. And I've proven that time and time again, especially with the therapeutic community. So one of the biggest things that happened to me was I was born alone, you know, and when I mean that, I was supposed to be a twin. And I didn't really do enough work on the grief of losing my twin. And somebody gave me the opportunity to do that, and I'm very grateful. Thank you for that. They said something, and it just pushed me very, very far back. And so I was lying in a little ball, crying and dealing with that, with the grief. The birds are very vocal today. The sun is very strong, so I've got to really be careful. Look, I'm not going to completely abstain from the sun. That's ridiculous. You know, as I said, if I was sick, I would be sick by now. And I'm not, thank God. So, and I haven't been taking any more vitamin D now since I found out, so half a week. And we haven't had that much sun. But, you know, I'm not going to abstain completely from the sunshine. My mum always used to say to me, the best time to sit in the sun is after 3 o'clock because it's not going to be as strong and it won't be as dangerous. And you wear a hat and you wear some flowers in your hair. If you're going to Ewington Valley, make sure you wear some flowers in your hair. I nicked these from this is the front of the house I'm living in at the moment. And these I nicked from the buttercups in Ewington. So sorry about that. Sorry, nature, but I just want to wear some flowers in my hair. Hang on. Because then you look at them. Look, if one of you guys starts to smile, if one of you guys starts to smile because Lauren's got flowers in her hair, then isn't that wonderful? I've done my job today and I've made you happy. That's it. I've done my job. Goodbye, good night. Have a nice life. That's what Jesus says, believe it or not. You know, I'm not religious, but in A Course in Miracles, Jesus says, you don't have to do anything except be happy, because when you're happy, you make another person happy. Now, you can be dealing with stuff, you could be dealing with really serious issues and still be able to do like maybe an hour a day where you're smiling and wearing flowers and making people laugh and making them happy, making yourself happy. I'm not saying I'm not dealing with my issues, I am. And there's always butterflies in my stomach of what's coming next. Because I don't know, do I? I only know what I'm told. And I pray to God that what I'm getting and what Jane is loading when we do our tarot is really what's coming, you know. But we do know that, well, I've been told to buckle up, and I had a big dream last night. And in this dream, I saw what I knew. Oh, this smells wonderful. Smell it. Smell it. Oh, I don't know what it is. It smells beautiful. It's got a really sweet smell. But that's what they make perfume out of flowers, don't they? They make perfume out of flowers. So, so what I was saying is, if I hadn't gone through what I went through 5 years ago, there's no way I'd be on here now, smiling and giving you love. You know, all I wanted ever was a loving family. That's all I ever wanted. I wanted to do a little bit of my performing. And when we went to Edinburgh, I had a loving family, remember? It ticked all the boxes, going on, doing the shows with my loving family. And that, I would have said, was the happiest time in my life. I've had other happy times when I was doing shows and when I was grieving my family, the loss of my family, with another loving family. And that ticked all the boxes. And then everybody went, and I went into deep depression, as you all know, a year ago. And I was doing my best to work, but it was very hard for me, and it got harder and harder and harder. I had massive breakdowns, as you all saw. My Sundays, when everybody went home, where I nearly threw myself into the Marlow River. You saw it on Facebook. Because I had to come home and be on my own. And it was like, no, I can't do that. I can't do it. It was too painful. I didn't want to. It was so much suffering and so much pain. But what I'm saying to you is my gratitude now is so big, because, you see, you've got to move on from a certain situation before you can help others. And you can't help others if you're not happy. You can't help others. You can't. If you're not in a certain amount of peace and calm and in a space, I don't see how you could help others. It's coming from, I don't see how you could do it, because, well, I can't anyway. Maybe, I don't know, let me know. Let me know if you think you can heal and love, you can heal others and teach others when you are going through turmoil. Then please, I want you to explain that to me. Mind you, you can do it for short bursts, and I did do it for short bursts. What I did is I taught you how to get out of the spaces I was in through the awakening. So, but I don't believe, I can't stand here and tell you how great my life is, because I don't have a family, because it's just me and the cats, and so I don't need to have these awful conversations. I am not banned from seeing my kids or my grandkids or whatever, and I am not being aloof. I am being grateful. There's a difference. And I'm being humble, and I'm saying that I am very grateful because I can be here smiling. And if I smile, if that makes one person feel good, and I've done my job. That's it. That's it. I don't have to do anything else, because my smile will ripple and through others, and it's like paying it forward. Hopefully someone will go and smile at someone else, or smile at themselves, and no one would believe it, that that's how I am most of the time now in 5D, except when I'm dealing with intense suffering and grief that I'm dealing with. Believe it or not, I'm dealing with it. It hurts, but it's not going to stop me having a beautiful day today, in this moment, in the sun, smiling. Okay, so there's a contradiction, Lauren, but there's a paradox. You said that people can't teach happiness if they're not happy. No, I didn't say that. I said people can't teach. Like, I couldn't teach you how good it was to feel like being on my own until I got the realization of how good I feel on my own without having to deal with all the shit that's out there. Because I don't have a family that I need to call now and listen to all the shite and all the lies and all the rubbish and all the conditioning and all the madness. Because I don't think I could deal with it, especially if they don't want me anywhere near them. So I can teach, but I'm not teaching. Well, I am teaching. I'm just teaching you today to just, all right, this is what I'm teaching you, is sometimes things go really, really bad, and things go really bad, and things have gone really bad for me, really, really bad, where you saw me leaving the stand-up groups on a Sunday on Facebook and saying, I'm going to throw myself into the river. You've seen me. You said, I don't want to go home. I don't want to live anymore. Yeah, you've seen it. It's not a lie. You saw me. You saw me about 6 months ago, I think it was. You saw me, right? Maybe more than 6 months now. I think probably 8 months, maybe. But I've gone past that, so thank God. And I'm grateful, because imagine if I had a family, imagine if I had kids, imagine if I even had friends that were having jibby jabs and believing everything they'd been told, and like them next door. Imagine if I had all of that in my life now. So my gratitude is, thank you so much, God, Spirit, for taking my family away from me 5 years ago. Because the only person who would have had any brains is probably Dad. I think Dad would have been looking beyond. So that's my gratitude. And because I feel like this now, I don't need a family. I don't need anyone. I don't need anyone anymore. I don't. And I've got to a point now, because I don't need anyone, I can teach. Okay, do you get it? I can now teach you. I wish I could bottle the feelings I feel, because it's just pure bliss. It's just nothing. It's just enjoying my chocolate oats milk. But don't get me wrong, I get triggered very quickly. Like if I listen to her conversation, God forbid, about wanting to jibby jab her grandchildren, then I'll just want to go in. I won't want to be here. They'll learn. You know, after 9/11, I don't know if you remember, I told you I had a mass awakening after 9/11. That was a mass awakening for me. As a child that was brought up in Israel and thought that everything was black and white, and, you know, certain people were good, certain people weren't. After 9/11, I had a massive awakening, a massive meditation. And in that meditation, what we call God said to me, they'll learn. They'll learn. Yeah? They'll stop fighting over their toys, like my dad's bigger than yours. Yeah, this is my country. Look, Charlie Wood is going to interview me on the 6th of June about how it was to grow up in Israel. And then you will find out what you need to know. Things that you don't know, things that you need to know to understand. If you don't understand yet, Israel was never called Israel and Palestine was never called Palestine. There were no Palestinians and there were no Israelis. There was Canaan and a lot of pagans. And apparently God, the God that I don't believe in, the God that was made up, the vengeful God that people, that you can believe in whatever you want, the vengeful God told Abraham to go to Canaan to go and kill all the pagans. And that's where there weren't any Jews, but the Israelites, they were promised, or this bunch of people that were told that they were the special people, and I don't believe anyone is special. Abraham and his gang, I'm very blasphemous here, but I don't care, because all I care about is peace and love and keeping people together regardless of who they are and what they are. And the whole problem started when somebody said, somebody told somebody to write a book to tell these people and to bring them up from the time they're born, the Jewish people, that you own a country and it's in the Middle East and it's called Israel. And the reason they went there to save their lives after the Holocaust or whatever, to live in peace with the Arabs, and that's a fact, until the mandate got there, and that's what I will be telling. The lovely Palestinian people and the Jewish people were friends. They loved each other, they got on, they had great times together until he came and he destroyed it. And the mandate, the British people, the British Empire created the situation in the Middle East, not the people, and I'll always tell you that. But it was all based on a book and a story that Abraham apparently was told to take over the land of milk and honey and Canaan and kill all the pagans. Now, I'm a pagan, you're a pagan, a lot of us are pagans. What does it mean to be a pagan? This is a pagan. A pagan is someone that puts flowers in their hair. A pagan is someone who loves nature, right? That's a pagan. Whoever told you otherwise is lying to you. That's what pagans are. And so Abraham was told to kill me, people like me, and take over that land and give it to his people, the Israelites. And that was the beginning of the end. That was the beginning of the end, because then, from then onwards, every single Jewish little child that was born, or Israel, whatever, they weren't even called Jews in those days. Judah comes from a tribe, the tribe of Judah. All it was one tribe from the sons of Keep up with me here, guys. Jacob had 12 sons. Right? One of them was Judah. That's where Jewish come, the Judeans, right? Small tribe, one tribe. But every time a child was born, into their head that the milk and honey, Canaan, belonged to them, right? And that's where the problem started, at the beginning. There's no such thing as Palestinians, and there's no such thing as Israelis. There's no such thing as Jews. There's no such thing as Christians, and there's no such thing as Buddha. There's no such thing as anyone. You're all the same. Everyone. You're all the same. God created you. God created it, that energy, that consciousness, created the world. God, love, created a world for all of you. And then at the end, he decided to create Adam. And then Adam wanted a mate, so he created Eve from Adam's hip, if you don't know that. And that's why a man has one less hip than a woman, okay? Because God took part of Adam's hip and created Eve. And that's how you got man and woman. And then there was pure innocence, apparently, till they ate from the land of knowledge, from the apple, okay? And then they woke up and realized they were naked. So walking around naked is not wrong, because Adam and Eve walked around naked until they ate from the tree of knowledge, and then suddenly they realized, oh my God, I'm naked. Their innocence went. And this could all be a story, because that's what A Course in Miracles tells us. This is just a story. So if you lived in a culture where you can walk around naked, then nobody will arrest you. If you live in a culture like the UK, where it's a bit cold, but today isn't, and walk around naked today, you'll get arrested. And they'll say you're mad. Why? That doesn't make you bad. It doesn't, because if you live in Africa where everyone walks around naked, that you won't get arrested. You'll get arrested if you don't walk around naked. So guys, wake up, for God's sake. This is all stories and conditioning and lies, and you all put in your little boxes. And now they put you in another one. They've stuck you in another one, right? And they've told you, this is it. This is how you're going to live now forever. No, you're not. Because this is the time you're going to end it all. You're going to look them in the eye and you're going to say, feck off. I'm going backwards. I'm going back to the beginning of time here, when God created me innocent, without even a fig leaf. I'm channeling this. And I am free. This is my Garden of Eden. You will never tell me what to do again. I don't want to wear a fig leaf. I don't want to wear clothes. What are you going to do about it? I'm not saying go out there. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about. You need to go back to the basics. Start again. I can't see if anyone's putting any comments on it, so the sun is too strong. Whoever's watching is watching. I do this because I'm teaching you. And I'm teaching you guys the truth. The truth is what you were never taught. Not one of you was taught the truth. From the time you were born, you were taught lies. And even before that, you heard from the womb, you heard your parents talking bollocks. So I'm your teacher. You don't want to listen, you don't want to watch, that's not my problem. But I can teach you, and I can tell you this. Everything you were taught is a lie, except love. Except to honor yourself and to honor your fellow man. But the most important person you need to love is you. You are not here to destroy yourself for other people. No way. And I think that's where Jesus went wrong. And if I'm being blasphemous here, I don't care. I think Jesus went wrong. I have to keep covering myself up from the sun. This isn't right. Right, I think that Jesus went wrong because I think he was very innocent. You know, it's a bit like me going out there now into the middle of a huge crowd and saying to them, you better not wear these, and you better do this, and if you don't, then you're not going, you need to change, really. You need to change. If you don't change, then, and what would happen to me? I'd get thrown away. They throw me in the loony bin. Now, when 1 million people go out there together, they're not going to do anything. But Jesus, bless his heart, is a wonderful, 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 wonderful man, wonderful spirit, like Buddha. But I love Jesus more because he had this innocence to him. I think Buddha was very well off and very, very... Buddha was, to me, was a tough cookie. Buddha was tougher. I feel for Jesus. I think Jesus was an innocent. I go as far to say that Jesus was very vulnerable. And I don't care what you think. To me, Jesus was vulnerable. He was a vulnerable young man with a huge, intense love for everybody. Huge, intense love. That he forgot about his own self-worth. He forgot about his own self-love. And he got himself crucified. And I don't care what people think, what I say. It's a free world. Jesus got himself crucified. He didn't need to be. He didn't. And when he does Gethsemane, when he sings, I don't want to drink your cup of poison, God. I don't want to. Please, I don't want to die. And it always whooshes me in the heart, especially when Ted Neely sings it and goes into top key. You know, he says, If I drink that cup of poison, nail me to your cross and kill me or whatever. Is that the answer, God? Do you really need to take my life? He was just a young man. Oh my God, I always feel so sorry for Jesus. Whenever I watch Jesus Christ Superstar, my heart breaks for that young man that I feel was too vulnerable in the time that he lived. Because he was so full of love and he was so innocent. Jesus was too innocent. Too innocent. And then they took his teachings and they destroyed them. They went out and they killed people in the name of this beautiful, oh my God, I just want to cry. I want to cry when I talk about what happened to Jesus, because he was just this innocent little buttercup. That's all he was. This innocent little flower. He was innocent. Jesus was just pure innocence. That's all. Pure innocence. Innocence. That child that was full of love and took this journey on, that he didn't need to be crucified. He could have saved his life. You just need to back off and go in and isolate and keep away from them. And I think that's what our big lesson is now, guys. That is our big lesson, because if I go on here and tell you everything I know, I'll be wiped off the planet and I will be crucifying myself. Do you understand? That's self-sabotage. So to me, Jesus sabotaged himself. And as I say, I don't care if anybody calls that blasphemy. Why would you call it blasphemy? He's here to teach. And when he came back with the Course in Miracles, that is the teaching of Jesus that was channeled through Judah Schuchtman in the 70s. He said it. He said, do not crucify yourself. He said the crucifixion is a metaphor. Everything is a metaphor. Jesus never died on a cross. It's a metaphor. But we have been taught to tug at our heartstrings because we're so attached. And because, you're so attached to people that when I think of Jesus and I think of him being nailed to a cross, I want to burst out crying. But of course, in Miracles, Jesus said that never happened. He said it's a metaphor. Everything's a metaphor. Garden of Eden's a metaphor. Pure love and innocence is the only thing that was there. And then the ego came in as the snake. It's very difficult to read A Course in Miracles. It's very confusing. It's more confusing than reading the Bible. However, this is the interpretation. Course in Miracles was channeled to a psychologist called Judah Schuchtman in the 70s. They were having a lot of fights in the office. And she closed her eyes and she sat there and she wrote it all out in order to create peace between her and her colleagues. Now, this will go on moving on TV. This is very important. Course in Miracles is the new teachings of Jesus, and all it is love. If you don't know what A Course in Miracles is, it's free. Ask me and I'll teach you. All it is love. And it's telling you that everything you learned is a lie, that you're not supposed to have special attachments. You're not supposed to have special relationships. So where does that take the twin flame journey? Interesting. Well, because, I tell you where that takes the twin flame journey, because in the 5D, you are complete. The twin flame journey doesn't exist in 5D, because in 5D, all you are is love, pure love. And A Course in Miracles says there is only love. In the 3D, which is the physical, where we have our issues and our attachments and, oh my God, I can't live without my twin flame stuff, that is all 3D. And so what Jesus is telling you, that when you're in 3D, the ego is playing with you. The mind and the ego. And that's when you suffer. That's when you ring up your family. Look, I'm in 3D too. I couldn't do it. I take my hat off. I take everything off. Not literally, but you know what I mean. To anybody who has to talk to a family who are not awake and don't understand what's really going on. And they call you stupid and an idiot and they isolate you. I'm giving you the biggest hug now. Feel it. I love you so much. I don't know how you do it. I'll be told I couldn't do it. All right? I couldn't. I don't know how you do it. We all have different journeys. You know that little story of when you die and you go into this big room and you choose the cross that you think was yours. Well, mine is quite big, but not as big as some. Not as big as people that are now struggling that they can't see their grandchild because they're not allowed to unless they have a jibby jab. That my cross is tiny, absolutely tiny. And I'm very, very grateful. And I'm not saying that to make you think, oh, Lauren is boasting. I'm saying it from humility because I think you're amazing. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how Janie goes to work and she has her hairdressing salon and nobody's awake. No one. And she goes there and she does her job and then she comes home. I'd go mad. And she goes and sits and meditates and then we speak and say, how do you do it? I don't know how you do it. I would be crazy. Absolutely. I'd be around the twist. I would just couldn't do it. But I was stuck in the therapeutic community with 20 people that hated my guts and wanted to kill me and get rid of me every day. And people used to say to me, Lauren, you have the skin of a rhinoceros. But I don't. Now people say you're very powerful. Yes, I am. I'm a goddess and I'm a powerful woman. And I'm a manifester. God knows I've manifested my life exactly how I want it at the moment, except I don't have my own home. That's the only thing that's missing. I don't have my own home yet. And Michael told me that I am going to have my own home. He said I'll be given a home. So I'm looking forward to that. But what I'm saying to you guys, look, I'm in a very, very good space. And that's why I'm teaching. If you want to give me thumbs down because you hate me, then that's sad because you can learn from me. And when I went into the therapeutic community and I got abuse, continuous bullying and continuous mouth abuse, not physical, but a lot of abuse, mouth abuse, you know, called all sorts of things. In every single way, they tried to get rid of me every single day, every single day. I went back for 3 days a week. Never stopped. I went back and I took it and I took it and I took it. And I let them give it to me. And then I come home and then I go to bed and then I go back again. And I cry my eyes out and I ring the Samaritans. I was allowed to. They allowed me to ring because they didn't want to support me. I had one physical support. Do you know that? Everybody else got millions. I got one because nobody wanted to support me. No one. Because that was my lesson. And so I used to sit down, write my journal, and I go to Samaritans. I need to write my book. I have to carry on writing my book because you need to know my story. I lived what you're living now. I lived it for 2 years. And I got through it. But we weren't living like we are now. But I did live with, I went 3 days a week. I didn't live with them. But I went 3 days a week and I got continuous bullying, tough love, continuous bullying. If I didn't wear shoes, I was bullied. If I ran around with no shoes, I was bullied. If I came in without makeup, I was bullied. If I sang, I was bullied. If I didn't sing, I was bullied. If I smiled, I was bullied. If I laughed, I was bullied. If you don't believe me, ask people that were in this community with me. They'll confirm it. I was bullied non-stop in the therapeutic community. And then Gina came in, beautiful Gina, and she became my guardian angel. And she said to people, why are you bullying Lauren all the time? She's doing nothing. You've just got yourself a great scapegoat. And Lauren would sit there and I just took it. After a while, it was like, I was cried a lot, cried. And do you know what? They made me feel like a 10-year-old child who was being bullied, continuously being bullied. You don't know my story. This was on the NHS free. I was bullied continuously. The staff never supported me. They wanted me to get myself out of it. So no one supported me. I used to ring up. Nobody wanted to answer the phone to me. So I had to ring the Samaritans. I asked permission and the staff allowed me to ring the Samaritans to talk to because I had no one. And it wasn't fair. I did not have one physical where we get together. No one would support me to go in the community, I'd ring my bell and we'd all come together, and I got people, and they didn't want to. They didn't want to support me. No one wanted to support me. And you know what? That was the best thing that could have happened. Because they tried to get rid of me 4 times. They hated me because I was older and I didn't have children. Guess who I represented? I represented their parents. I represented the people that had hurt them. And they all came in there blinkered. And yeah, I dropped myself in it continuously. Of course I did. Because that's all I knew how to do. The staff used to say to me, Lauren, why are you stirring it? Lauren, you came in here and you dropped all your bombs. You brought Israel with you. Can you just... And I said, but I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah. Here comes the diva. Go and do the washing up. That was it. Go and do the washing up, Lauren. I did the washing up. Then they picked on me when I cooked the rice, because you cook rice differently in Israel. I'm not kidding you. I got continuously bullied. And one day I was on my knees thinking, why is this happening to me? I'll never forget it. It's in my book. And I went home that night and I said, I don't want to go back, Martin, please, I don't want to go back. I'm not going back there. I was a year nearly, and I thought, well, if I don't go back, I'm dead. They'll stick drugs in me because I'm depressed. I got no life. I got no work. I can't function. I'm halfway through my journey. If I don't go back there, I'm finished. I'm dead. Where will I go? They'll stick me in the Tyndall Centre. They'll stick electric shocks in me because I just couldn't function. Not because I was mad, but because I'd been abused and I was shocked. And I was feeling like a 10-year-old child. I was feeling my feelings, and that's what I had to do. So I went to bed that night and I had my massive awakening. And in that, I don't know if anyone's watching, but this will go moving on TV. And if you want to learn from it, it's up to you. It's in my book, chapter 8. You can get it from me or you can get it from the Positivity Centre. They got loads of my books. I haven't taken them back, even though I'm not allowed to go there. They've got all my books. It's called Simply Amazing. Ask them. Pay a $5. I don't give a shit. Learn. Chapter 8. Learn. Please don't leave. Don't just not get my book. You can have it for free. I don't give a shite. Well, ideally, give a $5 and then make sure that they give it to me. Give me something, because I have nothing to do with that anymore. I'm banned. I can't talk to anybody there. I'm banned. So please make sure, if you go to the Positivity Centre and you want to learn about my story, which keeps me sane on a daily basis, and I got rid of a mental illness without medication, then the Positivity Centre have got about 30 of my books and my cards. And so go there, because they're just lying there and you have a right to have my book. So take my book and give them what you can afford, please, because they shouldn't be lying there. If not, contact me and you can get the book from me. But what I'm telling you is, I felt like a 10-year-old child. I was bullied continuously. I went to bed that night and I had a night terror. And in that night terror, I have to keep reminding myself of how strong I am. I woke up and I said, I'm not going back. I don't want to go back. I don't give a shit that you knew that I was abused by the dentist continuously, because that was how I woke up. And everybody knows my story. That's what Moving On Theatre was based on. That's probably why I have so many issues with my teeth, because he probably did, God knows what he did to my teeth. Sounds awful, doesn't it? So I woke up and I said, that's it. I said, I don't want to go back. And that's when the light bulb went off. I had told my mum and dad, it was their responsibility. Mum and dad sent me back to the person that was abusing me. My parents did it. They were innocent. They didn't know. They didn't believe in that. They were innocent, but they were stupid. I forgave them a long time ago. But what I'm saying is, that was my massive awakening. That was the massive awakening. If it wasn't for that now, I wouldn't be here. And you deserve to hear my stories. So if you want it, let me know. If not, the books are just lying there in the Positivity Centre and you have a right to have that book. So please make sure you get the book. Even if you just get it for free, I don't care. Read my story and learn. Learn why Lauren is so sane. That's it. So something new. I had a big journey to run a media. I'm running a media and I'm teaching you, so it had to give me a huge amount of healing. I'm too hot. I've got to get out of the sun. Hang on. I'm going into the shade here because I don't want to get sick. It's not a good idea to have too much sun at the moment for me. So, hang on. I'm going to sit in the chair in the shade because I can't move the hammock into the shade. But you see, guys, when you're dealing with me, you're dealing with someone who doesn't take any bullshit. I will never take bullshit again from anybody. I don't. Whoops. Hang on, I need to move the chair into the shade. It's too hot. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to wait for the sun to go down because I don't want to be sick from the sunshine. That's Sod's law, but there you go. When you're dealing with Lauren, you're dealing with a goddess. So, you know, I'm not saying that in order to keep you, to say that I'm better than you. All I'm saying is I've had a massive, 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 massive life. And if it wasn't for that massive life, I wouldn't be here now. I've had so much suffering and pain. Nothing like the kids are going through and nothing like other people, but I've had a huge amount of suffering and struggle. And that's why I'm here. Before I was born, as I say, I lost my twin. And the suffering that I went through the other night was, oh my God, I've never done any work. I've never hated my twin for leaving me, ever. Never. I've never hated my twin for leaving me. I never felt that kind of pain. Never. I never felt that kind of pain. I never hated my twin for leaving me. Hang on, I can't see. Wow, you're watching me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm really grateful you're watching me. I am so, thank you guys. Thank you. I never hated my twin as much as I did 2 nights ago for leaving me alone in the womb. Because my little baby in the womb believed, my little child believed that if my twin had not left me, I would never have gone through so much pain as a child. I wouldn't have gone through abuse because my brother would have protected me. He was a boy. Whew. And I'm not over it, as you can see, because I'm crying. What's that noise? Oh, it's Martin. Thank you. But do you want, I've got 6 people watching. It's so cool. I'm so grateful because now I can tell you the story of the therapeutic community. I can tell you now my real life story and you can get happy. But I'm going to tell you one thing, guys. If you want to be happy and well, you're going to have to go through so much. You're going to have to go inside and you're going to have to feel your pain. I'm sorry, but there's no other way to do it. You can't do it any other way. You can't do it because it's false. And that person that said something to me a couple of nights ago and pushed me all the way into my feelings, because I never, ever hated my twin as much as I did 2 nights ago, because I didn't deal with it. I never told him, how could you do that to me? How could you leave me in the womb on my own? And I blamed him for everything. And then I suddenly realized something. Because he told me, because I'm able to communicate telepathically. I know who he is. He's alive in this lifetime. And I confirmed it. It sounds crazy, but it's true. But the thing is that I was able to communicate telepathically with my twin, who's alive now, and ask him for answers. And he told me that's your biggest journey. If you don't deal with this, then you can't move on. And he also told me that we had made an agreement. Now, if you're a spiritual person, you'll understand that before you're born, Louise A says it, me and my twin made an agreement that he was not going to come with me into life, that we were only going to be in the womb for a short time and then he was going to leave me. So how can I be angry then? Because I made the decision. The problem is that when you're reincarnated as a fetus, you forget everything. I remember the second he left, because I went there inside. I know. 5 years ago, I figured it out. But what I'm saying to you is, if I hadn't been reduced to being a 10-year-old child in the therapeutic community, a child who'd been abused continuously by the family dentist, not raped, thank God, but everything else, and her parents sent her back, I wouldn't be here now. If I hadn't woken up in the therapeutic community, and I'm telling you my story, and please, I want you to get the book. If anyone's got the book and it's just lying there, then I want you to give away my books, please. Give my books away or give them. I want you to give them away. I don't want you to give them back to me. I've got a whole shed full of them. Hi, Grey Cat. Yes, that's not Grey Cat. Go away, dunno. You think I was born yesterday? I told you I'm a goddess. Dunno. Stu. That's you. Dunno. Dan. Bambi. Just stop messing around. That's not Grey Cat. Yes. The family dentist. Yes. And as I said, I'll get you a book. I'll read it to you. I'll read it to you. Where's my books? I've got a whole box full of them. Here. We're in my shed at the moment. You're in the shed. This is what's in the shed. My shed. All my leaflets. My most beautiful photographs ever taken. Yes, this is me. All right. Any more questions? Hang on. A box full of Simply Amazing, the book. There you go. My story. Chapter 8. I'll read it to you because I want you guys to wake up. I want you to wake up. Well, you guys that are on here are quite awake, I think. But what's the point of all, you know, what am I trying to say here? I'm telling you now, if you want to be happy and healthy and you want to get through this shit, the shit that's coming, then you need to wait. You need to do your work. And your work is, if you're unhappy, you need to figure out why you're unhappy. And mine was because I was blaming me. I'm going to read you that little bit from Casey, okay? This is an amazing book. It's got stories. It's like chicken soup for the soul. And all of them are lying around. These books are wasting. And you know what? If you've got any of my books, and I know if anybody can pass this on to the Positivity Center, can you please give my books away for donations? I don't give a shit. All I care is that people get my story and they wake up and they learn what they need to learn. Right? The stories in here are mind-blowing. I'm chapter 8. Chapter 8. I'm going to read it to you. Right? I opened the book exactly on that page, what Casey says to me. Okay? Right. Casey says, it sounds like you were a troublemaker in the therapeutic community. I said, yes. He says, it sounds like they thought you thought of you as a troublemaker. And I say, yes, I was. But finally I thought, hang on a second. Why does everybody hate me? You're going? Yeah. Right, okay, see you later. Bye. Okay. Hang on. I'll give you a hug. Yeah. Martin's here at the moment. Say hi to Martin. He's come to, what did you come to do?
Cut the grass at the front for starters.
Thank you. That was
I'm
kind
trying
of
to
you.
fix- trying to
Bye.
fix it.
Love you. Bye.
Yeah, it's all right.
Talk to you later. Bye. Give my love to your mum and dad. Bye. Okay. Right. So where were we? Yeah. Okay. So Casey says to me, sounds like they thought of you as a troublemaker. Okay, here's the book. I say, yes, I was. But finally I thought, hang on a second. Why does everybody hate me? Why does everybody hate me? You just, all right, Stu, can you please span some people? Jesus Christ. Why does everybody hate me, okay? What's wrong with me? I've been there for a year and I cried for 6 months on the floor. They put up with me because you go there to get your pent-up emotions out. This is on the NHS for free, okay? If you don't know this yet. On the NHS for free, in this country, right? You can get all this therapy for free, for nothing. No medication. And then I said, I've been here for nearly a year and I cried for 6 months on the floor. They put up with it because you go there to get your pent-up emotions out. And so you get to a point where you look in the mirror and you say, okay, what's going on here? People don't like me. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Look, all you idiots that are on here, you're dealing with a goddess, so just piss off. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. And then one night they snapped at me, Lauren, you're on thin ice. You can't hurt me. Listen to what I went through, you idiot. We're going to keep you, but this is your last chance. All of you are little projections of me, identities. And Casey says, how did you feel? I said, hopeless. I didn't know what to do. I remember waking up the next morning and grabbing hold of my husband, Martin, and pleading, don't let me go back. And then I realized it was what I had said to mum and dad about the childhood abuse. You see how this connects? I had asked mum and dad not to go back to the dentist. And the minute I realized that, Casey, I had this huge feeling. So Casey says, hang on a second, Lauren. The abuse was your mum and dad's fault, nothing to do with you. You didn't need to hold on to guilt for that. And I said, Casey, it's true. As soon as I made that connection, I felt totally in a peace. Do you know, when I left the community, they told me they didn't believe I would make it. My God, Lauren, they said, you must have the skin of a rhinoceros, the way we treated you. And then the magic started to happen. I had another 8 months to go. I promised them they would see a changed Lauren. And every time they bullied me, are you listening, whoever you are, I said, thank you, and what did I do wrong? I started asking questions. They couldn't bully me anymore. And that was it. That was it. People used to sit beside me saying, I quite like sitting beside you. You're quite peaceful and you're funny. And I became an elder. So if you want to read my life story, it's in here and simply amazing. Thank you for the likes. Oh my God, I got 5 likes. I love you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Or is it unlikes? No, they're likes. Thank you. This is Simply Amazing, Chapter 8. Okay? So don't feel sorry for me. I'm grateful I went through what I went through, because if I hadn't, I wouldn't have love in me and empathy for the children, now would I? So everything happens for a reason, guys. We're star seeds. And I've got over all of that. But apparently I didn't get over the fact I never knew I was a twin. I never knew. Mum and Dad never talked about it, nothing. I only found out I was a twin 5 years ago. I'm what's known as I am a womb twin survivor. Now, 9 in 10 women that are diagnosed with 9 in 10, that's not great cat, Cara. Hi, gorgeous. Mwah, mwah. 9 in 10 women that are diagnosed with serious mental illness are actually the same as me. They are womb twin survivors. You should be ashamed of yourself, Dunno. Why are you doing this? Why don't you go inside and figure out what is wrong with you? Why are you so full of unhappiness that you have to put rubbish on Moving On TV? That's your journey. That's, go on moving, go inside. Or go outside and pick a buttercup. Grey cat goes Stew. That's not Grey cat, that's Stew. Stew, behave yourself. You keep getting blocked. He'll contact me and say, I'm sorry. Stu gave me the biggest gift of all, Cara. He said something to me 2 nights ago, and it made me go crazy with grief and learn how angry I was at my twin for leaving me in the womb. So thank you, Stu, whoever you are. I know exactly who you are. As I say, no one could bullshit me. And I did a massive tarot reading on you, and I know exactly who you are. But it doesn't matter. I'm really grateful. Thank you. Keep it coming, right? Wow, listen to the birds. So I've got to such a level that Martin can come over here and we can have a hug, and then he goes home to his family, and that's it. And I'm on my own, and I'm happy. Can you imagine? Oh, hang on, my battery charger. Thank you, Cara. You always turn out. I'm not Stu. I'm Donna. Yeah, right. Look, Stu, whoever, I've looked at your emails. You made a big mistake, my darling. Because your emails keep changing identities, and right at the top it says Stu. Or Dan or whatever. You all turned up at the same time. So contact me on Messenger and prove to me that you're not. It doesn't matter, whoever you are. You're Dunno, yeah. And Dunno is Dan, and Dan is a nice guy, apparently, because he sent me messages on emails. So why is Cara wiping you off the planet? Guys, I feel really grateful because all I've wanted to do is tell my story so you guys can get well. Liam! No, Liam's a nice guy. Oh, really? How'd you know? It was you and your baby's brother's soul contract. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes. Soul contract. No, but it's even more than that because they are me. I'll explain another time. It gets very deep, Cara. So yeah, we knew. We came together, exactly. Or it came together, that energy. So don't feel upset. No. It's not. Cara, sweetheart, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the ego, and you have to bring up the emotions. Oh, Ellis Murgatroyd. Ellis Murgatroyd. Wasn't Murgatroyd from Harry Potter? Ellis Murgatroyd. I know who Ellis Murgatroyd is as well. I've done a big tarot. Me and Janie did a massive tarot. And we know exactly what's going on. So, whatever. Ellis Murgatroyd is the King of Pentacles. Figure that one out. Stu is the King of Cups. And Liam, what was Liam? Liam is Temperance. Liam, that's not Liam. Okay, I'll tell you why that's not Liam, Cara. I'll prove it to you. Okay, because Liam speaks perfect Hebrew. So unless somebody's been studying Hebrew for the last 10 months, that's Liam. Liam speaks perfect Hebrew, Cara, so that's not Liam. It's just somebody pretending to be Liam. They're just messing around. You know, don't wipe off Stu or Liam. They're just messing around. Unless they say things that are like, you know. They must have said things like, you know, or else you wouldn't have wiped them off. Anyway, what I'm saying to you guys is, no, don't hide your feelings. If you feel angry, you need to feel angry. You can't move on. You have to feel it. Feel and heal, feel and heal, feel and heal. And so I curled up in a ball and cried my eyes out. And I felt the anger. And then I connected telepathically to my, whoever I needed to my twin who's alive. And I know exactly who they are. The energy of that twin is in somebody, and I found them. And so I connected telepathically, and they told me everything because they're very wise. Their higher self came through, and they sent me healing the same way as they sent me healing the day before the anniversary of my father's death. And I'm very lucky that on 5D I can do that. telepathically. So, but you have to feel, Cara. You have to feel, sweetheart. You can't brush it under the carpet. You're not Grey Cat. Just stop it, Dunno, or Stu, whoever you are. You're not Grey Cat. I know who Grey Cat is. Grey Cat is a Grey Cat. And I've got proof. Or have I? Hang on. There are ways and means to find out who everybody is. And unfortunately, if I wanted to, I could get you all wiped off the planet through Michael, but I don't want to. Let me put it that way. He would wipe you all off the planet quite happily. He doesn't like any of you. He doesn't like you, Stu. He doesn't like anybody. That upsets me. He would wipe you off the planet in a heartbeat. But I don't want to wipe you off the planet. I want to give you a chance to do your work. Because I know you are, some of you. Some of you have got about 3 or 4, one of you in particular has got about 3 or 4 identities. Oh, for God's sake, what's your obsession? Cara, why are you so obsessed with Paul? What's the problem? Why are you so obsessed with Paul McDonald? Leave him alone, the poor guy. He's trying to do his life. He's trying to run the Positivity Centre to the best of his ability. Leave him alone. Messing around on here. Or maybe he does, who cares? That's up to him. Everything that happens for a reason. Yeah. What's their obsession with Paul, Cara? They never mention anybody else. Oh, they did mention Martin, didn't they? Well, I think they mentioned Martin. I don't understand their obsession with him. Anyway, I'm being facetious here, if you know what I mean. I know exactly who's behind all of this, and I know exactly what's going on and whatever. As I say, I'm a psychic medium, I'm a tarot reader, and if it's not me, then Janie will come up with the answers. And we know exactly what's going on, and I'm not telling anyone, that's private. I know certain people don't like the dirty washing out there, out there, but me, you know everything. I don't show you my dirty washing, but I show you everything else. I tell you everything you need to know. So what I'm saying to you, if someone says something to you, like someone said to me the other night, and it hurts as much as it hurt me, and I had to go inside to realize, Jesus Christ, superstar, Buddha Ove Kanela, as Baba says. I didn't know that. I never knew that I'd still hanging on to so much anger and rage, and I really didn't know that. Thank you. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm very grateful. And that person sent me the message, and you know who you are, and then they went, and they left me with it all night to deal with it for a reason. And you know who you are. And thank you. Because if they hadn't, well, then I couldn't deal with it. And so I believe everything happens for a reason. And now I'm okay. I'm not saying I don't feel angry now. I feel the sadness, it's grief. And we're dealing with the little child inside, guys. You're not dealing with an adult Lauren. You're dealing with my little child. You're dealing with a baby. You're dealing with a child that went through turmoil in her childhood and really believed that Big Brother would have been there to protect her. Do you understand what I mean? A little girl that grew up with no protection because mum and dad were always working. And so she had no one. She walked the streets with her sister. We had no one. No, we didn't walk, for God's sake, not like Piaf. Mind you, my sister was taken into something, unfortunately, when she was very young. But I'm not going to talk about her life. This is not about her. I'm talking about my life. And I'm talking about what lives inside of you, your little child. Those of you that are playing on here, like Rick Productions, you're playing because you never got a chance to feel your feelings as children. So you come on here and you say a stupid thing like, I've had a poo, which is just childish. Because you want to play, because you don't want to take responsibility, which is fine. I don't give a shit. It's up to you. I play as Baba Bertha. Yeah? I do my playing as Baba Bertha. I don't abuse other people like you do. If you're doing it in order to push my buttons, then I'm grateful, because whatever you've said to me, and the worst things that you've said to me, are brilliant, because you've said things to me like, do you hang around schools, Lauren? Which is, you know, I'm a freedom fighter that fights for kids and has gone way beyond. And I'm the child that was abused. Are you not ashamed of yourself for saying that now? Because if you're not, then there's something wrong with your heart. That's all I'm saying. You know, it doesn't upset me, but I'm the child that was abused. Do you understand the difference? So, whatever. If you don't have a heart, then I don't know how to help you, because I believe you all have hearts. I don't know why Rick Productions has to be so disgusting, because it's not funny. I'm sorry, but you're not funny. You're just disgusting. There's a fine line between funny and disgusting. If you say once, I've had a poo or I'm farted, then it's funny. But if you keep along that line, it's not funny. Watch Baba Bertha and learn what real comedy is, right? Watch Mrs. Brown's Boys. Learn what real comedy is, because you're not funny. You're not. If you want to learn how to be funny, there's a skill to it. And it doesn't mean saying what you do isn't funny. It's just out of order. It's just stupid. It's not funny. I've looked at some of the stuff that you put on, and I'm sorry, but you have talent, which you could use for the better, but you're pathetic. Your humor is pathetic. It's not funny. No one will put you on, and I won't put you on here. But you have talent. You have talent, Rick Productions. And talent can be, just sit with yourself and let the real comedy come through. Baba Bertha is funny. And she has healthy boundaries to the point where she rings up blood banks and offers her blood to the NHS. Did you not see that? The pranking you wanted her to do. But she doesn't do that to ordinary people. She upsets businesses. She upsets the groups that are destroying people's lives at the moment. Not ordinary human beings that you think that... If I was a different person, you could have pushed me into serious depression. Do you not understand that? But I'm not an ordinary person. I'm a starseed. I'm a goddess. You see? You think that's funny? Yeah, silly. It's stupid. You're just... I don't understand. What, are you testing me? Do I poo in your hands? I mean, that's not as funny as when me and Luke and Emmanuel were on there having a serious discussion, and you came on here and said I did a poo, and that was very funny. Because we were... Do you see the contrast? But what you just said there, I mean, doesn't do anything. Sorry. Now, I'll give you an example of how to make up a real joke. It's like, hello there, I'm Baba Bertha. How are you today, grey cat? Look, I know you're not grey cat. No way are you my grey cat. Because my grey cat is lovely and fluffy and friendly. And I'm telling you, they don't put messages like that on Baba Bertha. Now look, I'm 129 years old. I've got too much sunshine in me. I'm so happy. Oh my God, I'm the happiest person in the world. The happiest person in the world. Now that's funny. Do you understand? Because it's satire. Do you understand what satire is? It isn't funny. Ask him how bad it stinks. That's funny. Cara's funny. How bad does it stink? Now that's funny, grey cat. But did you see what I did with comedy? Right, let me break it down for you. Rick Productions. Just listen, all right? My name is Baba Bertha, right? I'm 129. Now, I've had a test. Vitamin D is the sunshine vitamin, right? It means that I should be happy. And I am the happiest person in the world, right? And then she takes people are the luckiest. And she goes, I'm the happiest person. I'm so happy. I'm the happiest person. Oh, shut up. Stop making fun of me Irish accent. You see the satire there? Do you understand the difference? Do you understand? That's comedy. What you're doing is not even kindergarten jokes. Cara was funny when she said, how does it... Well, Bobo come in and somebody said, can I poo in your hands, right? Don't you have a toilet? Oh, for God's sake. If you don't have a toilet, then go in the cat litter. You see what I mean? That's comedy. Oh, gay cat. Oh, that's very... Why are you determined to make jokes about gay people? Do you not live in 2021, for God's sake? Listen to Luke's... Right, I'm doing Bob. Listen to Luke's. Everybody has a right to survive and be free. You know what? I think you're gay. You're gay. You're closet gays. And that's why you're making fun of gay people, because you're so scared that you may be gay yourself. So what? We're all gay. We're all bisexual. I'm gay, you're gay, Cara's gay. You're going to tell me, Cara, that you never had feelings towards a woman? That's bollocks. You have to, because you're physical and you're masculine. There's no way that you're not gay and heterosexual. Every single person on this planet is bisexual. All right? Does that help you, gay cat? Jesus. You've met the wrong person here. I have an answer to everything. So what? So you fancy men, you fancy women, you make a choice and you decide if you're going to be one or the other. You're happy for me. Oh, isn't that lovely? Who that gay cat? I know exactly who you are. Dunno, Stu. Let me not name names. You're happy for me. Well, didn't they say that being gay, you know, it means to be happy? As I said to you, we're all bisexual. Live with it. Cara, if you're still there, you're telling me you never had feelings towards a woman? I don't believe you. I'm sorry. If you're a normal, functioning human being, you have got this in you. You have a body, and the body feels things. It feels things. You just don't act on it. You make a decision. So I decided that I wanted to be heterosexual because I love men. But so what? I might if I decided to be gay, I'll be gay. It's up to me. It's none of your business. But why do you think that it's fun to make jokes about it? That's because you know that you have tendencies as well, but you won't accept them. There's nothing wrong with having feelings towards the same sex. It's normal. Normal. You just make a choice. You make a choice. It's up to you. You know, if you're a teenager, then you experiment, don't you? I remember I had feelings towards my teachers. Exactly. So why do they think it's an insult to say somebody is gay? Of course they are. We all are. We're all bisexual. You didn't expect that, did you? But it's true. Everyone. Every single one of you is bisexual. Prove me that if you say you're not, then you're... If you keep going on here and you keep making derogative remarks about people that are gay, or this person is gay, it means they're happy, by the way. It means they're happy. But if you keep coming on here making derogative messages, you're black, you're gay, you're Jewish, it's because you're all black, you're all gay, you're all Jewish, because you had a different body in a different life. What's your issue? You just happen to have, I have a white body in this lifetime. So what? Or am I white? Or to somebody else, I'm very brown. And I'm Jewish. And I'm Buddhist. And I'm Irish. And I'm whatever. You're just not getting it. Who taught you to be so judgmental? You learned from a tiny age. And everything you learned, you need to get rid of. So you've met your match here with Rick Productions, whoever you are. Because I'll give you an answer to everything. If you were sitting in front of Buddha, I believe I can give you all the answers you need. Who's this? Yes, but they're not living from the heart. Thank you, Cara. You're gorgeous. I love you. We're all gay. Exactly. If they go on, let them them go on a serious Christian line, you know, the fundamental line. Go on a fundamental TV station. Let's see how long you last. But the sad thing is, Cara, is they're talented. They're very talented, but they're not creating comedy that is funny. They're not using their talents in the right way. That's what's so sad. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. To me, I know exactly who they are. They're just playing. They're bored. But they don't understand that I'm a comedian and I know how to do. I can make people laugh. I've made people laugh. I've got 5-star reviews from making people laugh. And if I get stuck and I don't remember my lines, boom, 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 I can make you laugh. Okay, I will make you laugh. People know how funny I am. Baba Bertha is very, very funny. And the reason Baba Bertha is funny is because she's ridiculously in victim. You have to be in victim, you know, like, oh my God, nobody loves me. And Baba Bertha, y'all hate me. And y'all hate me accent. You have to go and make it really, really ridiculously funny. Like someone who rings up a blood bank and says to them, hello there, my name's Baba Bertha. I'm 129 years old. Would you like to buy me blood? Yeah, and she did. I did it. I did it, and I'll put that on for you. I've edited it. Now that's comedy. Comedy is satire. It means when you take you become a victim, like Baba Bertha, or you become, you do something. Like you have your little phrases, and when people get to know you, then your phrases are like, you know, you're making fun of my Irish accent. I don't know where that came from, but it came from me. And then she puts her flag up, and then every time you see Baba Bertha, you know that she's going to say, right, that's it with you. I've had enough with you. And she plays on the same thing, and it becomes funny because you identify with it. Or she, you know, or even you take a ridiculous situation where she says, I thought I was 111. And then I woke up and I'm 129. She says, how would you feel? How would you feel if you went to bed thinking you're 20 and then you woke up and you were told you're 38? Oh, shut up. I'm allowed to talk like an Irish woman. And I've got the IRA after me and all of that, you know, it kind of flows because that's comedy. Because it flows. What they're doing is just infantile teenage crap. It's not funny. Except you made it funny, Cara, when you said, does it stink? I pooed in my hand, does it? And then you can make it even funnier by saying to them, well, have you not got a toilet then? No, it's not funny as Lauren. Have you not got a toilet? Oh, I'm really sorry for you. You got to poo in your hands. Well, you could always go and poo in the cat litter. That's better than pooing in your hands now, for God's sake. Can you imagine what would happen if you just by mistake, picked your nose? Now, for God's sake, do you see what I mean, Cara? And then they laugh, because it gets ridiculous, yeah? Have you not got a toilet? You know, you take the situation, you make it as ridiculous as possible. How ridiculous can you make that? I've pooed in my hand. Have you not got a toilet? Can you not go in next door's garden? You know what I mean? Next door. Go behind a tree in next door's garden, like the dogs and the cats. Cock your leg up. That's a P. You know, can you not just, but please can you make sure that you take a bag with you and you pick up your poo and put it in a bin? Because I don't want any issues with the IRA or IRS coming after me because you're pooing in next door's garden. Then I'll have the Residents Association after me. You see, then it becomes funny. Do you understand? That's comedy. That's comedy. So if you want to do some real comedy, don't just put I pooed in my hand. Follow it up with something. Let your mind go. Shall I do a course on how to write comedy, guys? I pooed in my hand. Right, what can I do with that one? Ooh, maybe I should go next door garden. She's probably listening. That makes it even funnier. Shall I go next door's garden? I could pretend I'm a cat. Oh, I could pretend I'm a dog. I'll go behind that tree. Don't look now. Things like that, you know. Stop it. look, I'm going to sing to you while I'm pooing behind the tree. I'll sing, if you're Irish, come into the parlour, there's a shh. I'm doing a poo, that's why I'm singing, right? Do you see, this gets funnier and funnier. Do you see the difference? Let your imagination run free, guys. It's not enough just to say I pooed in my hand. That's not funny. You have to lead it. Imagine if a comedian just stood there and said, I poo in my hand. The audience would just look at them. Oh, for God's sake. Can you follow that up by, all right then, Baba Bertha, I don't even know what you're talking about. I assume you mean what? My cleavage? Or you mean my vagina? What do you mean? You see, what is a clunge? Is that a vagina? Is that a cleavage? What do you want? Right, let's see what Baba Bertha would make out of that. Show me your what? Oh, they're talking Chinese again. Right, now that's funny. I just said that. It's all in Chinese, in Mandarin, isn't it, Liam Carroll? Say it in Hebrew. Go on, I dare you. You can't put Hebrew on here. No, look, that is not Liam Carroll, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. You're a nice person. You're a nice young man, aren't you? A nice young man, Liam Carroll. Butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, would it? It would melt somewhere else, though. Not in your mouth. That's disgusting, Baba Bertha. We don't have talk like that on Moving On TV. Look, you're making me talk as Baba Bertha. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. Who's that? Do you want to call on Facebook? Who? Who wants to call Baba Bertha on Facebook? Is that Lauren or Liam Carroll? So you can talk to me in Hebrew. You can whisper sweet nothings in Baba Bertha's ear. You're disgusting. I'm 129, 19. When you're 100, call me. I've never done Baba Bertha as Lauren. I'm in a good mood. I told you, I can only do Baba Bertha when I'm in a good mood. So yeah, so there they, in 5D Earth, will the weather be glorious every day? That'll be lovely. In you it will be. You've got a beautiful day every day, haven't you, Cara? When you're in 5D, you're in 5D. I'm going back on my hammock now because the sun's gone down on one side. It's like it's like when you go for a pizza, guys. Right, Baba Bertha. Right, you know when you go for a pizza and you say, look, I want half vegan and half with loads of meat and everything. Oh, sorry, happy, miserable thing. It's not your fault. I know you don't eat nothing, right? But I'm telling you, you know when you go, all right, so I'm saying do you mind, hammock? Can I have half of no sunshine and half of the sun? Right, for Lauren, because Lauren's not allowed to have any sunshine, is she? No, right. Right. And my little toy boy is on here at the moment, Cara. And he's 19 years old, and Baba Bertha's 129. So it's absolutely disgusting, this. Disgusting. I mean, talk about an age gap. Right, come on, Baba Bertha, what's the joke? What's the joke here? An age gap. I was born in 1892. Well, yes, Liam Carroll, of course, I knew you. Three reincarnations before. We have 3 reincarnations between us. We fought together in the, what's the war before the First World War? No, I can't. This is not Baba Bertha, this is Lauren, this is boring. I want to be Baba Bertha instead, it's funnier. Right, hang on. I'm going to get my orange towel. But Lauren's prettier. Lauren is prettier. Hang on. Baba? Right, let's get Baba. Where are you? Oh, I don't want to come on today, Lauren. Can you leave me alone? Can you leave me to my misery? Please leave me alone in my misery, Lauren. I don't want to come on. I really don't. Don't force me to go on Moving On TV with all the trolleys. I've just been shopping in Asda. And none of them bought me course. Not one of you has bought me course. Not one of you. Not one of you. I'm getting a glass of whiskey. Just a minute. I'm going to get some whiskey laced with vodka. I'm getting me whiskey laced with vodka and a little bit of heroin from in the beer. Just a minute. Right, it's terrible, terrible, serious stuff I've got to tell you guys. Hang on a second. Right, I'm getting my shower cap on. Right, me lovely toy boys on here today. Right, I figured it out. I figured it out. Hello there, me darlings. It's Baba here. Right, I've got a bottle of water. Oh my God, I've got flowers in the air. We can't have that. I'm too miserable. Just a minute. Oh my God, I can't have flowers in my hair. Why let me have me flowers? They're disgusting. I don't want those pretty things in my hair. God forbid 1,000,000 times. I tell you. Oh, Jesus Christ, superstar. Oy vey, Canadlach Buddha. I changed the chronological order of me deities, right? Right, hello there. Oh, I'm exposing my humility. Hang on a second. Terrible. It's not bad enough I'm not allowed to have any sun. I'm lying here naked. Just a second. Right, just a minute. Right, so, I'm not even looking at the comments. I'll get upset. Right, I've got rid of all of you. Right, have any of you signed up to me course? You got to pick a pocket or 5, right? What's the matter with you? You're not following. I can't protect my humility. I'm naked. Right. I've got me bottle of vodka. Just a minute. I've got to drink. I've got to drink a bottle of vodka a day. The doctor told me. It's going to lower me vitamin D levels and kill me liver off at the same time. I've got no liver. Do you know what? I've had to eat chicken today because I've got none. Oh, shut up. I've got to eat cat food. Oh, I'm getting well drunk here. Oh, I'm lying in this hammock. Oh, it's beautiful. I've got no knickers on. I'm not joking. It's so... Baba Bertha took her knickers off. I tell you why, because she's lost so much weight. It got a bit embarrassing in the supermarket, if you know what I mean. She's lost so much weight, her granny knickers fell off. I'm not kidding you. Stop laughing, Baba Bertha. You're not professional. Right, I'm just having a bottle of vodka here. You'll have to wait. Anyway, I'm not kidding you. I went down the supermarket now. I've lost so much weight because of the sunshine. It's all the fault of that. It's the fault of the sunshine. The sunshine. Because it's come out too much now. And I can't eat anymore. I can't eat any less either. I'm living on... What am I living on? A bottle of vodka laced with whiskey and a little bit of either of heroin. But I'm always outside. Ooh, I'm outside with the boys. Oh, me lovely boys. I went to the march yesterday. Did you not go? You're disgusting. Disgusting, all of you. I went in my dreams and I sat out there with me million of us. There was 1,000,000 of us. Shut up. What's the matter with you? Where you all gone? Hang on. There was 1,000,000 of us. I'm not kidding you. Shut up. There was 1,000,000 of us, and we all sat out. We all sat out the police station. Then, oh, you're a lovely lad. We added Piaf's heroin for a change. Have you ever tried it? Have you ever put it in your tobacco? Ooh. I'm telling you. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you nothing. Figure it out for yourselves. Try it. Look, I'm not telling you. to go out and nick some heroin from Edith Piaf. That would be disgusting. You're so disgusting, God. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Why would you go and nick her heroin? She ever done anything wrong to you? It's not nice, is it? I don't sound Irish today. What do I sound Northern or things like that Liam Carroll. He's from Northern, isn't he? Northern somewhere. He speaks Hebrew. Baba, give me one of them vegan magnums. Yeah, Martin Otterwell came around today. He brought me a whole box of vegan. No. I got them in Asda. Do you know what I mean? I'm doing me wink. I got them in Asda. Doing me wink. You can only get them in Waitrose. I think they're posh. They're posh. You can only get them in certain, like, Waitrose. Waitrose, that's the place where you wait outside. In Waitrose, you wait outside in rows. That's it. You wait in rows with your implements on your face and on your eyes. Don't forget to wear them on your eyes now, so you can fall over the trolleys. You fall over the trolleys. All the trolleys that are moving on TV. I've done a poo in me hand, Baba Bertha. They think that's funny. Ha ha ha! They've come across Baba Bertha here now. They don't know how to crack a joke. They're terrible comedians. They're useless. Totally useless. Not putting you on moving on TV. No competition whatsoever with Baba Bertha. None. Now, I'm telling you, I've lost so much weight. Hello there, gay cat. How are you today? Hell. Yes, I'm living in hell. I'm living in total hell. I've got to live here in hell, right? Why is that, Baba Bertha? I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll have to think about it. Oh, for God's sake. Now, stop making fun of me accent, gay cat. If you're a gay cat, you're in trouble. Can you imagine? What's the matter with you? Do you go out there going... You go out there on the home on the ride. What are cats going out there? Meow, 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 meow. Looking for men. Looking for male cats instead of female cats. What? Are you really a gay cat? I couldn't figure that one out. You got gay cats, happy cats, gay cats. Don't think you could have gay cats somehow. Could you have gay cats? I suppose you could. You could have gay cats, and you could have gay bunny rabbits and gay birds, and happy. They're very happy. They're always tweeting. Tweet. Lol. Now, who says lol all the time? Oh, I wonder. Who used to put a lot of lols in their messages? Continuous lols. I'm, the great-granddaughter, her nickname's lol. Let me have some more of me whiskey. It's not whiskey, Baba Bertha. It's ouzo. Do you know what that Edith Piaf? Do you know what she's mad. Do you know what she did when she was on the stage? I'm getting very close here now, so you can watch me. Listen, this is the secret, right? That Edith Piaf when she was on the stage, right? Instead of using whiskey, do you know what she used to use? Chamomile. She used to put chamomile in the big bottles, the decanters. Well, that was the stage manager. That was Martin Otterwell. He didn't want her. He wanted her to be madder than ever, so he put chamomile instead of whiskey. I'm telling you, I found out. Shh. That's why Edith Piaf is so mad. Is because instead of whiskey, she has chamomile in her drink. Her drink is chamomile and apple juice. Apple juice! I'm not kidding you. And ginger ale. Ginger ale. She puts ginger ale in there instead of whiskey. Well, I have. That's not Irish. I have. I'm telling you, gay cat. I'm not making it up. This is pure vodka. Look, can you not see? Pure vodka. Yeah, and I'm going to drink a whole bottle of it, at least. Anyway, I was telling you, I've lost so much weight. So much weight. The weight has been lifted off Baba Bertha. Because she's floating around 5D. There she goes. There she goes. She's floating all over the place. I can't keep her down anymore. She's like that Maria from that song. How'd you got your moonbeam? She's like a moonbeam. She can't sing. I can't sing because I don't breathe when I do Baba Bertha. I haven't figured that one out. As I was saying to you, you're not listening to me. She sent me shopping. Big mistake. Don't send Baba Bertha shopping. You shut up as well. Those birds are so noisy. Stop making fun of me Irish accent. Tweet, 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 tweet. All they do is tweeting. They're making fun of me Irish accent as well. You're all disgusting because I don't have a map. All I've got is my protecting my humidity with my orange towel. But I can. Oh yes, we have a bin. Right, it's green. Look. There you are. All right, green. Oh, I nearly showed you where the bunker was. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Mr. McVeigh. I nearly showed you where the bunker was. Oh, you're going to come and visit Mama Bertha now because I showed you where the bunker is. Shall I show you where the bunker is? No, Mama Bertha, that's naughty. You mustn't show them where the bunker is because Mr. McVeigh will be very, very angry. Oh, I nearly showed you where the bunker is. Show them underneath, but not... Woo! Nearly showed you where the bunker is. Show them that one. There's nothing on that one. There you are. I'm so sorry, Mr. Q. I'm so sorry, God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break me vows and tell them where the bunker is. I know you told me I have to be... Shh, don't let Lauren know. She'll kill me. You're going to come and visit. Oh, what a show. No, I don't. Oh, no, please don't come and visit. Make sure you give me lots of thumbs down. If you come and visit my bowl, me vitamin D will go through the roof. I'll be floating up there with her. By the aerials. Oh, look at the birds. I'll be flying with the birds. Anyway. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. When I went to Asda today, I've lost so much weight. I'm not kidding you. I had to take my knickers off. I tell you why. Not literally in the store. What's the matter with you? Before I went in, I've got a long dress on. Jesus Christ, superstar. Buddha oi vei Canadlach. I've changed the sequence. The sequence. It's now Jesus Christ, superstar, Buddha oi vei Canadlach, right? Instead of Jesus Christ, superstar, oi vei Canadlach, Buddha. Oh, that's not right. It's always been Jesus Christ, superstar, Buddha oi vei Canadlach. It was there. Maybe it should be Buddha came before Jesus. He did. He did. Buddha was there before Jesus. You're disgusting. I won't listen to what you're saying. Yeah. You and your pooing in your hand. I know what went through your mind there when I said that. You're disgusting. You're filthy. Filthy. Right. What was I saying? So anyway. So I decided I'm going to the supermarket, but I'm not going to wear my knickers. Well, I'm wearing my knickers. I better not, because they'll fall off in the middle of the supermarket, because everything's falling off my body. Everything, I'm too thin. Oh, shut up. Not the Tin Man. If I only had a heart. Now that's how you do comedy. You want to learn how to do comedy? Yeah, let it flow, right? I'm not like the Tin Man, am I? If I only had a heart. Do. I sang that to you before. Watch me old programmes. You're disgusting. You never watch nothing. Except whoever came on here the other day and they knew all about Father Tate and Mrs. Doyle. They must be watching all me programmes. And they understood the message behind it as well. Bit strange that, isn't it? Are you on here today, gay cat? Right. Anyway, where was I? I don't know. Oh, yes, I was in Asda, just about to walk into his Asda. And so I took my knickers off in the car because I knew there's no point. If I walk into Asda, then they're going to fall off me. Can you imagine now, God? Can you imagine? Guys, I never say guys. I say you lot. You lot. Can you imagine, you lot? Can you imagine? This 129-year-old woman walks in with her shower cap and she's shoplifting everywhere, obviously, because she's Baba Bertha. She's borrowing, right? Be nice. Borrowing. Not shoplifting, that's not very nice. Or you say Baba Bertha's a criminal? Now, Liam Carroll's a criminologist. There's a big difference. Why? What's the difference, Baba Bertha? A criminologist, that's like a psychologist. That's like, look at that. I'm going to show you. What's that flying up there? Can you see the granddaughter? There she is. Over there she goes. Woo! In 5D, she's in 10D. 10D, I think. Oh, shut up. Shut up. I'm banning y'all for moving on TV. You're disgusting. All of you. I told you. Go learn an Irish accent and then shut up. Like Liam Carroll, he talks Chinese apart Mandarin. Oh, for God's sake, why are you talking like an orange? A Mandarin? I don't understand that one. Why would you talk like an orange? Now, can you imagine an orange talking to you? It's orange, right? Oh, it does talk to you, doesn't it, Grey Cat? Or some of you, someone who's on here might get this joke. I remember once. No, I don't. It wasn't me. It was the granddaughter. So the granddaughter remembers once sitting with someone in another dimension. It was in about 10D, I think. About 10D. They were sitting in 10D, right? In that positivity center. You know the one I mean? That one. In your heart. And what was that? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. They were sitting there and they were laughing. All they did was laugh and laugh and laugh. That was probably 100 years ago or another reincarnation, I think. I can't remember. It wasn't me. It was the granddaughter. There's a tiny cell in my body that remembers it, all right? Because the granddaughter's cells, I have some of her cells. And then they were laughing. Anyway, how can I put this? Let me think. Somebody was eating a tangerine, if you know what I mean. They were going to eat a tangerine, and they were peeling the tangerine, and they were going to eat it. The reason I've thought about that is because of the orange, right? So this person was about to eat the tangerine. This person, they have a beard, and what can I say about this person? They might be Scottish, or they may not be. They have an accordion. Now shut up, I'm not going into that. Anyway, we've done that joke many times before. So anyway, they were about to eat it and one person left. They always leave when I do a joke that's too close to home, don't they? Right. So anyway, they were about to eat a tangerine, right? And Lawrence said, don't eat that tangerine. Don't eat it. And they said, why? Well, because it's going to repeat itself in your stomach. So it's going to talk to you. That was the joke. It's going to talk to you. My daughter Ruth in heaven, she said, think the food, if you eat the food, this must be Irish because, well, I don't know where she got this one from. Must have been from me. Well, if you eat the food and it doesn't do you, it does you harm, it's talking to you, right? That's where the joke came from. So Lauren said to this person, don't eat the tangerine, it'll talk to you. So they didn't. And that's what I meant with the joke about Liam Carroll that talks Mandarin. Why is, I don't understand. Why is he talking like a tangerine? Does that mean he's giving you indigestion and making you sick? Maybe. Yeah. I'm going to have some of my vodka now because I upset someone. Oh, this vodka. Ooh, it's strong. That's a strong vodka, I'm telling you. I thought it was ouzo before. Well, now it's vodka with ouzo and heroin and everything, whatever. Anyway, I upset someone. They left when I said something about their accordion. What was I saying? Too close to home, Baba Bertha. So anyway, so I went shopping, and you know, everyone's left me. You wanted Baba Bertha? I'm going back to the granddaughter because I can't control myself. Goodbye. I'm back. Goodbye. Welcome to Moving On TV.
Down from the mountain and through the town, just looking for some place that won't drag me down. Where I'm thinking I will drink it, I'll succumb. Walk on home to where the buses don't run. Yeah, we're out where the buses don't run. Out here where the buses don't run. In the wild frontier, no train stops here. Where the buses don't run. And at the road, past Black Skull in the night, I fell in the lag and one night I was full, alright. We've been in and one of us had won. What there was to win is someone pull a gun. We took out running through the trees, riding under the lash of the leaves. But I'm taking pain over vacant and numb. Out here where the buses don't run. Yeah, we're out where the buses don't run. Out here where the buses don't run. In the wild frontier, no train stops here. Where the buses don't run. Hey! Too many nights and parasites. I just sit out on my porch and watch the lights. I can't go there with my people anymore.